Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Kid Harry Potter was raised by head of goblins GRIPHOOK, Season 1, Episode 3. Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Serving him was no protection, submitting to him was no defense, and enduring him was no safety. When those cold flat eyes settled on you, and his wand flicked, you would die. Those who bore his mark, his Death Eaters, were his tools. Tools to be used until broken, and then discarded. Tools that may sometimes be simply taken up to play with until broken. For that too was service. Lucius Malfoy had promised Draco that if he studied hard, became powerful, and amassed followers, he too would have the honor of becoming a Mar. Ked Death Eater when the Dark Lord returned again. Draco had lived for that day, had dreamed of it. Now, Merlin help him, he was living it. Malfoy Riddle put the diary down upon the feet of the statue of Salazar Slytherin and stepped away. He knelt cross-legged before the bound and weeping Hermione Granger and smiled one last time. You were right, Miss Granger. For a Muggle born, you are not without strength. I do not think you can be made to beg for death, and the one your serpent named, yellow-haired prey, is incapable of commanding the companion of Salazar Slytherin to obey and kill you. That is why I have to finish killing him. So I may kill you. The voice that should have been Draco Malfoy offered softly. Who are you, really? Hermione said, her voice raw from screaming, no longer as hammed that she had wet herself beneath the ropes binding her. She had broken again and again, blasted beyond consciousness by pain, and yet inside her mind whenever she was ordered to beg for death, the voice of Noodle hissed forth from her lips, $, no $. The figure of a blonde aristocratic boy looked back at her, and began to hiss. $, I am Tom Marvolo Riddle, last heir of the Gaunt family, descendant and heir of Slytherin. I am master of the Chamber of Secrets. I am Lord Dark $1. Riddle, Malfoy hissed, then began to meditate. Hermione looked with shock as a new ghost began to form. A terrified, crying boy who looked far younger than his 12 years, dressed in the finest tailored Slytherin robes, and upon his hand gleamed the image of the heir's ring he was not old enough to actually be vested with, but which was already a part of his self-image. Draco whispered, and Hermione could barely hear it. I'm so sorry, I didn't know. Not really. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Draco begged, and Hermione closed her eyes, knowing that the end was near. Draco never stopped begging for Hermione's forgiveness, knowing that the end was near. A rumble sounded through the floor, and Tom Riddle opened his eyes in cold fury. The Chamber of Secrets was being opened. Who dares disturb the heir of Slytherin in his place of power? Tom Riddle demanded proudly. Harry, Millicent and Neville charged down the passage after Noodle. It was Harry who answered for them. Hufflepuff Debt Collection Agency. Salazar Slytherin is demanding back rent for his house and has hired us to repossess it, and to soundly spank the intruder. Best relax, we are all beater trained, so this might hurt a little. Harry quipped, charging forward. Tom Riddle recognized the challenger who had stilled his fiendfire. The boy who lived that had somehow destroyed his adult self. He would kill the others, but he had one weapon to use to eliminate this most dangerous threat. He did not yet have control of this body totally. If he used his own arcane arts now to exhaustion, he might not be able to hold it, and be forced to retreat back to the diary again. Salazar Slytherin, greatest of the founding four, open in the name of your heir. Come, slave of Slytherin, and kill for your master. The great statue's mouth irised open until you could drive a small car through it, but what came out was instead a basilisk the size of a small dragon. This time it was not Draco Malfoy who spoke the command. This time it was Tom Marvolo Riddle, the acknowledged heir of Slytherin and master of his Chamber of Secrets. Harry knew this time, the basilisk would kill. Harry shut his eyes, and opened himself to the wind. He was a beater. He had drilled and trained for more hours than he had studied any subject in school to feel the passage of the bludger, the quaffle, the riders, and the snitch. He could feel how the air was disturbed by anything that moved it. He reached out to feel it with his arcane arts. Something else stirred in Harry. That part of his spirit that he could never fill, that missing piece that kept him from completing his animagus transformation, the missing note in the song of his power was there. Harry could feel it. I am sorry, speaker. The heir commands and you must die. The basilisk of Slytherin said, and for the first time Harry understood what the parcel magic had been trying to tell him since that day in potions class. He drew out a potion vial and hurled it into the mouth of the striking basilisk queen. Shall we dance, my queen? Harry hissed. The mouth of the basilisk snapped shut and the potion hit the basilisk bloodstream, and the most powerful love potion ever brewed, a Mortentia empowered by ritual arcane arts of a full elemental circle, woven with parselmag. And anchored by the magical venom of young Harry's own familiar serpent hit the Queen of Basilisks, the companion of Salazar Slytherin, and the courtship began. Courtship among basilisk was simple. A mating queen would call, and those males who felt they were strong enough would answer. They would die until one who was strong enough would succeed. If the queen was not also strong enough, the mating would kill her as well. Basilisk were rare for this reason, and the stronger lines of basilisk of course were rarer still, and Salazar Slytherin's chosen companion was the strongest female basilisk in wizarding history. Pointing his wand where the motion of the air argued the base of the coiled serpent was, Harry launched a lightning bolt from his wand, all the raw power of both his wind rune, nay Ansus and the sun power rune of Sowilo from his curse scar came together to set a blazing bolt of lightning powerful enough to shock the basilisk into slamming its own eyes shut for protection as Harry screamed, "Fulmin!" and unleashed his lightning. Neville transformed into a badger, and he felt the slide and slither of the basilisk upon the earth. He needed no eyes to feel the presence of cold bitter arcane arts upon the living earth of the chamber. Earth was his, and all that grew upon and within it. His eyes closed he charged, and the claws of Hufflepuff's own tore into the ancient and spell-worked hide of the Queen of Basilisks, and for the first time in uncounted centuries, the Queen felt fear. Hermione felt the ground beneath her freeze as Millicent chanted softly, creating Nick arrays from the ice she summoned to work the stone of the floor into a slab of ice. Basilisks may be the king o' serpents, or queen if Harry was right, but they were still cold-blooded, and trapped upon cold stone. Would slow more than warm-blooded mammals. The greater the length of the serpent, the more it would affect her. She felt noodles slide onto her, to avoid the cold, and Hermione let her fire free for the first time. She had no wand, she had little magical energy left or strength. She had been tortured to within an inch of her life, but she had two things left. She had friends who came for her, and an enchanted Walther PPK. It wasn't a wand, but the average basilisk didn't wear enchanted bulletproof robes or sunglasses. Hermione let the fire flow over her and Noodle, commanding it not to burn Noodle, but leaving it to eat the ropes binding her. Noodle climbed Slytherin's statue, bringing it to head height of the angry basilisk queen. You will not harm my speaker. Hissed Noodle defiantly. The basilisk turned her head, the potion running wild within her body. This was not the male, this was a lesser serpent. She hissed in rage at this lesser serpent interrupting her mating. You dare! I am the queen of serpents. The basilisk said, and withdrew the outer lid from her eye, freeing the paralysis effect at her challenger. Noodle was already lunging. Vive la revolution. He hissed as his fangs bit into her eye, the magically empowered rock viper. Venom causing her eye to collapse as the necrosis from the bite ward with the enchantments Helga Hufflepuff had woven into Salazar's companion many centuries ago that the Academy's secret guardian would never die. Noodle fell to the ground, petrified, but one bright yellow orb was now dark. The Queen of Serpents was not to be mocked, and in rage she turned her good eye upon the little snake that dared to hurt it. She flexed to strike only for a pillar of fire to cause her to turn reflexively. For an instant, an impossible tableau froze. A clash of worlds, of realities. Only for an instant, but in that perfect instant a single sound paused the battle. Crack. It was a small sound. 8.380 fired from A.S. Island's Walther PPK made less than a cough, as did the piercing of the pupil of a basilisk's eye. For 1 second, the head of the Queen of Serpents turned towards the unexpected sun-bright flare of fire, the inner membrane sliding over the killing eye to protect it from fire. That inner membrane failed as the magically accelerated and runically enhanced bullet pierced it. The Queen of Serpents looked upon the maiden wreathed in flames. Her eye connected with two eyes of arcane arts user, knowing that petrification was taking her even as she pulled the trigger for the only shot she would be able to make. Two women shared a perfect moment of unyielding moodle enmity, then one fell into darkness, petrified and helpless, and one writhed into darkness, blind but very much still fighting. The badger tore at her, and she flicked her tail to slam it away, its claws somehow potent enough to carve into even her enchanted skin, proof against the swords and arrows of mortals, even as it was proof against the spells of wizards. It held the old wild arcane arts, and it hurt her. She would kill it, but it would not keep her from him. She felt the potion's arcane arts, the siren song of mating. She felt him, the male, the one. He was near, why could she not see him? Why did he not call to her? Leave them, my queen. I am the only one for you. Harry swore, as he could feel it, the missing piece of him. The missing bit of his soul, of his arcane arts. The basilisk struck. Harry felt the fangs punch into him, felt the venom pour into him. Venom that could eat creature silver, could destroy Horcrux and Deathly Hallow, could shatter ward stones and kill ghosts. Harry felt it flow into his body and he fell. Harry. Millicent screamed as young Harry fell from the basilisk's bite. Tom Riddle laughed and laughed and laughed. The boy who lived. This is what I was to fear. This. Harry fell, his body writhing in pain, his arcane arts, his soul, his mind burning as the venom poured into all the broken places inside him. All the bits of creature, arcane arts user, of boy who lived, of dark one who died, of mother's soul and arcane arts' need. Deep inside him, the image he could never form, his spirit animal. His animagus form, his truth finally filled in as the venom filled the parts that had never truly been one, and burned down the last barriers between them. Tom Riddle took up Malfoy's wand and pulled his arcane arts to him. He was not done draining the Malfoy brat now, but the last real threat was done. His basilisk would kill the badger, and he the arcane arts user. Dark One's rise began today. There was no one left to oppose him. Tom sent a whip of fire to cut the little witch's head off, but Millicent called up a wall of ice to stop it. When the ice shattered, Tom had already flowed into a stream of curses, but Millicent doggedly shot spears of ice, flares of blinding light, banished explosive and poison potions at him, only to see the greatest arcane arts user his generation demonstrate his easy superiority by batting all of them aside, neutralizing or dispelling them with ease. Millicent finally fell stunned as Tom felt the slap of her wand in his offhand as he disarmed her with ease. He paused before killing her. When he heard his basilisk scream, he turned to see the badger had not yet returned within claw range of his basilisk, so what could make her scream in such pain? Harry was not dying. He knew that. He had died once before, under the killing curse, and it didn't hurt this much. He could not feel his arms and legs. No, wait, that wasn't right. He didn't have his arms and legs. He saw Neville crawling towards the basilisk, one leg broken, and still coming back for more. Eyes shut closed, stumbling, staggering, the Longbottom boy too Hufflepuff to quit, but too broken to win. Harry's V-zone went red. He felt his first iris slide back, his vision was red, the paralyzing red. He felt his eyelids slide back, and his eyes burned gold. The killing gold of the King of Serpents. His soul was complete, his animagus form was found. He was a basilisk. Young Harry slithered past the bodies of his Hermione and Noodle, slid his body over the coils of the Queen of Basilisks, and sunk his fangs into her, and poured all of his own venom into her. He poured the venom she had poured into his blood back into her, mixed with his own venom, his blood, his arcane arts, and his soul. The Queen of Basilisks looked up in shock, feeling the venom pour into her, the potency, the power. It was him, the male. He had taken her killing strike and returned it. She writhed as the ecstasy of his potency filled her at last. The promise of Salazar Slytherin, that one day she would find the one worthy of her. Speaker. She hissed. My queen. Hissed Harry. You will harm no others until I am done. Harry hissed. The Queen of Basilisks drew into a coil. The ground was cold. She had to heal. She could always kill someone later. Right now, she felt very good. And would just nap and enjoy it. Tom Riddle turned around at the scream of his snake. He saw a woman standing before him. She was red-haired, mid-20s, a face that was too full of character to be strictly speaking beautiful. She was rather compelling. Her eyes were the blazing green of the killing curse, and she was very obviously dead. "Hello, Tom. You won't remember me, but I remember you," she said. Being dead himself, Tom should have been less surprised, but even for the first Death Eater, seeing a vibrantly colored ghost standing before you smiling. Ghosts had no color. They were not real. They were echoes, powerless. They were nothing to fear at all. She smiled, and Tom felt fear creep into him. "Who are you, and how do you know me?" Tom asked, his wand coming up. Lily Potter laughed. "Oh Tom, how the mighty have fallen. Drawing a wand on a ghost. What are you going to do? Kill me? You did that once, and here we are." Tom Riddle stepped back again. And Lily looked over Tom's shoulder and saw the huddling ghostly form of Draco Malfoy. "Hello there, Draco. I am Lily Potter, Harry's mother. Do not worry. In a moment, Tom is going to be dying, and if you are very quick and very bold, you might get your body back," Lily said, and reached out to stroke Draco's hair. Draco could feel it. Draco could feel it. His eyes grew wide. He looked at his body. And Tom Riddle looking back through his own eyes at Draco. Was he not dead then? Not yet. Tom searched through the memories in Draco's head. "Lily Potter, I killed you. I used the killing curse and severed your soul. How do you still live?" Lily smiled at Tom. "I don't live. That is the point. Neither do you. When you came to kill me, I offered my soul to arcane arts so my Harry would have the power to end you." Tom laughed then. "Your precious Harry is dead already. You will be just another ghost I leave in the Chamber of Secrets, with the rest of these fools." This time Lily laughed, and Draco got to see the face of Lord Dark One show fear for the first time. "Oh Tom," laughed Lily. "My Harry isn't dead, he's just hungry." Tom whirled, his wand in hand to see a small basilisk. Not more than 12 feet long open its mouth wide and bite his precious diary. He felt the fangs sink deep inside his soul and felt the venom pour into him. Tom looked into the golden killing eyes of the basilisk. Into the soul of young Harry, the boy who lived, and he watched the muscles of the basilisk mouth and throat work as it struggled to swallow the diary. Tom felt his soul, his memoirs, his arcane arts begin to dissolve. He felt the tug of something pulling his very essence away. Something was consuming him. Young Harry. Tom looked over at Lily Potter's ghost and with tears in his eyes howled his final spite at her. "I will see you in hell." Tom Marvolo Riddle swore. "No," Lily said sadly. "With the price I paid, neither of us will even know that." She looked over Draco Malfoy's collapsed body, at the broken shivering boy, and she drew his hand close, and pushed it into his body. "While he is still fading, you must push him out. If you let him leave, you die. You have to push him out, or you die here and he wins." Lily said. "I am not strong enough." Draco wept. "Neither was I." Lily smiled, and her pain was terrible to behold. Draco pushed into his body. Riddle resisted, growing more and more feeble. In the end, he was moaning piteously. Draco had no eyes for tears, or he would be crying. He felt like he was drowning a baby in a bathtub. He sunk into his body, feeling no more resistance to push against. Magical exhaustion flooded him, and Draco faded to black. Alive but spent. Aftercare is important. Hermione Jean Granger woke up screaming. The last thing she remembered was staring down the rune-generated red dot optics of her Walther PPK into the eye of the Queen of Basilisks as her iris slid the inner cover over her eye to protect it from Hermione's flames. She felt her body stiffening, her heart struggle to beat. She had breathed in, but could not let the half-breath out for her shooting technique. She pulled the trigger and her finger Rely generated the 8 pounds of force for the double-action shot. The recoil was minimal even though the runic upgrades on the barrel allowed the little .380 pistol caliber round to break the sound barrier before it exited the barrel, moving at a little over 4,800 feet per second, or 1463 meters per second. She really felt that dabbling in potions to make overpowered rounds had been a mistake. Shish. He then had to use runes to harden the barrel and more potions to further temper the frame. Of course then she had to use more runes to harden the bullet for its journey through the short barrel, but the spin imparted by the lands, the interaction between the runes on the bullet and the runes of the barrel could make an array to further increase the penetration. Honestly, what started as a defa NSE against muggles when she was not allowed to use her wand had turned into a theoretical project to see if she could pack the power of a muggle anti-material rifle into the cute little gun James Bond carried. It turns out, you could. She felt her breathing stop, felt the panic well up as she could not even open her mouth to scream, and as her vision grayed out from the edges as the retinal fluid in her eyes hardened to something less human, the last sight she saw was the eye of the basilisk burst under her shot. Across from her another form, blonde and thinner than he should be, also shot up from bed screaming. Draco Malfoy. The look of terror in his eyes was wild and far from sane. It shocked Hermione back into awareness. She was in a bed. She was in the hospital wing. By extension, she was alive. Which suggested they had won. A hauntingly beautiful woman threw herself across Draco. Her strong arms gathered him into her breast and the overproud 12-year-old boy wailed like a terrified toddler and shook like a broken thing. Narcissa Malfoy gathered her son to her, and glared at Hermione as she spoke to her son again and again. Softly, my dragon, softly. He is gone. You are well. He is gone. You are strong. You are whole again, my dragon. Rest, Draco, rest. No one will hurt you again. Mother will see to it. Narcissa's voice held all the helpless rage in the world, and Hermione found herself turning away from those eyes. She turned her head and saw something disturbing. Herself. Sort of. Hermione looked upon a portrait of her, a magical portrait. It showed her in Hufflepuff formal robes, which she very much was not wearing in Prisoner in the Chamber of Secrets. It showed her wreathed in flames, that part was true, hair flying out behind her like a banner, which can't be true. Her hair was pretty much a drool and snot-filled mess where it wasn't filled with rat bones from the floor of the chamber and hours of torture. Her eyes blazed and as the basilisk reared, she plunged what looked like the sword of Gryffindor through the eye, only to slowly turn to stone as her blade sank home. Hermione had been sure she had peed herself. Her nose was bleeding, her tongue bitten half through. Her face was a mass of scratches and her eyes were swollen bruises, her hair looking like she had been locked in a creature punishment pit for a month. She had put a bullet into the basilisk at about 5 meters. Just out of splatter range of the most toxic blood on Earth. Her weapon was a stubby little Walther PPK designed for concealment, not a great mothering broadsword. She certainly hadn't put on dress robes and gone to the hair stylist before the final blow, nor was she sure had she killed the basilisk. At best, she would have blinded it for a few minutes. She assumed someone had killed it, or she rather expected she would have been added to the lovely collection of bones on the chamber floor. What in Morgana's name is that? Hermione blinked as the magical portrait again cycled through her, rising from being bound, struck a heroic pose, wrapped in flames like an avenging angel, and drove her sword through the eye of the Queen of Basilisks, and supposedly killing her as she slowly, and presumably heroically, petrified. Narcissa Malfoy laughed softly from the next bed where she held a trembling Draco in her arms. That is titled, Our Lady of Flame, by former Auror Dawlish. He painted it at St. Mungo's as part of his physiotherapy for the loss of his arm. He felt very strongly about your saving his life. He said some rather nice things about you, considering your blood status and his known affiliations. That is quite an impression you made on him. Narcissa said, Mouse giver, you are awake. Have the arcane arts user who heals give you something to eat. It will not be a mouse. But no one else is your equal. You will have to make do. Noodle hissed from where he coiled in what she supposed was an incubator from Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures stores. The snake looked unwell, being in the middle of a difficult molt, his previous skin being gray and quite stony. Noodle, you are well. I tried to stop her from biting you, and was afraid her gaze already killed you. How did you come rescue me? I thought no serpent could ever raise its fangs against the royal serpents. Hermione gushed in happy Parseltongue. She should not have threatened my mouse giver. Vive la revolution. You will have to talk to Speaker. He has gotten into bed with the oppressor. Also, He failed to introduce her to his mother, so I am pretty sure he will be killed when he goes home. Dollar. Noodle said ominously and went back to his nap. Narcissa looked at Hermione for a long time. She spoke softly then, as if to herself. So it is true. You speak Parseltongue, like the Dark Lord. Narcissa said. Millicent Bulstrode walked over, holding a tray of food, and laughed softly. Madame Malfoy, I think you will find we speak Parseltongue better than Dark One. The last 2 times I have seen him, all he was doing was screaming and dying. Of course before he was dying the last time, he was making a very good try at killing your son Draco, and we were making a rather hard go of keeping him alive. Narcissa smiled softly and her voice firmed and hardened before she replied. Miss Bulstrode, I give greetings to Lady Selwyn from the House of Black. I am Narcissa Black, daughter of House Black. I have chosen to dissolve my marriage with Lord Malfoy. I had hoped to be a widow by now, but he was still breathing, or at least screaming, when his portkey took him away. Narcissa Black, mother to Draco Malfoy and former wife of Lucius Malfoy, offered firmly and clearly. Hermione looked at the usually cold and expressionless face of Narcissa Black, and found something wild and dangerous looking back at her. I was unaware that noble and ancient marriage contracts were so easily dissolved. Hermione offered carefully. Narcissa smiled. I am from the most ancient and noble House of Black. Lucius Malfoy's house is both newer and lower than my own. In our marriage, I had primacy. With the loss of so many of our clan during the Blood War, mostly falling in the service of the Dark Lord, I chose to let my husband act as the senior, and not press my rights, as the only remaining Blacks were rotting in Azkaban, and I foolishly felt my future lay with House Malfoy. Hermione picked at her food, looking down at the tray, and nodded at Narcissa as she worked up the nerve to ask her final question. What made you change your mind? Hermione asked. Arcane arts gathered about Narcissa Malfoy. Cold and dark, the shadows lengthened until they gathered about her in a pool until only the pale shining of her face peered from the whispering darkness that cloaked her. When that corrupted creature that called himself a man sent a diary to this school that tried to eat my son's soul, my beloved husband tried to defend his mistake by telling me it would be an honor if our son's sacrifice brought back his Dark Lord. Perhaps he thought his master wearing my beloved son's corpse as a trophy was acceptable for House Malfoy, but House Black cares for their heirs better. Narcissa smiled softly, the room lightening as she stroked Draco's hair and kissed his head. Draco will still inherit Malfoy, of course. Where I cut his father before he fled, there will be neither other women nor other heirs in his future. Millicent Bulstrode and Narcissa Malfoy shared a very Slytherin laugh, while Hermione Granger and Draco Malfoy shared a glance filled with horror. Meanwhile, in the potions dungeon, Neville Longbottom found himself standing before Professor Snape's desk with a bottle in his hands and a very determined expression on his face. Professor Snape leaned back in his chair and swept his robe's trailing sleeves back as he looked down a long hooked nose at the Longbottom boy. Mr. Longbottom, you have neither destroyed any of my precious cauldrons, nor failed to turn in an acceptable brew in any of your classes, even with your usual and more conventionally competent female cohorts. So, Snape said, pausing dramatically. Why am I looking at you? Snape said, steepling his fingers and looking over them like an acromantula examining something wriggling and interesting in its web. Professor Snape, sir, do you remember the group project Miss Granger, Miss Bulstrode, Mr. Potter and myself came to you about? Neville asked innocently, as only a Hufflepuff could be innocent. Snape smiled. In all the petrifications, the murder, possession by dead Dark Lords and general political bloodletting, he almost forgot the Granger girls' crusade against perverts. One particular potion-based Professor Pervert in particular. Snape placed his hands on his desk and eyed the rather large bottle in the Longbottom boy's hands. With growing interest and a great deal of frustrated hunger, he looked at the bottle again, extending his senses. Am I to understand you have completed your Amortentia antidote? Snape asked hungrily. Neville blushed and pushed the bottle onto Snape's desk. We think so, sir. We based it on our special potion, so it should be quite a bit more powerful than the standard antidote. Hermione was concerned that the sudden reversal of the love effect might trigger a negative response. Professor Snape took out a sample pipette and in a few minutes made a test strip. He dipped it into Snape's own best Amortentia potion, and the vial of pink love potion turned a sickly green and began to stink rather like fresh troll. Neville took a step back in alarm as Professor Snape began to laugh. It was low and soft first, but broke into something that belonged in theatrical villain monologues. It was terrifying, and that is compared to Tom Riddle and a basilisk. Snape got himself under control and with a soft smile he resumed speaking. Mr. Longbottom, am I to understand that your group is continuing in their goal to write a paper on this amazing new love potion antidote? Snape asked softly. Yes, sir, but Miss Bulstrode and Granger asked that I request a proper potions master or healer be present for the test. For safety's sake, Neville said softly. Snape smiled broadly, without showing any teeth. Neville remarked, not for the first time, how much Snape's tooth-hidden smile reminded him of Noodle when he looked at a well-potioned mouse from Hermione. If I recall correctly, your group was interested in the defense against the dark arts room, some concern about potential love potion contamination, no doubt accidental and very minor, said Severus Snape, looking about as innocent as Noodle when he found not a rat in the girls' shower. Yes, sir. Miss Granger should be waking up any day now since you made the mandrake drafts to remove the petrifications. I would like to give her some good news about our group project. Neville said hopefully. He continued quietly, more than a little nervous about Snape's smile. Sir. Miss Bulstrode wondered if you had something to aerosolize the antidote. Neville said, trailing off in fear of asking the terrifying potions master for a further favor. To his surprise, Professor Snape chewed up fast as any serpent and smiled with bared teeth. Oh, Mr. Longbottom, I really must insist. Come, this is your project, since you have too much sense to ever lower yourself to make those annoying G-dung bombs the Weasley twins waste their time creating, you will find the technology is fairly similar. I will guide you through the process, and then we will proceed to the Dada classroom together, and let you give it a gentle toss in and see what happens. Professor Snape said happily. 20 minutes later, Professor Snape had sent a Slytherin prefect to fetch Professor Sprout and Neville, Hermione and Harry's head of house, and a rather confused Professor McGonagall as deputy headmistress to witness the employment of the Hufflepuff Serpent Collective Antidote Mark I. Neville Longbottom W. as somewhere between elated and terrified. A year ago, he would not have been able to breathe or speak at this point, but a certain number of near-death experiences will bring a shift in outlook to any boy. His inner badger tended to stop him from overthinking things. When things got tough, you stopped thinking, put your head down, and dug for all you were worth. Really, Severus, I am very busy right now. With all the petrifications, and Mr. Potter's refusal to open the Chamber of Secrets to allow Professor Elder Wizard to harvest the materials from the dead basilisk, the matter of the jailbreak. The question of the legality of Auror's imprisoning the Academy students at all without charge or trial. I have quite a few matters that require my urgent attention. Is this really necessary? Prof. Zer Pomfrey had a scowl upon her face as she had been exchanging whispers with her Hufflepuff second year on the trip to the fifth-year Dada class. She didn't like the suggestion that Gilderoy Lockhart RT was microdosing all his classes with Amortentia. She respected Gilderoy Lockhart, she adored him. She absolutely could not bear to think anything bad about him at all. Having listened to Neville's words, and feeling her own mind and body's reaction, Professor Sprout began to feel her own arcane arts stir. Defensively as a panic that her thoughts and feelings might not be entirely her own started. The old witch's arcane arts begin to claw at the layers of almost unheard compulsions that Professor Lockhart had managed to instill, right under their noses. Minerva, I think it best we step into the classroom and let Neville make his test. Professor Sprout said, smiling sweetly. I think it should be fine to witness from outside the door, don't you think, Pomona? I don't want to disrupt a year defense against the dark arts class. The Gryffindor and Slytherin students in there are working towards their OWL exams in just a few months. They need all the time under Gilderoy they can get, McGonagall said, not noticing the snickering of Severus Snape. Professor Snape knocked on the door, before sweeping in with McGonagall and Sprout on his heels. Last and least, Neville Longbottom of Longbottom squared his shoulders, and brought a palm-sized red heart, like a large valentine, that had the letters G and L written on it in flowery script. Good day, professors, Mr. Longbottom. I trust you need me for something important, Gilderoy Lockhart said, striking a dramatic pose and flashing a smile that actually flashed in a way that just could not be natural. A class full of supposedly riotous witches and wizards preparing for their owls were staring at Gilderoy with the sort of vapid adoration of devoted fangirls and boys to their first meeting with their idol, not students prepping for a major do-or-die educational and career qualification. Neville smiled and held up the monogrammed heart and said loudly enough for the whole class to hear. This is from Hermione Granger. She says, good luck. Neville said, then cast the heart down, which erupted in a cloud of pink smoke that smelled of clarity, purity, self-awareness. Now Muggles would say those things do not have smells, bu. Muggles think potions are just medicines they don't understand. Muggles are weird that way. Potions are arcane arts, just subtler about it, except when they are powerful enough to stop being subtle and start being dramatic. Gilderoy Lockhart felt his skin begin to burn. He sprayed himself with his own formation love potion every day, after drinking his own special antidote. No sense catching you, RSELF, along with the next lucky lovely young girl. He sprayed under his ears, his wrists, and a single manly puff under each arm so that even if he sweat, it just made him sexier to every one of the lovely young ladies he was picking among. Right now, those areas felt like they were on fire. Looking over at the smiling full-sized portrait of himself, he saw his portrait pointing at him and shouting, "You are turning green." Lockhart froze. Green was the test response color to the Immortentia antidote. His own special potion was supposed to suppress that. His potion was microdosed for his classes and fan conventions. But it was strong. His recipe he had stolen from a potions master he interviewed, then obliterated, so the poor fool will never remember he created it, let alone that Gilderoy stole it. His was stronger than the book version. His was unblockable, untestable. Merlin's balls, shouted a very angry Slytherin fifth-year female prefect. I've been love potioned. She was the first, but dozens of girls who had some form of occlumency training felt their mind finally able to cut through the fog and deliver the months of alarms at the changes in their thoughts and shading of their memories. It was a Gryffindor who fired first, but 2 Slytherins were shortly behind her. Lockhart threw up a shield and began to try to explain. Now, it's not like it sounds. It's only a perfume. Not really enough to make you do anything you don't want to. Right, girls? I mean, who can blame you? I'm hard to resist. Gilderoy tried, striking a heroic pose and giving his 5 times arcane arts user weekly best smile to the class. That would be when the Slytherin female prefect lit his hair on fire, and a Gryffindor girl caught him with a full body bind. I can't believe I kissed him, sobbed one girl, and a second hugged her and confessed the same. Professor McGonagall's face turned to cold iron, and with a wave of her wand, the stone of the castle floor formed a fist that grabbed Lockhart, leaving only his head exposed. Professor Lockhart, I was just called from a very important meeting with Professor Elder Wizard and a number of very angry and frustrated Aurors who really want to punish someone. I think it would be lovely if you joined that meeting, and gave all sides someone we can agree truly deserves a nice meet and greet at an island spa. I feel a very strong desire for you to visit. It is called Azkaban. McGonagall's Scots brogue had thickened to dangerous levels, and it was only the speed of her passage through the class and out the door to Elder Wizard's office that put out the fire in Lockhart's hair. Neville Longbottom felt a claw-like hand descend on his shoulder. He looked back in alarm to see Professor Severus Snape laughing helplessly and silently. His eyes flashed in a dark uncomplicated cruelty as he drank in the fall of Gilderoy Lockhart and savored it like the finest whiskey. Straightening up, he addressed the class very firmly. I am afraid class is cancelled today and for further notice. The headmaster will update your timetables when remedial classes can be offered. For now, I suggest you move to the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey will give you a thorough check-up, and I believe the Aurors will want to talk to you. Guiding Neville Longbottom out the door, Professor Severus Snape made the unusual gesture of awarding house points, a thing he gave so rarely to houses other than his own that many swore he had to cut them out of his own flesh. Mr. Longbottom, advise your potions group that I expect at least 2 feet from each of them on the preparation of this potion, beginning with its inspiration, and very definitely including both the Immortentia brewing and the antidote. While for security reasons I will not be able to publicly Shush this until you are all safely out of our headmaster's somewhat magically conservative hands. The work both deserves and requires reward. Assuming I receive complete and satisfactory documentation, I will be awarding each of you 10 points. Professor Snape said, then patted Neville on the shoulder. Mr. Longbottom, please feel free to come to me with any further special projects your little group conceives. I find you collectively far less dunderheaded than the normal crop of the Academy students. Snape said as he walked out of sight. Neville wasn't sure, but he may have been whistling. He shook his head. No one would believe that. Still, the news that Hermione would not have to apologize to Lockhart would be good to greet her with when she woke up. He smiled, and decided to beat the rush to the infirmary. He wanted to tell the story before the hordes of Dada students started to descend on the infirmary. At roughly the same time in Elder Wizard's office, Elder Wizard, Cornelius Fudge, Amelia Bones and young Harry sat around Elder Wizard's desk, while two pairs of Aurors, one from the Minster of Arcane Arts, and one from the DMLE who theoretically should command both, glared at each other. Since one of Amelia's was Alistair, Mad-Eye, Moody, the glaring was anything but even. Cornelius Fudge glared at Elder Wizard. You swore there was no such thing as the Chamber of Secrets. Elder Wizard spread his fingers and made a patting motion, attempting to quiet the Minister of Arcane Arts as if he was an angry student or parent. Now Cornelius, neither your Aurors, nor my house elves, portraits, ghosts, or own arcane arts have ever been able to detect it. No one has ever seen the basilisk in all the years that the Academy has existed. Elder Wizard offered softly. Amelia. Bones adjusted her monocle and glared at Elder Wizard. They kill with a glance, Elder Wizard. Myrtle Warren haunts one of your own bathrooms here, of course no one has seen them. They get killed or petrified if they did. The portraits that went dark, the ghosts that got petrified, they are not signs no one has seen a basilisk, they are signs no one saw a basilisk and lived to report back. A rather different statement that. Elder Wizard ground his teeth, then turned to young Harry and smiled, his eyes twinkling. But now we have found the Chamber of Secrets, and we have the boy who lived who can open it for us. Elder Wizard smiled happily. The sale of the parts of a 1,000-year-old basilisk could underwrite the operation of the Academy for a decade, without having to go to the Board of Governors and Lucius Malfoy begging for every cost of living increase. Plus, he would be able to find and destroy all of Salazar Slytherin's profane writings. The dark arcane arts of Parseltongue must be expunged. That must be what turned Tom. He would make sure it never turned another. Harry smiled and spread his hands. Sorry, Professor. The Chamber of Secrets was opened because some Death Eater sent Tom Riddle's diary into the school in hopes it would find someone vulnerable, and seduce them into offering it away into their soul. Draco did that, and Tom Riddle possessed him. We managed to kill the basilisk and destroy the diary. Turns out basilisk venom can destroy a Horcrux, but when he died, Tom Riddle went all dark one on us and decided if he couldn't have the chamber, no one could. Elder Wizard took the chance and lanced his legilimency into Harry when their eyes met. Elder Wizard flinched as his mind slammed into a nightmare forest of coils and scales, his own mind retreating before the flash of fangs and eyes that glowed killing gold. Elder Wizard looked at Harry in shock, and Harry smiled with all the innocence of Hufflepuff. Cornelius Fudge was outraged. You can't say that. That was never proved. That was rampant speculation on the part of Mad-Eye Moody and slander of a good arcane arts user whose disappearance was most likely because of Dark One. Cornelius was getting farther worked up. That information was classified. Even hearing about Horcrux is enough to get you questioned, and speaking it is worth a trip to Azkaban. The minister raged. Aurors, arrest this boy. Fudge concluded, waving his hand at Harry. Amelia Bones sighed and gestured at Mad-Eye Moody who loomed behind her. He simply growled, and the minister's security detail remembered who scared them more. And who they legally worked for, and stayed put. Madame Bones then sighed and stated the obvious for the rather more agitated than alert minister. I rather think he got the name from Dark One himself, whom he has killed 3 times now, which rather makes keeping the existence of Horcrux a secret from him rather moot, don't you think, Cornelius? Amelia suggested, sharing a long-suffering glance with Harry. Elder Wizard sighed. I was rather hoping I would not have to burden you with that knowledge, Harry. Even to learn of them taints the soul, dark knowledge like that can twist even the brightest soul. I have been searching for them for several years. It is my intention that you will never have to bother with them. Trust in your professors to keep you safe," Elder Wizard said, smiling serenely. Like he didn't just try to mind rape Harry less than a minute before. That would be when Minerva McGonagall, Pomona Sprout and Severus Snape flowed into Elder Wizard's ever more crowded office, towing a green-faced, smoking-haired Professor Gilderoy Lockhart trapped in a giant copy of Professor McGonagall's own fist. "Ah, good Albus, you still have Aurors here. Arrest Professor Lockhart. Send your Aurors down to the infirmary to begin taking statements. You may want to summon more, or you will be at it for days," McGonagall said sadly. Elder Wizard was stunned, not having a clue what was happening. "Minerva, why is Professor Lockhart bound, and why haven't his wounds been seen to before seeking Aurors?" Elder Wizard demanded, his voice rising in ire as his patience for a day full of disappointments failed him. Professor Sprout was already answering. He was dosing everyone with illegal and overstrength love potions. Albus, he was taking advantage of students as young as 5th year. "If you didn't have Aurors here on site already, I have several plants that could use a good source of vitamins." Moody stumped forward, wand out and stuck very firmly in Lockhart's face. His face was too scarred to hold any expression beyond dangerous, but he radiated that now. He barked out a simple question to his old head of house. "Pomona, what the hell is going on in this school? What has he been doing?" Moody said, his natural eye never leaving Lockhart, nor his wand wavering. "3 of my Hufflepuffs and 1 of Severus Slytherin's second years," began Professor Sprout. Snape cut in. "That would be Mr. Longbottom and Potter, Miss Granger and Bulstrode." Moody's mad eye rolled at Elder Wizard, then Snape, Harry, and back to Sprout. "Those would be the ones you tried to lock up, Albus. The ones who had to break out of jail to save your bloody school." Moody snarled. Elder Wizard winced. "That was unkindly put, Alistair, but yes, those are indeed the same students." Professor Sprout gave a huff of annoyance at all the interruptions, then continued. "These 4 students came to Severus with the concern that Harry's familiar Noodle the Snake had detected a Mortentia in the Dada classroom. Coming from Gilderoy Lockhart, Miss Granger was concerned that he might be taking advantage of young students whose will was compromised with love potion. Although no one had reported any assaults or inappropriate contact." Moody gave a bark of laughter. "They wouldn't, would they? I was a bit surprised when he started writing his books and playing celebrity. You see, we had to see him a lot back in the bad old days of the war, every time the battles spilled into Muggle lands. Lockhart here was an oblivator. His job was to wipe the memories of any Muggles who saw things they shouldn't. Add that to a pervert messing with love-potioned girls and an ugly chain of thoughts starts to form." "How did 4 second years bag him?" Moody asked, turning to Sprout and Snape. "P.R. Professor Sprout turned to Snape and asked, "Severus." The potion master smiled and bowed, continuing the tale. "Miss Bulstrode came to seek my assistance as a potion master in an experiment. It seemed had Miss Granger was concerned that there was evidence of a Mortentia used that was beating the standard detection and countermeasures. Since we know that stronger Amortentia cannot be detected or countered by weaker Amortentia, they sought permission to create an experimental stronger Amortentia, and base a new test and antidote off of this stronger experimental version." The potion master smiled. "The test was spectacularly successful. The antidote potion caused a rather strong and instant removal of the effects of both the attraction and the suggestion aspects of the Amortentia. The 5th GR. 8 Gryffindors and my Slytherins chose to express their opinion of being victimized with a fairly vigorous display of the Dada curriculum. Hence Professor Lockhart's current, somewhat battered, appearance." Amelia Bones slammed her hand down onto the table and snapped at Albus Elder Wizard. "A zombie possessed by Dark One, a potion-peddling pervert. Who do you plan to invite to teach defense of the dark arts to our children next, Albus? A vampire. You know Bobaddins has a very good program. I might have to look at it for Susan if your Dada instructors keep being the dark thing we need to defend against." Amelia Bones snarled with rather less politeness than she normally used. Professor Sprout looked at Harry, who was grinning happily at yet another Dada professor who didn't last out the year. She sighed and turned to Elder Wizard. "Miss Granger and Noodles should be reviving about now. Since there is nothing further you need to interrogate my student for, I should like Mr. Potter to be free to go see his friends." Professor Sprout received a tired nod from Elder Wizard, a firm one from Bones, and a painful one from Fudge. Harry left to the sounds of several voices all trying to shout at once. Harry grinned. Neville and Millicent would be there when Hermione and Noodle woke up. Everything would be better when they were back together. Hours later, Elder Wizard sat nursing a headache. He potioned a house elf brought up from the infirmary. Of all the cheeky insults he had to swallow in his own office, Amelia Bones suggesting he employ a vampire as Dada instructor. The very thought. Then a thought struck him. Not a vampire, of course. Much too dangerous. Still, he did know a werewolf. With the serious black matter now threatening to become an issue again, it might be good to have this particular werewolf again under Albus' protection, and feeling properly indebted for it, of course. Young Harry was already showing disturbing signs of dabbling in black arcane arts. That duel with Riddle and Harry had been like watching two Dark Lords fight for dominance, not like watching the boy who lived trusting in the protection of love and the gift of his mother to end Dark One by offering his own life. It would have been a mistake to sacrifice himself before Elder Wizard found and destroyed all the Horcrux, but Harry seemed almost to be seeking to meet Dark One as an equal, as a fellow Dark Lord. This was Elder Wizard's last war, his legacy, his gift to a wizarding world to repay for the sins of his youth. He would end the Dark Lord Dark One, and make sure none rose after him. Harry just had to be brought around the right influences, and he could still be saved. He had come too far to fail. Badgering Snakes. Book 3 Dementors in Paradise. Young Harry and the Prisoner of Azkaban. From Hogsmeade Station to King's Cross Station in London was 9 hours long, and the survivors of the Chamber of Secrets had set that time aside for finally sharing their truths about what had happened on that fateful day. Narcissa Black, while comforting a very badly damaged Draco, had communicated to Hermione and Millicent two very important facts. First, that House Black held itself in life deb. T to the 4 of them for the life of Narcissa Black and House Malfoy's heir. Second, and more troubling, everything said of the Academy was overheard. How much of it Elder Wizard could sift through, even with a mind as advanced as the Champion of Light, was anybody's guess, but she advised that ahead of the Academy Board of Governors her ex-husband Lucius routinely received transcripts of conversations that could not possibly have been overheard from individuals or pairings that Elder Wizard spent the time to track. Most had managed to sneak off the Chamber of Secrets to share their information. But Hermione had more important things than basilisks or Dark Lords to worry about. Until her year-end exams were over, the fate of the world could sodding wait its turn. Draco huddled in the corner of the compartment, unaware if he should affect his public Slytherin's superior sneer, or his more open and human face worn with friends and close family. They knew his weakness and shame, but outside of that most terrible intimacy, they didn't actually know each other. Honestly, even sharing a house with Millicent, he hadn't bothered to learn anything about her until she took the Selwyn house by conquest. Harry was sprawled out with Noodle's back half and a healing ointment, while Hermione was seated more properly, and working the same ointment into the more prestigious part of Noodle, as Mouse Giver was Mouse Giver. And Speaker should of course not be surprised, since he put other snakes first, that Noodle should find a better quality monkey. Millicent slid open the door with a smirk and slammed it behind her. She worked herself through the charms she had learned from all the Aurors interrogating her, and set up a privacy ward about their compartment. "We lost Neville. He's gone for the trip. The firsties got him," Millicent reported with a shrug and a quick superior smile. Harry frowned. "What do you mean the firsties got him? They can't be homesick. He played Cuddle Badger for them for weeks when they got to the Academy. But they have been fine for months." Millicent gave a very soft and dark Slytherin laugh. "Well, he did too good a job, didn't he? Now they are riding the train's station home, and the idea they will be separated for 2 whole months has them in tears. Mostly all over Neville's fur. Honestly, I am going to have to scourgify him before I allow him within hugging distance." Draco Malfoy was actually shocked out of the dark spiral of his thoughts as his mind worked through what his companions had been saying, and the sudden image painted itself in Draco's battered brain and broke his pure blood control. "Are you telling me that Longbottom of Longbottom, heir to that most ancient and noble house, one of the Sacred 28, is playing teddy bear to a bunch of sniveling Hufflepuff first years?" Draco said sharply, sounding quite offended. Millicent shrugged. Teddy Badger actually. Not just a house totem, but a super soft animated cuddle magnet. Honestly, Longbottom makes an improbably large badger, and yet somehow managed to look cute, even with claws like a furry dragon. Draco shouted. He's a lord. What about his dignity? Harry snickered. He's a Hufflepuff, and they are scared. From our point of view he is lording right now. Draco folded his arms and looked like he wanted to keep objecting. You cannot rule and snuggle at the same time. Yellow-haired prey cannot rule and snuggle at the same time. Observe my majesty. Mouse Giver snuggles as well as any Hufflepuff ever born, and rightly receives my full attention. Speaker is not totally incompetent, and may make himself useful in those places Mouse Giver cannot easily reach. Noodle said firmly, and Draco got a puzzled look upon his face, as if he could follow the gist of the conversation, but not all of it. Harry sighed, and slowly took Draco through Noodle's speech, making Draco hiss back the bits he initially missed. Tom Riddle had been fairly far along writing his memories into Draco's physical brain when Draco pushed out the dissolving remnants of the Dark Lord as Harry was digesting him. Noodle and Neville had been working with both Harry and Draco to process the two XIC leftovers of Tom Riddle's mind and soul. Draco got none of Dark One's powers, but the scraps of memory that dug deepest into Draco's brain, and thus tended to remain, were Tom Riddle's most emotionally charged and formative memories. To say they were deeply traumatizing the sheltered Malfoy Sprogg was putting it mildly. Noodle was teaching Draco the parcel magic version of occlumency, which had a very reptilian view on any knowledge contained in the violating memories. If it's shiny, we keeps it. If it's not shiny, we destroys it. Draco very much wanted Parseltongue, and while the gift itself was not planted in Draco, memories of speaking and understanding it, memories of thinking in it, were present in his brain. Noodle was teaching Draco to take those scattered bits of trauma and build a working language structure out of it. Neville was trying to teach Draco how to live with what is inside him. The occlumency lessons were going far to build the reflexive distancing from memories once identified as foreign. The real problem was that Draco had been a nasty little boy who played at being a future monster with no idea what his words and actions meant. Now he had a full understanding of the pain he caused, and the harm his casual cruelty had caused, far beyond his intentions. He could not simply distance himself from those memories, because they were his. The memories had not changed. The Draco looking back on them was no longer as blind to the harm he did, nor willing to lie to himself about it. Draco had lost the battle for his soul to a monster that had been his goal, his future master, his chosen ruler and the wellspring of his morality. Tom Riddle had deceived, defeated, and discarded Draco Malfoy as simply another nameless, faceless, and worthless victims. Draco had not been important or valuable. Draco had not been special. Draco had been prey. Young Harry had not simply defeated Tom Riddle's soul fragment in the diary, he had eaten it. Draco was busy dying when Harry's dead mother dragged him back to his body, and forced him to fight for it. Fight to live. Now he had to live in a world he didn't understand, as a person he was no longer proud to be. Yellow-haired prey Draco hissed in Parseltongue. I really was nothing but prey, and my dear Death Eater father offered me up on a plate, so happy the Dark Lord would be wearing my corpse like a set of robes for his return. Noodle head-butted Draco firmly in the forehead and hissed at him. All hatchlings are prey. Learn, grow, learn when to hide, when to hunt, when to flee, when to fight, and when to wait patiently and in silence. You need not always be prey. Noodle hissed in what passed for rock viper parenting. Millicent, who was a better Slytherin than Draco had been, she began powerless and had to learn and grow into the powerful force in the house she was today, knew it was time for a subject change. Speaking of waiting in patience, Hermione, you are not human. You have waited weeks to find out what happened in the Chamber of Secrets after you were petrified. No Slytherin could have stayed away from a secret that long, Millicent said in exasperation. Hermione blushed and focused on salving Noodle. I spent 2 of those weeks petrified, so they don't count. Then it was only 2 weeks before exams and you all had weeks more revision than I had. I need all of my thoughts focused on the exams, or all the hard work I put in all year would have been wasted. Hermione frowned. Besides, once you tell me, and pretty sure I will be angry and not talking to you for the dangerous and stupid things you did without my supervision. Clearly, this would have impacted my study time and exam results. Hermione said firmly. Draco burst out. You can't be serious. Harry laughed and Millicent patted Draco on the hand, muttering, Hufflepuffs, you get used to it. Harry began to explain the fight and the after effects. Hermione, in fact, did get mad. I can't believe you got a basilisk pregnant. Harry, that is so irresponsible. You are 12. Hermione raged. 13 in a month and a bit. Harry protested, but Noodle hissed at him in support of Hermione's point. You aren't even old enough to take a girl to Hogsmeade, let alone make a girl pregnant. Then it's not even a girl, it's a basilisk. That is so wrong on so many levels. Didn't you pay attention on in health class when Madame Pomfrey made all the boys demonstrate the prophylactic charm? Hermione raged. Harry held up his hands. Hang on, that isn't fair. No one told me you could get pregnant from biting each other. Plus I was a basilisk at the time, it's not like I could wave my wand around. It's not like I exactly consented. Hermione waved a finger at Harry. I killed one pervert already this year. And we got a second one arrested, do not tempt me to make it 3. You potioned that poor innocent basilisk with a Mortentia. Special ritual enhanced to Mortentia with Noodle's arcane arts snake venom in it to make it especially powerful against basilisks. You took advantage of that basilisk, and now you have to take responsibility. Then she looked troubled. She was already treated bad. Leon messed up mentally by the heir of Slytherin. Salazar set her up as guardian, then Riddle comes along and compels her to hurt and murder the students she was raised to protect. Parselmouths were supposed to guide her in defense of this school, instead they have abused and used her. Do better, Hermione said, and Harry suddenly looked serious. Harry was called Speaker by the snakes, not a speaker. The Speaker. From him came the gift of parcel magic to share with others. The last one called that way had been Salazar Slytherin, who sought to bind his gift to his bloodline so that it would always be present among wizards. He was the bridge between serpents and wizards, and his duty was to both in equal measure. Harry looked up at Hermione and smiled. I am a creature of Gringotts. I am young Harry, son of GRIPHOOK, and no child of mine will go hungry, nor stand alone before its enemies. While you were busy being petrified, I spent weeks hunting Acromantula. Millicent rolled her eyes. Oh yes, he hunted them. But Neville and I had to help drag them back. Do you know how awkward dragging an 8-legged monstrosity through heavy woods is at night? Harry shrugged and blushed. It is. The mate's job to bring the kills back to the brooding mother. Honestly, that's about all she cares about. She ate about 60 Acromantua and went to sleep. Probably won't lay her eggs for about 20 years, Noodle says. I have to be gainfully employed by then. Lots of little snakelets to feed and educate. Hermione frowned. So you aren't married or anything? Noodle laughed. She is the queen of basilisk. Honestly, she only made him hunt for her to show he values her. Male snakes know enough to stay far away once the female snake has what she needs. If she calls him back a second time, it won't be for several hundred years. Sort of a bye-bye whirlwind romance. 2 snakes passing in the night. If you think about it right, you are totally just her rebound guy after Salazar Slytherin. Nothing personal, Harry, but he's a hard act to follow. Millicent offered kindly. Draco looked from face to face of his companions in growing horror. To them, this was a normal conversation. This was now his world. How sheltered had he been? Harry was the one frowning now. One thing I pressed Elder Wizard on and got nothing but the runaround about, was the release of Sirius Black. Moody confirmed he was never tried. Never even interrogated. His trial transcripts were forged after the fact, and 2 of the 3 judges who were supposed to be on the 3-person tribunal had been dead for months already. Harry was getting angry enough that the air of the compartment began to crackle with electricity. Amelia Bones said her attempt as head of the DMLE to submit a request to Ret. Real from the Wizigamut was blocked by Elder Wizard as Supreme Mugwump. Elder Wizard said it was at Minister Fudge's request, which means Lucius Malfoy, who basically bought Fudge outright when he was first trying for the job. Elder Wizard swears it is because Sirius Black's transcripts are responsible for several very important House Lords getting released, and should those cases get opened up again, not only will the government fall, but there might be civil war. Millicent snorted. So, sacrifices have to be made, not him of course, but Sirius, his supposed loyal follower. Coincidentally, Sirius is simultaneously Harry's godfather, which would make him not Elder Wizard the House Potter proxy in the Wizigamut, and House Black Lord, which would take away Lucius Malfoy's proxy for the Black vote in the Wizigamut. Draco sneered. You forget cousin, he is also my uncle and the legal Lord Black. With my mother's divorce, as Lord Black he would have the right to challenge my father for the Malfoy seat in my name. The seat and the fortune. Draco looked up, his eyes bright and hard. I watched mother duel father twice. She was easily his equal, possibly better, but during both fights Moth swore that Lucius wouldn't last 10 seconds against Sirius if he returned. Cousin Bellatrix was Sirius' only equal with the wand. Hermione frowned. So Peter Pettigrew, who was the innocent victim, who died as the reason for sending Sirius to Azkaban, never died, and turned out to be a marked Death Eater, has been found. No evidence that Sirius ever betrayed Harry's parents has ever been presented. And of course Peter Pettigrew has the dark mark everyone confirms Sirius never had. There is zero evidence Sirius was ever guilty, every evidence that Peter Pettigrew was guilty of betraying James and Lily Potter. Every reason to suspect the Muggle killings at Pettigrew's fake death were in fact done by Pettigrew, but Sirius rots without a trial in Azkaban because gosh, so very many people would have to stop spending other people's money if he came back. Millicent straightened up in her seat and shouted happily. Oh Hermione, that was brilliant. We will make a proper Slytherin of you yet. Hermione frowned but continued. Is there nothing we can do for Sirius? Millicent smiled coldly. Of course not. There are no legal means to extract him from Azkaban. Sadly, we are powerless. Millicent said almost primly. Draco's eyes went wide, and Noodle turned to look at her before nodding. Harry sighed and changed to a less troubling subject. So, did you girls have any luck with your animagus potions this year? I know we brewed a better version this time, and you took yours off with the whole Witches' Coven on that women's weekend back after midterms. Hermione's eyes lit up. I get the strong impression of fire and wings. I can hear the cry, but I can't quite sink into it. There is something I have to change about my fire before it will really fit. I have been spending every spare moment either in the library looking at magical birds or bothering Hagrid because he's like a Merlin of dangerous creatures. Harry nodded. His own journey to unlocking the basilisk was the same. The arcane arts was more instinct than thought. You had to feel it first, understand it second, then learn it last of all. Your mind got in the way more than anything else. He turned to Millicent. How about you, Millie? Harry asked. Millicent Bulstrode smiled broadly, then examined her nails as if making sure her manicure was still impeccable or her nail beds hadn't concealed the secrets of the universe while she wasn't watching. No progress at all, sadly. Very disappointing, said Millicent, not at all sounding disappointed. Harry blinked, too Hufflepuff to have caught the several layers of implications. No luck at all. Did you need Neville and I to help? Draco was at his limit of Hufflepuff communication failures and finally snapped at Harry. Potter, your father manages half of Gringotts. For Merlin's sake, have him buy you a clue. Draco said in exasperation. How can someone so good at reading motivations, fears, and pains in other people be so utterly incapable of picking up on Millicent's very clear, for Slytherin establishment of the fact she was absolutely not an animagus, and getting Sirius Black out of Azkaban was clearly impossible. Honestly, no wonder Uncle Severus had to use Gryffindors to break them out of jail. How can two reasonably intelligent Hufflepuffs miss the fact that Millicent Bulstrode, Lady of House Selwyn by right of conquest, had just announced to anyone with 2 brain cells to rub together that she was going to break Sirius Black out of Azkaban? Hufflepuffs were going to drive him insane. Draco started to laugh. Not bitter ironic laughter. Not terrified half-hysterical laughter. Just honest to Merlin humor. They were so Hufflepuff it almost hurt to hear them think, yet somehow they kept defeating the Dark Lord, Elder Wizard and any number of powerful and feared factions that by all rights should have crushed them utterly. The picture of Lord Neville Longbottom, passed out asleep as a Badger with a pile of no less than 9 first-year girls burrow. Wed into his fur stuck in his head like the picture Colin Creevey snapped and promised to send to all of them. Hufflepuffs were just wrong, but maybe he needed it. Just a bit. Noble lady shopping. Millicent Bulstrode swam powerfully. In all honesty, she did everything powerfully. In a house full of fine-boned delicate hothouse flower maidens, Millicent Bulstrode had a face that could best be described as strong. And had less charitably been described as thuggish. She grew up in a society that prized slim-hipped, small-boned, delicate women, and she had shoulders broad as her father already, legs muscles that swelled like an Amazon, and arms that did not taper to tiny wrists and delicate fingers made for fine china and maidenly fans, but broadswords and battle-axe. Well, they also did fine with a bludger's bat, and at least in that way found a socially acceptable use for who she was always going to be. She had struggled her entire life with the table manners required of a lady of House Bulstrode. Not of course the lady of the house, that was her aunt, nor even consort to the heir secundus, that would be her own mother. Still, she had been expected to somehow compete in the delicate dance of innuendo and insult, of status and serenity that was the battleground of the tea party and banquet. Her physical appearance would forever handicap her at the dance of manners and elegance that was pure-blood society almost as much as her half-blood status. She had gone into that quiet war the ugly half-blood extra daughter of a minor house, and she had held her own. Her aunt never knew the tears that cost her. Millicent would pay whatever price that cost happily, and her mother knew enough to pretend she didn't see. That made the current situation delightfully ironic on so many levels. You almost had to be Slytherin to understand it. She was about 60 kilometers out to sea in the North Sea, swimming in 2 to 4 meter swells and winds measured in the Beaufort storm scale with a freshly killed seal in her teeth. And the blood was giving her a terrible case of the munchies. She didn't begrudge her Hufflepuff friends the lives they had led, nor the gifts they had been given by fate. She loved all 3 of the little idiots, even if she would never be gauche enough to say it. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the creature of Gringotts, who casually went around eating Dark Lord Sue L's-like canopies at the buffet and impregnated basilisks on the first date, of course had a basilisk as his animagus form. It was the totem of her house, the serpent. It was the beast of Salazar Slytherin. So of course fate gave it to a Hufflepuff, because wasn't that funny? Neville Longbottom turned into a badger, because of course the quiet sensitive boy who could turn into quite the most terrifying G-killer when he needed to protect someone would turn into a bundle of fangs and claws so cute that entire dorms of females wanted to cuddle him. Neville didn't just turn into the Hufflepuff totem, he literally embodied it. The dolt hadn't even an ounce of Slytherin to understand how he could parlay that particularly powerful Hufflepuff charisma to rise almost without effort to political power. It was almost painful to her to realize, if he ever did realize his charisma gave him that power, he would take steps never to abuse it. It was enough to make a grown Slytherin cry. She was a half-grown Slytherin. So it just made her use the words Fred and George Weasley taught her. Remarkably earthy those Weasley boys. Peter Pettigrew turned into a rat, and of course as a Gryffindor his only though T was to use the single best stealth and spy form known to arcane arts user kind to perv on underage girls in the shower. If Millicent Bulstrode had gained that power, the ability to turn into a rat, mouse, bug or even a nondescript post owl, she would have been a goddess of stealth and shadows, an information broker without peer whose weapons were secrets, and whose power was both unquestioned and unseen. Her hands would forever be clean, for her weapon would be secrets. It was every Slytherin's dream. Millicent Bulstrode felt the cold wash over her fur, felt the power of the ice clawing at all life, demanding its surrender to the endless stillness that preceded its unwanted intrusion into the perfect order of stillness, silence of the ice and void. Millicent Bulstrode didn't get a cuddly badger, a sneaky rat, or lordly basilisk. Millicent Bulstrode got a great mothering polar bear the size of a thestral that pulled the Academy carriages. The cold of the sea lapped at her fur, the pow of the storm-whipped waves battered her, but the massive paws of the polar bear cut through the North Sea like the blades of a destroyer, but her body moved inside the waves, rather than fighting hem like the Muggle warship that would fear breaking up or sinking should they catch these waves abeam. The seal clutched in her mouth tasted good, and when she got to shore, she was going to rip it open with claws the length of her human hands and tear into it with fangs longer than her human fingers. She was going to bury her face in it and be damned if anyone would say a word about her Merlin be damned table manners. Millicent Bulstrode was never going to be a delicate flower like Daphne Greengrass or Pansy Parkinson. She would never be a stunning beauty like Narcissa Malfoy or the Black Widow Zabini. She no longer cared. Neither her gender nor her blood status would stand in her way. If she could not smile, blush and eyelash flutter her way to power and status, she would take it with her own power. And let those weaker than her gossip behind her back how she got it. They would fall silent when she passed, and that was enough. Millicent Bulstrode felt the cold and cruelty of the North Sea, the power of the storm. The cold elemental fury that hated all life, and knew she was home. Her animagus form was a polar bear, not a subtle spy, not a cuddly or cute mascot that masked its lethality. Behind a nature-issued tuxedo, she was a primal hunter of the ice, an apex predator. A very young apex predator with a Slytherin's understanding that as powerful as a polar bear was, to the orca she had seen pass earlier. She too was just food. Still, to what waited on the island she approached, she was not food. Azkaban, the forbidden prison of wizards, sat on a storm-tossed island in the North Sea. Halfway between Scotland and Scandinavia. Nobody ever wanted the place because the confluence of ley lines that warped arcane arts where they crossed were some of the darkest in the world. A Dark Lord had lived, been left alone, and eventually died here. When Wizarding Britain went to deal with the starving Dementors who began to leave the island, they eventually struck a deal with the Dementors they did not have the strength to wipe out, but had no intention of letting onto British shores. Azkaban would be left to the Dementors, but the Wizards of Britain would use the island as its prison. The prisoners would be the Dementors' food. In return, they would bow to Ministry control, as long as they were well fed, and keep prisoner all those witches and wizards deemed too dangerous to be allowed free. Granted, half the time this meant politically not criminally, but the Dementors were remarkably non-judgmental about the morality or even legality of their buffet. As long as the food screamed and twitched, they were happy. They fed on happy. They drained all the positive memories and emotions from their prey, feeding on that as they fed on the life energy and arcane arts that was bound in those memories. In a very real sense, those memories were bound to your soul, and Dementors used them to tear off tiny pieces of the human soul to feed and sustain them. Eventually, you ran out of bites, and died. Stronger witches and wizards both lasted longer and tasted better, but nobody lasted forever. That was fine. Arcane arts user politics and actual crime continued to provide a Zakobin's Dementors with all they could eat, and in return, no one given to them escaped. Millicent felt the tide rush, smelled what humans persistently called the smell of the sea, which was really the smell of the shore. Or particularly the tide line that was the eternal war zone between sea and shore. Arcane arts user or muggle, humans were very good at ignoring facts that got in the way of their beliefs. So thousands of years after they had gone to sea and realized that the smell they called the sea was really only about the last few hundred meters before shore, polar bears knew better. He felt the powerful wards of Azkaban wash over her, and fail to grip. After all, they sought arcane arts user and arcane arts user. The odd arcane arts of House Elves was so very vulnerable to Dementors that none of them would dare apparate her, nor have the power to defend themselves or leave if they did. The wards did not care about animals, nor could the Dementors that cruised overhead. They could not taste her, and the pathetic cold of the grave that was their weapon was less than nothing to a being of the endless and eternal cold that was Millicent Bulstrode. Her belly rumbled. Sure meant she could finally open this seal. Sirius Black was her gift to young Harry. Oh, she also had plans for him with Draco Malfoy and Narcissa Black. What Slytherin would fail to squeeze as many uses out of expendable assets as she could. While she was here, she would pick up another gift for Neville. It was simply accepted that when Slytherin ladies traveled they would shop, and the gifts they bow tea would be wildly and outrageously expensive. It was the done thing, and Millicent Bulstrode was too well raised a Slytherin lady not to follow the done thing. She had no idea what to do for Hermione. The girl was practical to a fault. A very glaring fault she was somehow proud of. Honestly, Breaking someone out of Azkaban was less daunting than shopping for Hermione Granger's gift for turning 13, a arcane arts user's majority. How annoying was that? Millicent Bulstrode, Polar Bear and Lady Selwyn by right of conquest tore open the seal with her claws and burrowed her muzzle inside and tore with her fangs. She bolted the meat, fat, and entrails steaming raw, and it was the best feast of her life. She tore and growled and ripped, her snow-white fur going pink, but in no way ever approaching he cuteness that a girl in pink supposedly naturally generated, but that was her life in a nutshell. Removed from all need for decorum, table manners, and delicacy, she ate like Ron Weasley set loose in the desert tray. And regretted nothing. Then she curled up on the shore in the sun and napped. Prison breaks were traditionally done in darkness, and she was a well-brought-up Slytherin. Tradition was important. Covered in seal blood and guts, Millicent found that she could still be revolted almost beyond reason, by climbing up the great sewer pipe that oozed from Azkaban prison like the drainage. Shunt to the most corrupt wound in the universe. In her innocence, and to find she had one at this point as a well-raised Slytherin past her first murder was a bit shocking, she had thought herself prepared for the grim realities of climbing up what was essentially the waste chute for all the internal sewers of a major prison. Well, she was wrong. Polar bears have an excellent sense of smell, EY can smell a seal on the ice 30 kilometers away, and catch the scent of a single breath from one using a breathing hole in the ice at least 6. The sewers of Azkaban were filled with the natural human wastes, as she was prepared for, but they were also filled with the rotting corpses of prisoners. Dementors ate souls, not bodies. The bodies of the expended prisoners were simply dropped on the sewers with the rest of the waste. Dementors do not smell physical things, just arcane arts, memories, emotions and souls. They know the smell of human filth and decaying human bodies helps eak down the minds of their prisoners and make them easier to digest, so they make no effort to clean up. Millicent decided she hated Dementors. The memoirs of Salazar Slytherin caution his followers ration hate like the most precious of resources. Do not spend it idly, for fools waste it on mere annoyance or enmity, while the wise reserve their hatred to that whose existence is toxic to their very soul. Hate only that whose existence you would expend your very life to expunge. Even placing her life upon those scales, she still determined that she hated Dementors and those who made pacts with them. She climbed up through the sewers to the internal stairwell. The great tower was hollow, and in the pits swirled an endless eddy of dark within the dark, the Dementors of Azkaban. Some rose up the column to the cells, and the prisoners inside would scream as the Dementors fed. The guards rarely patrolled, and then in force, usually only for feeding time, as the protection amulets of the guards kept Dementors from attacking them. But anyone with the arcane arts to be a guard could not block out the awareness of the Dementors feeding. Even a human sadist could not enjoy this, as the feeling made it quite clear the Dementors wanted to feed on all humanity. To them, all were prey. Millicent Bulstrode was about 300 kilograms of juvenile polar bear, unusually large for her gender of the breed. But Animagi tended to be exceptional. To her, the Dementors were simply unappetizing prey. To them, she may as well have been the stones of the castle, impervious and uninteresting to them in almost equal measure. She had the scent of Sirius Black. His motorcycle and his leather jacket had been with Hagrid. As the jacket would not have fit Hagrid past age 8, he had never touché it, and it had sat in Sirius' saddle bags untouched for years with his old spare Muggle clothes. Stalking up the tower, Millicent was in a bad mood. She had 2 scents that were close to the one she wanted, but so mixed in the air she couldn't tell which was which. Soon she heard one of the Dementors feeding, and arcane arts user began laughing hysterically, calling for her Dark Lord's vengeance, swearing that when the Dementors bowed to her Dark Lord again, she would teach them the meaning of pain. Millicent tasted the air. That was one of the scents. Like Sirius Black, but not. Smelled a bit like Narcissa Black, formerly Malfoy. But not. Bellatrix less strange, nay black. She was on Millicent's list. With a growl Millicent padded towards the Dementor who turned and projected its cold and despair. Millicent felt her arcane arts stir within her. The dark ley lines of Azkaban and the cold of the North Sea, the natural power of her element had never been so thick upon the air as now. Intellectually, Millicent knew animagi cannot cast spells. The wild arcane arts of the elements did not require spells. Sure, you could shape it with spells, amplify it with wands, and make it perform like arcane arts user arcane arts. But at heart it was the primal stuff of the universe. It was power from before words, before language, when humanity was a tiny scuttling thing cowering in holes and trees while ancient beasts ruled the earth. Millicent roared, and the ancient power of the void, the eternal cold of the night before creation sang. The Dementor froze, the bars of the cell froze, the Nes of Azkaban froze, and the arcane arts woven into all of it froze. A great white paw and dark claws slammed down and the Dementor shattered. Millicent turned and shattered the bars. Bellatrix Lestrange laughed madly to see her. She gathered her wandless arcane arts and struck with a cutting curse that would have killed a guard, as she had when she was still pretty enough they thought of rape. Of course, the guards were not 300-kilogram polar bears with heavy fur and fat between the vulnerable bits and enemy fang and claw. Millicent charged. Bellatrix Lestrange did not show any fear as she died. Millicent decided that she did House Black and House Slytherin reasonably proud for a psychotic murderess, at least in her end. She also decided she didn't really like the taste of human. Seal was better, but needs must when Morgana's dancing. She tore Bellatrix's head off, and stacked it in the hallway. Must remember to take it on the way back. The next two cells were Rabaston and Rodolphus Lestrange. They did not resist, and did beg. She hoped Bellatrix had been sold in marriage to whichever of those idiots had been her husband, because if that represented her free choice, she thought less of the arcane arts user. The fourth cell she opened and faced immediate attack. A great black grim. It was more than half starved and not more than 50 kilograms, looking like the largest wet ream of an Irish wolfhound with hair black as night and fangs that could double as daggers if you needed one. The grim would never have been her physical match. She was a polar bear, and unless you were as well, about the only thing she needed to fear were orca and dragons. Still, like Bellatrix, the grim gave it his all. His bite was ignorable, and her cuff was not. She swatted him tail over teak, Edel back to the bed built into the wall, then shifted back to human form. The grim rose growling from where the pad of her paws had tossed him, aware and confused that she had avoided using her claws. And shocked to see a teenage arcane arts user in Slytherin house robes staring at him with a frown. "Are you serious, Orion Black, godfather of Harry James Potter?" Millicent said firmly. Sirius shifted into his arcane arts user form. The tattered rags of his long-ago Auror robes now almost unrecognizable in their filth and disrepair. "I'm Sirius Black, and who in Merlin's name are you? Some Death Eater come for a laugh? What do you think you can do? The Dementors can't." Sirius snarled his half-mad defiance. Millicent massaged her forehead. She felt a Gryffindor headache coming on. She sighed deeply. "I am not a Death Eater," Millicent began, but she then found herself having what she termed a young Harry moment where her brain just hung a quick left in conversation and went places it shouldn't. And took everyone else along for the ride. "Of course, if you are what you eat, I suppose I am a little bit of at least 3 Death Eaters, which is a whole lot of ironic if you think about it a bit. I would be a whole lot more Grey Seal, and possibly a fair bit of Treacle Tart." Millicent mused. Sirius Black was shocked out of his outrage, shook his shaggy, bearded head and forced his cold gray eyes to focus as he shouted. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" Sirius demanded. Millicent, blushing that she had been caught having a young Harry moment in public, wrote the lapse off too long, thinking in her head as she swam from Haroldswick in the Shetland Islands to Azkaban though open ocean, answered his question. "I am Millicent Bulstrode, Lady Selwyn by right of conquest. The T means the old geezer pulled a wand on me over dinner and I killed him. That one I didn't eat. That makes 4 Death Eaters killed, and only 3 chewed, so it's not actually habitual, but you can't really cast spells in Azkaban without setting off all the alarms," Millicent said as if this explained almost everything. Sirius Black blinked and answered simply, "What?" Millicent decided this was a GR. Gryffindor and she needed to communicate clearly using small words or he might get lost and cost them valuable time. This was a jailbreak and it behooved her to be swift. "I am a well-bred Slytherin and my closest friends in the world are having their 13th birthday. What young Harry wants most in this world is family, and you are his godfather, so I am clearly here shopping. Millicent said simply. Gryffindor or no, he was raised black and understood there was no reasoning with a pure-blood noblewoman shopping. Cyrus blinked again. I'm a present. Millicent sniffed, and pinched her nose. Clearly I will have to wash you before wrapping. But since we have quite a few miles of the North Sea to swim through, I'm sure most of the stink will come off. Sirius looked offended, but she tossed him her school bag. Hold this and stay human. I left Neville's gifts in the hallway. I don't want them dripping on the outside of that bag, Millicent said as she turned and walked away. Seeing no reasonable alternative, Sirius Black followed. His shock was not diminished as he found himself holding out the teenage arcane arts user's school bag as she stuffed the heads of Rabaston and Rodolphus Lestrange, and his own demented sister Bellatrix Lestrange into the bag. The heads appeared to have been torn off, supposedly in polar bear form. Sirius shuddered. Millicent saw Sirius shudder and snarled at him, unwilling to deal with his Gryffindor squeamishness when there was real work to be done. Honestly, she was afraid the Hufflepuffs were actually corrupting her. Do not think to judge me, Black. These E3 and Barty Crouch Jr. tortured Frank and Alice Longbottom so badly they had been trapped in endless torment for my friend Neville's entire life until he had to end their suffering himself. He led his entire life in fear of these Death Eaters, his only memories of his parents filled with his shame at being terrified to be dragged to his parents' bedsides to see them writhing in agony and unable to even recognize him. He is too good a boy to ever murder for simple revenge, but he needs it. I am Slytherin. I do what is necessary while Gryffindors rot in cells because they were too busy being brave and bold to be effective. Millicent said. You are very important to Harry, but I don't actually know or even like you. If you fall behind, you will finish the trip like the seal I ate, dragged through the North Sea in my fangs. Keep up, Millicent threatened. Sirius Black found himself laughing. You almost had to be a marauder to appreciate it. Sirius Black, Lord Black, hit arcane arts user. Known and feared by all of Wizarding Britain, was being threatened by a little Slytherin girl headed into her 3rd year, and being threatened effectively. Ah, Pronglet, Sirius mused, giving the nickname of Harry. Son of James, Prongs, Potter. What have you gotten into? When the girl turned back into a polar bear, showing the slower transformation of a relatively new animagus, Sirius was even more impressed. To be that new an animagus and decide your breakout prank would be an Azkaban raid was too extreme even for the famous marauders. His own transition to Padfoot the Grim was seamless and natural, faster than blinking and requiring even less thought. He passed what looked like frozen Dementor bits and took a long and satisfying pee on them. The polar bear looked on with the superior ity of a well-born noble girl to crass and boorish behavior. Honestly, how she could act the Slytherin noblewoman covered in blood and bits of people that ought to remain unseen on the inside, was beyond him. Still, it did firm his resolve to keep up on the swim. It was a long swim. By the end, he was shamefully sprawled on her back like a cub while she finished the swim, seemingly immune to the bitter cold and pounding waves. Sirius held on to the one thought. He would see Harry again. Perverts of justice. Haroldswick in the Shetland Islands was beyond the range of Wizarding Britain's Portkey and Apparition wards. The most northern point, Ska, has one listed human inhabitant, who the Muggles think is a sheep farmer. Since he does need to keep a large number of sheep for the dragons, it isn't completely inaccurate. Given an escape from Azkaban, the standard response is to place an Auror team in Ska with a strong team of sniffers for any form of magical transportation. It is a decent standard response, based on the assumption that an escape from Azkaban would require a highly sophisticated strike team of dozens of wizards spanning disciplines from runes, charms, transfiguration, a powerful combat element specializing in soul-related spells like the Patronus. This response seemed geared for the escape they could conceive of, but failed utterly to detect the escape they got. A polar bear and unconscious Grim came ashore at Ska. A young dragon stooped and dove at it. The common Welsh Green was young and very full of himself. He was a dragon, and the Grim was basically dead anyway. The polar bear could simply go grab a seal. It could not possibly be worth fighting a dragon. The logic was sound, and in the experience of the young dragon, nothing except a larger dragon or the arcane arts user keeper had ever even tried to deny it anything. He had fire, claws, fangs and, well, he was a dragon. This was the truth of the world. Dragons took, and non-dragons took it. Millicent had a mouth full of wet fur. Wet Azkaban filth fur. Wet untreated sores weeping into unclean fur and a dozen years thick fur. Sirius had started swimming powerfully, but a dozen years of physical privation, starvation, non-existent exercise, and constant mental and spiritual torture had left him weak. After 20 kilometers, he was riding her back. After 60, he was in her mouth. Drag. Ed like a half-drowned puppy through a choppy North Sea to the first bit of land, if you want to call it that, she could reach. Finally she gets wet shuddering filthy dog out of her mouth, and goes to wash her mouth out with sea water and some junior jackass Welsh green preserve dragon, not even a proper wild hunting dragon, but one step removed from a farm animal, a trust fund baby reptile, do. Vey from the sky to steal and eat the Morgana be damned dog she had dragged all the way from Azkaban. Millicent possibly overreacted. She roared her defiance, and the dragon reacted as thousands of years of instincts taught him he should. It should be noted that dragons were a protected species because they were endangered. If your species is on the endangered list, you should think twice, or perhaps go have a nice long lie down and think a third time, before following them. The Welsh Green roared his best roar. He was a juvenile, so it wasn't bad, but it wasn't yet good, and gave vent to all the fire in his young belly. It was overkill and would probably ruin the dog, but enough of the bear would survive to make a meal, and besides, you couldn't do this with sheep. There would be nothing left. He passed through his fire, which had stopped in mid-air and turned into mist, and cold mist at that. He had perhaps half a second to wonder why he felt cold before a diving dragon met a wide white paw, with long terrible claws. Very shortly, Millicent had something other than wet dog in her mouth, and her mood was improving. Turning back into a human, she took out her parchment and wrote to her minions. Minions, I am somewhere close to Ska. Look for the dead dragon. The dog is not stable, so bring me the harness. And a breath mint. Millicent saw the writing fade on her parchment, meaning it had been read. A cheery smiley face, and then a second one, were drawn in. Return. Her minions were minioning. All was well. Sirius had gorged himself on dragon meat, then thrown up, then gone back and gorged himself again. Honestly, she was not going to stand on table manners after a long swim from Azkaban. She smelled the dragon's blood, and saw the half-starved Grim had at least eaten the liver, which was full of much of what he needed. Like a nutrient potion, only it bled when you took it. That made it better. Since her minions would be a while, she had time. She moved in to get a bit more of that good wing root muscle. That was the best steak a dragon had. The Grim tried growling at her, the whole alpha male dominance thing kicking off. That was pure human, an actual Grim would stand pissing off 300 kilograms of polar bear over her own dragon kill was not survivable. She kept her claws out and she tossed him tushy over teakettle back onto the strand. He yelped, which she didn't care about, and splashed, which was good. Sirius was seriously stinky. A long swim in the North Sea and still he reeked. Crawling around in dragon guts improved his smell, and that statement did not bear thinking about. Still, he looked full when he staggered up to the grass and collapsed. Maybe he was ready to talk. She chewed the last of the dragon's wing root muscle. So tender. Love that young adult. No heavy metal build-up, no nasty scar tissue, no fat deposits, just good clean wing steak. Got to be vitamins in there, or something. Ah well, she did have to talk to him before the minions arrived. Crawling over to the grass, she turned back into a human. Cold and wet stayed, but due to her ice affinity and water arcane arts, she felt good cold and wet. Hey, Lord Black, are you up to talking? Millicent said, too tired to turn her head and look. The Grim shuddered through its own change, and she looked over at Sirius for a good look under the late afternoon sun. He looked like something she would not eat if she passed it dead on the roadside. His eyes were sunk into deep bruises that passed for his eye sockets. His cheekbones were so prominent she thought she was looking at a skeleton. He had muscle drawn up over what she suspected began as a well-muscled swordsman or duelist's frame, but starved down to near skeletal. His eyes were wild and twitching. He looked Like a madman who had spent a dozen years sitting on top of a mountain trying to learn the secrets of the universe, and has decided to come down from the mountain and kill us all. Super stable, yep, is what I am bringing home to Harry for a happy birthday. I am beginning to think 3 severed heads is the saner of my gifts. Hermione's is either going to go over really well, or make everyone think I am the worst human being in existence. Still, it seemed a safer bet than Sirius. Slytherin. What is a Slytherin doing with Harry? They don't do favors for Gryffindors, Sirius said, and she guessed he was trying to be intimidating. But he was too weak to stand right now, the long swim having taken from him more than he had to give. Hufflepuff. Millicent said. Harry is a Hufflepuff. Neville is a Hufflepuff. Hermione is a Hufflepuff. Merlin, the only actual snake among us, Noodle, is technically a Hufflepuff, although I claim dual citizenship for him in Slytherin as he sometimes sleeps with me. Sirius looked confused, which Millicent thought wasn't totally unfair. Hufflepuffs were better at information dumps. Slytherins just cast shadows on the vague outline of a fact and expected you to fill in the rest out of context. And innuendo. God, she really needed her minions right now for translator duty. You have a snake animagus in Hufflepuff? Cyrus asked, shocked. Yes, I mean no. Yes we do, but no we don't admit it. And technically it is they not we. The important bit is Noodle is a Hufflepuff but not an animagus. He is a snake, a mind arcane arts teacher, and he kills perverts. On contract. See Hermione if you need some. Millicent clarified, which only increased Sirius' confusion. It was then a black Vauxhall Astra 4-door station wagon pulled up and honked the horn. Sir. Hughes looked up to see 2 rangy late-teen gingers, looks like twins, pile out and come down to them. My queen, said Fred. Your minions, continued George, have arrived. Finished Fred. Sirius was ambling for a wand he didn't have when the 2 boys took out a strange series of leather straps and chains that made Sirius start to have flashbacks to the Aurors who kept him bound and gagged, never given a chance to speak until he was already locked up in Azkaban. He began to panic. Millicent grabbed Sirius' face and pulled his face down to look at her. She was a big-boned strong girl, but he was a grown man. It shouldn't have been a contest. She was a beater who was at the peak of her training and he was essentially a death camp survivor, so the arithmancy added up differently than Sirius thought. Focus, Sirius. These are my minions. Say hello to the escaped prisoner. Give him your Gryffindor secret handshake, or grunt and ball scratch. However you pre-sentient life forms greet each other. Millicent said sharply. I'm Fred, said George. And I'm George, said Fred happily. Gryffindor beaters, said George. Pranksters, bon vivants, performance artists, enthused Fred. Minions of her most violent majesty, cooed George. I have ball gags. I am prepared to use them, snapped Millicent, noting the gear the boys seemed to have inexplicably filled a duffel bag with. Fred looked at her in awe. I am developing, said Fred. A fetish, agreed George. Merlin's balls, what has Harry gotten himself into? Sirius began laughing. Millicent smiled indulgently, then opened the harness and gestured to Sirius. You are the single most wanted arcane arts user on the planet right now. As an animagus you cannot be tracked. We plan on keeping you as a dog while we move about the cities and towns. We are going to do some muggle shopping for clothes, and then smuggle you back into London so you can claim sanctuary with Harry. Millicent said softly. Sirius looked at the harness. What is the harness for? I'm not actually a dog. I don't need one. His paranoia was growing again, he would not be bound. Millicent sighed. Look Sirius, you are stark raving mad. Bonkers. Wacko. Insane. Avenue tried to bite me about a dozen times while I was rescuing you, including while I was trying to stop you from drowning. I can't turn into a polar bear around muggles to slap some sense into you, I am going to need to slap some sense into you. You are going to need to be restrained when all the damage the Dementors did to your mind gets bad. If I try to smuggle someone in a straitjacket or on a medical stretcher, they are going to know it's you. If you start freaking out dressed like a normal person, everyone is going to see. Muggles authorities and the DMLE liaisons are going to see. Sirius screamed at her. I am under control. Woof woof, barked Fred. Oh. howled George helpfully. I can't make you look normal. I can't transport you magically. I have to get you to London, where you can take legal sanctuary without people taking a good look at you. I can't hide you. I can't make people not see you. I can, however, make people not notice you. I am not insane. Sirius W. Whispered as Millicent dragged him to the Vauxhall and its heater. Don't worry, mate, cheered Fred. Stay with us a bit, offered George, and you will be. Concluded Fred. The drive back in the warmth was too much for Sirius. He turned into a dog and went to sleep. When they got back to the hotel and Sirius saw what he was to wear, he was torn between bursting out laughing and trying to jump through the window. You cannot expect me to wear that. I am Sirius Orion Black. I am a hit arcane arts user with the Ministry. I am heir to an ancient and noble house. I am not dressing as some sort of leather pervert. Sirius said. Exactly, Millicent said happily. You would never stoop to such a thing. Sirius Orion Black turned his head up at the whole of Pure Blood Society, refused to bend the knee to Dark One. Refused to play politics even to aid your own career. Everyone knows you are the Gryffindor's Gryffindor. If there is a door marked, certain death, that you can walk through, and one mark. D. Slight skin rash, you have to bend to enter, you will choose, certain death with your head held high. I am sorry to report this, but the year after your imprisonment, your grandfather passed. You were heir Black, now you are Lord Sirius Orion Black, Lord of the most ancient and noble House Black. Millicent said softly. Sirius held his head up proudly. Millicent took his lifted chin as the opportunity to snap the collar around his neck that read only Slave Boy Number 3. You have no wand, none of us can apparate. All the portkey sources are being watched by the Ministry. The Aurors have their best men at the airports and checkpoints along all the roadways. They have teams with Dementors checking the trains. Every fast mode and discreet mode of transport is being checked, said Millicent with a grin. Sirius was blocking Fred and George from buckling more fetish gear onto his lanky form. What has that got to do with this leather pervert wear? Sirius demanded. Millicent smiled softly. I killed Lord Selwyn to take his house. As part of my inventory, it turns out I own a pair of fetish clubs. One of them is straight, one gay. Both are vampire run, because of course House Selwyn is in bed with the vampires. But while I was chatting with the vampires about travel to and from Scotland, they told me they could arrange a very special cruise. One that will make any poor straight-laced or stuck dealing with passengers want to spend as much time hiding in his cabin as possible. Sirius blinked. Your plan to defeat Wizarding Britain's whole Auror Corps manhunt is to march me in a leather jock strap, face mask, right past the arcane arts user checkpoint. Millicent laughed. Of course not. You will be crawling. In the end, no one noticed Lord Sirius Black. He was wearing a black leather face mask with dog ears. He crawled beside the two-wheeled cart that Millicent rode in, a wonderful affair of black and silver. She wore a blood-red gown with black corset and high boots. A small black hat with half veil covered half her face, and a black leather riding crop with her wand inserted into it completed the ensemble. She cracked the crop loudly several times as her two ginger pony boys raced her chariot up the gangplank. Her poor dog slave whimpering as he tried to keep up with his hands bound in pad-like goes. Muggle freaks, Auror Gina Pevermere said as she shrank back. No charms, no glamours. And the thief's downfall spray didn't change anything. No polyjuice or transfiguration, her partner Fred Podmore said, looking at them in disgust. How did we get stuck with this damned assignment? We should be watching the black market portkey locations, or the Muggle airports, not dealing with these Muggle degenerates. No one is taking a slow boat to London when they break out of Azkaban. Fumed Auror Pevermere, have to scourgify every bloody thing you touch or sit on. No telling what those Muggles have done on it, or to it. Auror Podmore shuddered. That's it, Podmore. I'm not leaving the cabin until we get to London. I will pay the oblivators out of my own damned pay packet to forget this entire voyage. Auror Pevermere swore. Too right, boss. Merlin's bloody beard. I don't want to see, hear, or remember anything they get up to on this pervert cruise. Bloody Muggles. Auror Podmore swore. In their cabin later that night, Sirius Black met Noodle. At first Millicent would translate. But soon Noodle was past Sirius' shields, and into the shattered wreckage of his mind. The mind of speakers. Godfather. Noodle was a patient snake. He would work slowly, build the broken bits back that he would need to work on his own mind. Noodle could not do much yet, only stop the dissolution of a mind already failing. Midsummer would come soon, and true healing could be done. Until then, Noodle would teach Padfoot how to survive. For 10 years he had howled his hate at the Dementors, for 10 years he had waged the war of the forgotten and the damned in the Sure and Cer. Toyn knowledge his corpse would one day join the sewer stench of the main shaft, when there was no longer enough left for the Dementors to feed on. Noodle had to find the bit of man, the one who held faith so long ago out of love of a boy. Not the warrior in his endless fight, that one was mad beyond saving. Noodle had to find the man who held a tiny baby in his hands and swore both love and protection to it. During the night, Sirius would wake up screaming, and Millicent would take out her whip and start cracking it loudly. Fred and George would loudly begin shouting ridiculous things they foo. ND from Muggle movies they would never explain to Millicent, too young and innocent they claimed. No one thought to investigate the sound of one more voice screaming in the night, when the sounds of W. Hips and happy voices begging for another made it plain that playtime was on. During the day, Noodle and Sirius would again spend hours staring into each other's eyes. Sirius refusing to let Noodle in, until Noodle offered to trade memory for memory. Noodle would share Harry's life through Noodle's eyes, if Sirius would let Noodle into the torn screaming places in his head, to open the worst of the cysts. And let their mental toxins bleed into his consciousness where Sirius could at least see them. A regal noblewoman with her giant black grim on a leash strode into Gringotts with 2 looming bodyguard wizards behind her and Sirius. Conservative suits with the proud House Selwyn crest large on their right breast, their eyes cold and hard and their wands at the ready as they framed her in the Gringotts entrance. The Gringotts creature guard sneered as he sloped his halberd in front of the arrogant pure blood who thought to bring an animal into Gringotts in defiance of the treaty. No arcane arts user animals in Gringotts save post owls, sneered the creature. 4 other creature warriors moved to pen her in, and a dozen more moved from the secret doors on either side of the entrance. In case her 2 red-headed guard wizards made trouble, in a low voice the creature could barely hear, the young black-haired arcane arts user spoke in rough but passable gobbledygook. This is no dog. This is Lord Sirius Orion Black, godfather of young Harry son of GRIPHOOK. He comes to the nation to claim sanctuary within his clan. I am Millicent Bulstrode, by blood and bone, soul and stone, kin to young Harry. I have brought Harry's godfather home. Millicent said, her creature rough and almost laughable, if not one arcane arts user in 1,000 ever bothered to learn even the common greetings. The guard creature sneered, and Millicent sneered back. Wizards and witches in the bank began to whisper. That decided things for the creature. This was creature business. Wizards had no business whispering about it. I am Heartfang. If you lie, I will have the head from your shoulders, and the gold from your vaults. He sneered. Not on your best day, not with twice the goblins you brought with you. Millicent sneered back. The creature laughed as he led her back to GRIPHOOK's office. He didn't know what it was about GRIPHOOK and the strange human child he adopted. He seemed to keep finding the only polite wizards and witches in all of Britain. If he didn't kill this girl, he would have to buy her dinner and hear the tale of her journey. He laughed a particular creature laugh. Blood and glory or information and story. There was profit either way. This was going to be a good day. Midsummer gifting. Orrs Williamson and Proudfoot stood in the office of account manager GRIPHOOK. Williamson handed over a magically sealed parchment festooned with ribbons and shrouded in a charm that did nothing more than draw every eye that was not skilled in occlumency to stare at its magnificence in awe. Sadly, it did not work on goblins. GRIPHOOK sliced it open with a claw and snorted as Orr Williamson reacted like the trained parrot he was, not the skilled warrior and Orr was supposed to be, and chirped out a repeat of the parchment's contents. You were ordered to turn over the fugitive Sirius Black to Orr custody so that the mandatory kiss-on-sight order can be completed by the Dementors you unjustly refused access. Orr Williamson said, his chest puffing up as if even speaking the words of Cornelius Fudge made him somehow important. GRIPHOOK had met Fudge. He had no AC. Tool fudges that had more fiber and resembled excrement less than the wizard's minister of arcane arts. GRIPHOOK was a creature, and all goblins are pendants when it comes to contract law. It is Lord Sirius Black of the House of Black. We oversaw his heir. ritual and blood ascension shortly after his arrival. His house arcane arts confirmed him as lord, and his ring was brought from his vault. He was never given a trial, and thus is not legally a convict and thus does not fall under any fugitive pursuit clauses of the creature treaty. This has also been confirmed by arcane arts, as if he had been convicted under wizarding law he would not have been able to take up his ring. GRIPHOOK smiled, and tore the parchment in half and tossed it in the Auror's face. None of that matters. Sirius Black, K was collared by friend of the creature nation, the Lady Selwyn, Millicent Bulstrode on a recent hunt in the Hebrides. It seems he attempted to poach a dragon she had hunted and as punishment she collared him. As she is a friend to my son Harry, and knew Sirius Black was kin to him, she brought him here and offered him as a gift to my son Harry. That makes him property of my son. That makes him creature property. As Lord of House Black, he is property that represents millions of galleons and a huge block of votes in the Wizigamut. That is a gift of great worth, and you think to take it from my house so you can simply destroy it with your unclean pets? I think not. Tell Minister Fudge not to ask for what he cannot take. GRIPHOOK smiled and laid his sword across his desk and stroked the hilt lovingly. Auror Proudfoot had enough disrespect at that point. Do you claim an arcane arts user can be property of a mere creature? Proudfoot shouted. GRIPHOOK made a banishing gesture and spit over the side of his desk. Of course not. Rare indeed is the arcane arts user worth his feed. No profit in lazy, stupid, inbred, degenerates as most of your kind are. The odds of finding one worth even basic cost to feed and house are astronomical. Miss Bulstrode is widely respected by creature kind as having a rare eye for value. A slave she took will of course be seen as valuable, to the point that we are even investing healing in this asset, that it can be even more valuable in future. Auror Williamson snarled at GRIPHOOK, I should kill you right now. GRIPHOOK smiled a wide toothy grin in return. You should, you really should. That would trigger an automatic creature rebellion, and my son young Harry and his sword kin, Lord Neville Longbottom, Hermione Granger, Millicent Bulstrode of Say. LWYN and now Lord Sirius Black will be fighting at our side. Potter and Longbottom put half the light faction at our side due to existing treaty house obligations when Harry and Neville take up their rings at Midsummer, with Black and Selwyn already having their rings, bringing a good portion of the dark faction to our side due to their existing house alliances. GRIPHOOK caressed his sword lovingly and released the catch, placing his hand upon the hilt. Since 1542, the creature nation has never had anything close to parity with the wizarding world, but if you choose to draw your wand against me right now, I can't help but like our chances, he said in a tone filled with an odd kind of lust. Auror Williamson took his hand away from his wand and turned to leave. Your King Ragnot will hear from the minister, he threatened. GRIPHOOK simply smiled. If Director Ragnot got a post-owl from the minister about this meeting, he would pay an easy 1,000 galleons for the memory of it. Perhaps even more. The old creature loved to see the wizards squirm, and this had been worth every second of his valuable and limited time. He sighed. The whole thing had been moot anyway. This was June 21st, the midsummer. The children were all at Longbottom Manor to exchange their presents formally for their arcane arts user majority. They turned 13 this year, and by magical law were no longer children. Not yet. Legal adults without further accomplishments, they were now entering the stage where arcane arts was no longer limited. Their core would grow based on their demands and challenges, their handles would burn wide as power handled properly bore them wider, or scar closed as their mistakes marred them forever. From now, what became of their potential was in their hands. GRIPHOOK knew they planned something powerful for Midsummer. This was old arcane arts from before wands. Arcane arts from before they were nations, when they were scattered tribes calling upon their connect. Cheon with the wild arcane arts to make them strong enough to defend their tribes from a world where every hand and claw was against them. Wizarding Britain had turned its back on ritual arcane arts. Chi did not fit the laws and rules that kept power safe, controlled, and contained within the limits and of course, the hands of the trusted elite who used simply to perpetuate their wealth and status. The days of arcane arts' greatness and daring had faded since the statute of secrecy to simply the great game of politics and influence peddling, where power was measured in who you knew, and who you could buy, never what you could do. Wizarding Britain valued stability, conformity, and honestly, mediocrity. He feared his son valued none of that, and Britain was in for a rather rude shock in the next few years. Noon, Longbottom Manor. The forest. Harry and Neville had given their gifts, and as lords their gifts were about what you expected. Pretty extravagant. Draco had given his gifts, but, since he was a Slytherin heir with little to no experience with Hufflepuffs and even less experiences with Slytherins who are more likely to do extreme violence than ever bother to threaten it, his GIFTs stuck to areas of extreme pure-blood fashion, which his mother assured them they would all be either unable to provide for themselves, or appreciative of the taste shown in his efforts. It was Sewell for Draco to care enough to stress over gifts for others. Hermione had prepared Walther PPK with what she considered her basic rune and potion package. Muggle Notice Me Not charms, wards against magnetic detection and explosive detection, silencing charms, acceleration and penetration charms, a red dot holographic light enhancing and sight rune array instead of those Muggle sights that stick up and get in the way. Her bullets had been a bit of potions experiment gone too far, which required both the bullet and the barrel to be potion temper enhanced, as well as recoil compensation charms added. Of course expansion charms on the magazine were a given. Wizards don't run out of expendables. Why even be magical if you don't cheat? It now hit a bit harder than a Muggle .50 caliber anti-material sniper rifle. She had made those for Neville, Harry and Millicent because she trusted them not to use them against Muggles in anything but necessary self-defense. Well, in Millicent's case, self-defense. Say was given a certain latitude that included preemptive threat elimination, but she was morally certain no innocents would be shot. She was unable to gift anything to Draco or Sirius though, as each of her weapons required several weeks' worth of work. Hermione looked troubled, but the little blonde Ravenclaw who had joined the Coven Circle for the dance came up to Hermione and hugged her. "Don't worry, Hermione," the little odd Ravenclaw said. "You will give Draco and Sirius the best present ever." Hermione looked down into the surprisingly wide and wise eyes of the little Ravenclaw girl and remembered her name. Luna Lovegood. She looked into those eyes and something in Hermione flinched from what looked back at her. The first-year Ravenclaw girl was called Loony Luna, and mocked for always walking around in a daze. Hermione watched Luna swaying and felt the pulse of the arcane arts in the ritual circle for the rite they were beginning now. She noticed Luna was moving perfectly with it. She began to wonder if Luna had been wandering around in a daze, or in a vision. She shuddered. Luna bore watching. The ritual of Midsummer began, and Millicent had said that her gifts would be part of the ritual and not conducted before. Her gifts were part of their collective coming of age. Hermione had thought it odd. This was Midsummer, the height of the power of the sun and fire, the weakest point for Millicent's ice and water. Somehow though, it felt right. Narcissa Black joined Poppy Pomfrey, Pomona Sprout, Augusta Longbottom, Susan and Amelia Bones, Luna Lovegood, Hannah Abbott, Griselda Marchbanks, Bathsheba Babbling. All three Gryffindor chaser girls, the Weasley twins and even Mad-Eye Moody. The calling of the quarters was almost refreshingly normal, for although all the elemental powers wrapped the calling quartet, no physical manifestations yet accompanied the ritual. Hermione as the fire touched was wreathed in flame, but it was her choice if fire burned her or not, so she wore it simply like a crown. This was Midsummer. Suna, the goddess of the sun, ruled the sky, and the power of the light and life were at its strongest. She heard the drumming of Alistair Moody and felt the earth answer with every tramp of the dancer's feet. She felt Harry throw his power up at the sky, and lightning lance down from blue sky at his call, eager to touch the earth and grace it with its potency. Neville's feet touched the ground so lightly for a boy growing as large as he was, for the earth fair rose to receive him, the life within that earth eager to answer his merest call. Lastly the water arcane arts user. The child of ice and silence held but a fragment of her power at this, the farthest from her own power of Yule, yet as she moved, her every step drove Hermione's fire hotter and brighter. Hermione felt herself separate. Part of her called the blessings of Midsummer and gave the call for healing and plenty that was part of the scripted ritual, but part of her was bound in the tramp of feet. The beating of the drum, the power stirring within the earth, and the power that wanted her to call down something in answer. Something she did not yet possess. Hermione looked. Over at Luna, who had thrown her head back and given herself to the dance. Hermione was all about control, planning, conscious choice. She envied Luna her ability to surrender to arcane arts. For Hermione, a Muggle born, this was the hardest lesson of arcane arts. Surrender. Millicent Bulstrode broke the circle and came before Hermione to bow, winter to summer in the time of her primacy. Hermione nodded, dead in turn to grant Millicent leave to speak. Neville Longbottom, receive this midsummer the gift of your manhood. Receive this gift from my hand. Your parents were taken from you by the actions of these three. Receive this gift of vengeance, and I pray it bring you healing. Millicent Bulstrode thought for a second about the wisdom of offering 3 severed human heads before Alistair Moody, greatest living Auror, and Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, but this was for Neville. Consequences were for later. From her bag she tossed the heads of the Lestranges. Bellatrix looked defiant, Rabaston looked terrified, Rodolphus looked confused. She heard more than saw the scream of Augusta Longbottom, but her eyes were only upon Neville. Sweet gentle Neville, who had been forced to kill his own parents because Elder Wizard decreed they should be trapped forever in their pain, rather than admit they were more casualties from his failed war. Neville's face was a study. Oddly, the baby fat had long gone. But his face was almost always in a soft and gentle smile that shifted the lines of his face enough to distract you from its basis. Neville was not smiling now, and his face was noble, almost regal. And his blue eyes blazed with all the rage and pain in the world. He held up the head of Bellatrix Lestrange and cried out his rage to the earth. The earth answered. Cruel vines split the earth and 3 heads became impaled on the growing mass of leaf and thorn that stripped the flesh from the skulls and left them bare and woven within a framework like a wicker cage. Neville's eyes wept, but his face was the bare rock of the mountain, ancient and pitiless. Millicent led Sirius and Draco to the growing tree-like mass of thorns and leaves, and soon Sirius and Draco were bound within. Mother! Draco called out in fear, as the vines wrapped him helpless. Helpless that reminded him of the helplessness of being trapped inside his body, then cast out of it and rely while Tom Riddle took it for his own. The ragged bits of Draco's hard-won self-control shattered, and he bled scarlet as the thorns bit into him as he thrashed in pain and terror. All his life he had wanted to be just like his father. Only to have his father sacrifice him to a monster as little more than a glove of flesh for the cold dead hand of a monster. He had fought for his soul, at the last, and found he neither recognized nor dared to face what and who it was he had won. Now it seems, he would die unknowing. Sirius Orion Black felt the vines wrap him, felt the thorns impale him, Lieutenant the hunger of the earth for his blood and life and the wounded. Warrior who had fought the cold and soul-devouring touch of the Dementors for a decade felt the fight go out of him. This was it, the clean earth to receive him. The womb of the earth to accept him home. No more struggle, no more denial of what he was, who he was. At long last, the fight was done. He closed his eyes and let the vines wrap him. Harry was safe. Harry was loved. He had lived to see it. It was enough. Harry felt the roiling coils of darkness in himself. Tom Riddle's diary had been the first Horcrux, the deepest cut. More of Dark One's soul had been lost in the first cut than at any other. All of that was inside Harry now. The arcane arts of his mother sang as she cut Dark One's soul apart, unraveling his existence a thread at a time. The darkness in him denied healing, denied love, friendship and loyalty. It valued only power, accepted only fear. Harry felt the curse scar pulse. Felt the rune his mother's arcane arts had woven into it. The wand movement of the killing curse, and the power rune, the sun rune Sowilo. He felt the sun burn upon the creature silver, and the heat burned his flesh. Stepping forward, Harry gave himself to the thorns of Neville's weaving, and they bound him between Sirius and Draco. Harry smiled as the thorns bound him with his face to the sky, his Sowilo rune burning like a torch even in the sunlight. Neville nodded, his own grief and fury twisting within him, poisoning him. Neville wanted to be a healer, wanted to nurture and grow things, but the pain of his parents' suffering had been the axis on which his life had turned for so long. Even the deaths of the Lestrange were not enough to free him. His hatred and rage still howled within him. Stepping forward, Ye closed his eyes and fell into the thorns. They welcomed him and embraced him. Lord of the giving earth, the Reaper, he who rules the cycle of life, surrendered himself to the binding. Millicent was terrified this last gift was a mistake. The amulets she had taken from the Azkaban guards who got in her way had only one thing in them. Ash. Ash that burned her skin the way that only the primal fur of creation could burn her, who was Issa, the primordial ice of the void. The ash of a phoenix. Millicent stepped forward, opened her present to Hermione, a single amulet that held the ash of the Three guards she had knocked out on her journey up the Tower of Azkaban. Millicent took the ash, and marked Hermione's face with Kanaz, the torch. The rune of fire. Hermione felt it. The death of the phoenix caught up in the ashes the ministry had taken and bound. In violation of all natural laws, they had bound the ashes of the phoenix so it could not be reborn, that the power of its primal fire of creation, its ultimate spark of life, should be barrier and protection against the soul-sucking parasites of shadow and hunger called Dementors. This was wrong. There was a price to be paid for all things. No arcane arts is free. It is all paid for by life, effort and pain. Knowledge is not given, it is earned. Arcane arts seeks balance, and this chaining of the ever-renewing phoenix into ETH so that the ministry could control its psychic vampires was a violation of the natural order she could not permit. Hermione did not notice striding forward to give herself to the thorns until she had been bound in them and raised highest above the four bound men. Crowned in flames she blazed like the queen of summer, marked in the ashes of a death that should not be. Fire wreathed her flesh but did not burn. In that instant, she understood. She understood why she could not claim her form. She understood how to right the wrong of the Azkaban amulets. She was crowned in fire, wreathed in flames. Yet by her will it did not burn her. This was midsummer. This was the time of the sun, the burning time, the fire time. It was not time for her to rule over fire, it was time to give herself to it. Fire took her flesh. Her hair ignited, her flesh burned. Hermione screamed as her body writhed in pain beyond the cruciatus she had already suffered, as her entire skin burst into flame, and was consumed. The four men in the fire felt the thorns surrounding them transform into flame, and the two screamed as the fire sunk its claws into them, and burned. From Sirius the cold of Azkaban burned from his flesh and from his soul. But he screamed as it was taken from him, for no arcane arts is without cost, and his cost was memory. He remembered his brother Regulus. Regulus who loved him, but who tried to please his parents as Sirius never could. He remembered lashing out at him because Regulus loved him enough to take it, where his parents never would. He remembered starting to prank the bullies in first year. Because he was strong and brave enough to fight back, and he was proud. Then he got stronger, and remembered pranking those he didn't like because he could, then those who dared accuse him of being a bully. Because he didn't like how they made him feel. Then those he chose to suffer just because unlike mother and father he was the strong one here, and he could be the one giving not receiving pain. Sirius threw his head back and screamed. Had he only been that boy, perhaps he would have surrendered to that flame and chose his end, but he had been more. He had fought a long RK war against an enemy that was always stronger, always better led, better supplied, with knowledge of every plan and secret stronghold. Sirius had kept the faith, never caring if the ones he defended also spit on his name behind his back for his black blood and the many Death Eaters who bore it. That Sirius bore the scars of his mistakes, and looked back at those he could not save and swore oaths upon his name and power to do better. To be better, to give him his due, he had tried. He screamed into the fire, and wept tears of cold black despair like poison from his eyes. He burned, and he healed. Draco Malfoy writhed in the fire. A boy who lived a life in shadow thinking it was darkness. Neither sunlight's warmth, nor the darkness cold had ever touched him, so he sported in shadow and dreamed he knew the night. When the night had claimed him, when he hung screaming upon the gallows of his choices, while the darkest lord of the last century wrote the legacy of his crimes into Draco's memory and soul. He had not been strong enough to die, but not weak enough to surrender. The mudblood Lily Potter had chosen not to let him die, had dragged him back and forced him to fight for his own life. The mudblood Hermione Granger had chosen not to leave him broken, and now forced him to heal. 1,000 broken places in his soul where the memories of Dark One were too foul, too bitter, too potent for Draco to face. His Soul had recoiled and withdrawn. He had left cysts of darkness in his mind because Draco Malfoy had not been strong enough to face them. Hermione did not care. Her fire lit the dark places inside him. And Draco had no choice but to see. Fire flayed and scourged him. Beneath the beating wings and punishing claws of that terrible bird of fire, Draco ran from the flame behind him. And tore into and through the pockets of darkness, accepting the pain and horror of their touch. To offer the corrupting dark rather than his fragile soul to the punishing flame within. The darkness of Dark One was burned away. But Draco was both scarred and healed by the fire that cleansed him. Whole now, Draco had all his shadows stripped away, and stared upon the naked truth of his own soul, and wept for it. Harry felt the primal fire of creation wash over him, tear into him, sear and scourge him. Harry was not forged of darkness or light. Harry was the storm and sky, madness and ecstasy, inspiration and wisdom. He embraced the pain, and turned his gaze upward to see Hermione's flesh slough away as her body died. For this was the truth, the Phoenix was born from death, and its coming cleansed the world. Neville felt his vines tear into her flesh, felt her blood run over them, offering her blood to the hungry earth even as the fire in her caught every leaf and branch. Neville felt that fire burn into him. The fires of creation and destruction. The fires of purity and healing. Neville felt the years of fear, and the hatred and rage he called up to defend himself. He saw, the three skulls now hanging before his face seemed to writhe in the flames and be consumed. Consumed like the fear he need no longer feel. Consumed like the hatred and rage he had built brick by brick. To hold back the fear of these monsters, and the greater fear he would never be strong enough to defend those he loved from similar monsters. Neville sank his roots deep into the earth, he let the fire burn him. Drawing up strength from the ever-renewing earth, he let the fire burn away what was no longer needed. He was Jera, the harvest, the reaper, the lord of the cycle of death and rebirth. His was the gift of endings. And it was time for the fear, the rage, and the hate to end. He offered them to the fire, he offered up his pain, and though he had the power to end the flames, he chose to embrace them. And pay the price for his healing. Hermione felt he flesh slough away, and feathers form. Her feet became talons, her cry became a call to arcane arts more potent than any spell. She felt the arcane arts of the circle. As all of those who gave their arcane arts to this circle of healing at Midsummer had offered their arcane arts, their will, their struggle and their pain to the working. A gift for a gift was the way. Hermione spread her wings and soared. As she flew, she ringed the circle 3 times sunward, and with each passage her power washed over those inside, and the arcane arts of renewal, of healing, and of joy was given. Beneath her, the vines and thorns had been consumed, the skulls were no more. Draco, Sirius, Neville and Harry lay awake and panting, physically whole and spiritually cleansed. The changes that had been wrought within them must be worked through, for no gift of arcane arts is without cost. Hermione landed on the ground before Millicent, and the Queen of Summer bowed. Thankful for the gift she had been given. The ash of the dead phoenix had been what Hermione had lacked. In all her master of fire, she had never understood that to be the phoenix is to surrender to the burning. That is a lesson that can only be learned from ash and loss, for hope is found only in the darkness. Sirius and Draco both stood taller, and their flesh no longer hung on them like skeletons in flesh robes, but the flat muscles of duelists. Neville was no longer hunched, but stood open and relaxed. Harry was, well, Harry. Hermione sighed. Harry grinned. There was pay. Raps too much creature in the boy to ever really be aware of the risk or danger of what they did, or perhaps too much trust that his friends would never hurt him, even by accident. Luna came and hugged her again. Hermione flinched as she assumed her flames would burn Luna, but it seems Luna was correct. The flames just seemed to make her smile. I knew you would fly today. A beacon needed to be it. The light needed to remember it was meant to heal and teach, not simply to burn away the darkness, and blind those that stare too long at it. Luna cheered, which Hermione felt somehow was not a NGING endorsement of the light faction itself. In the dinner following the ritual, over the boar that had been roasting over a spit for most of the day, Amelia Bones argued with her chief subordinate. She as much as admitted she murdered those 3. Argued Amelia Bones. Didn't admit it. Implied it. Very Slytherin. Plus they're Death Eaters, so screw them. Said Mad Eye Moody. We have evidence he participated in a jailbreak at Azkaban. Amelia argued. Nope. Burned up. Phoenix are damned hard on evidence that way. Cheered Mad Eye, moving to grab some potato salad to go with the boar. We Avenue a convicted murderer right here at the buffet. Argued Amelia, grabbing some of the Greek salad to add to her plate. No trial, ergo not convicted. Plus, I saw the guy he supposedly killed 10 years ago when he was less than 10 minutes dead just a couple weeks back. Can't be a murderer if the bugger lived. Covered that in horror training at some point I think. Mood said, then made a valiant attempt to wiggle a slice of pie onto his overloaded plate. It failed, but Amelia's wandless levitation held it in place until they got to the table. She turned into a bloody phoenix. Alistair. That can't be normal. We should report this to somebody. Amelia said, waving her arms in the air, and losing a black olive off her fork to land on Sirius Black's shoulder as he tried to see how much ham he could consume in a sitting. Mad Eye looked at his boss and grinned. Report to who? Fudge will lose his mind that a Muggleborn can turn into a phoenix and has a claim to being the new Lord of the Light rather than Albus Bloody Elder Wizard. Report to Albus Elder Wizard that we were at one of those Coven Arcane Arts rituals he had the Wizigamot make illegal, but inside Longbottom Manor, so there is bugger all he can legally do about it. And one of his Muggleborn students just manifested the ability to turn into a phoenix. I mean, he calls himself Champion of Light because one hangs out in his office. The Granger girl can turn bloody into one. Albus will lose his mind. Report to the Wizigamot that a mudblood just manifested a power Merlin never claimed, in fact that hasn't been claimed since ancient times, when words like goddess and arcane arts user sometimes got a bit blurry around the edges. I'm sure all the sacred 28 families will just sit back quietly and let the magical superiority their rule is based on get negated and just leave her to complete her education totally unharmed. Mad Eye grinned. Amelia glared at him, took her fork, and stole a piece of his pie off his plate. Remind me why I haven't fired you yet. Amelia snarled. Mad Eye smirked. Seniority. I would cost more from my pension than my pay, what with all the awards I picked up during the war. If you combine all the extra years service that goes along with each of my medals, I would cost about 5 times more retired than on the job. Amelia growled, and chewed his pie. It was easier to swallow than his words. Actually, it was amazing pie. Longbottoms knew how to set a table. She sighed. They didn't even bother trying to swear anyone to secrecy. It is like it has never occurred to that it isn't just Death Eaters they need to watch for. Amelia finally snarled. Sirius is a wanted man, legality of his status or not. Moody laughed. Hufflepuffs like me, I was a dewy-eyed young innocent once. Trusted in the fairness of the system, the wisdom of my superiors, and the justice of our lords and masters of the Wizigamot. Amelia felt her brain shut down at the idea of Alistair, Mad Eye, Moody, whose war cry of constant vigilance was the nightmare of every Auror recruit in the last 20 years, was once a dewy-eyed innocent like these 4 trusting idiots. She looked over at Millicent, who she found watching her, and Alistair coldly in return. Well, 3 innocents and they're seeing eye Slytherin. Morgana's tits. Alistair, I think the murdering little Slytherin is our best hope of reason for the 4 idiots. Amelia sighed. Alistair laughed and pounded her on the back, like he just heard the funniest joke ever. Somewhere out there Dark One was stirring. Forces all over Europe were stirring. His allies were gathering again, and the best hope of wizarding Britain were currently watching Sirius Black try to toss bits of ham to a magical rock viper across a 20-foot deep ning table as if it was the natural way to celebrate midsummer. Merlin help her. This was going to be a strange war. Inherited evil. Sirius Black followed GRIPHOOK down into the Gringotts vaults with Harry, Hermione, Neville, Millicent and Noodle in tow. I don't see why we have to do this right now. I mean, all 3 Lestrange are dead, and the Gringotts goblins have read the wills and determined had pretty much everything from the brothers went to Bella and through Bella to me. I have more money than Merlin already, so who really cares if we go through them now or in a decade when all this legal stuff is out of the way? grumped Sirius, who was trying not to show he was out of breath, hobbling after the stubby-legged creature and 4 unfairly fit Quidditch beaters down the hallways to the Lestrange vaults. GRIPHOOK snarled at Harry, annoyed at such wizarding foolishness. "What is the law?" Harry happily sang the children's song he learned in Creature Preschool, his voice surprisingly cheerful. And the voices of other creature guards throughout the caverns took up his song until the tunnels rang with creature children's favorite teaching song. "Cut the throat and pick the pocket, slaughter the lord at the manor door. Loot the chests and turn out the cupboard, pry up the floor and cut open the mattress, loot and pillage. Slaughter your way to great renown, no worse shame for any creature. Is the galleon left in the corpse's hand?" Hermione rolled her eyes and looked at Neville as Millicent was joining in with Harry's song when it started up a second time. The Slytherin girl had the uncomplicated joy of a maiden in church choir, and it seemed the Slytherin was in danger of converting to creature on the basis of sheer and unashamed utility of their moral code. "Merlin's beard," swore Sirius. "You teach this to your children, you taught this to Harry." GRIPHOOK waved off Sirius' objection. "Don't be silly. No creature mother would entrust the moral training of their children to a male. As well to trust their instruction to a dragon. No, his mother and sister taught him, as was proper." Sirius drew himself up haughtily. "Well-born wizards do not kill for money," he swore. GRIPHOOK stopped and looked at Lord Sirius Orion Black as if he had just said ostriches carry elephants upon their back for training. "Lord Black, I reviewed your financials after your rescue. You were a hit arcane arts user for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Can you remind me again the difference between an Auror and a hit arcane arts user?" GRIPHOOK said with a soft smile. Sirius, who was justly proud of his very dangerous profession, threw out his chest and gave the explanation he always gave lords he wanted to impress, or women he wanted to sleep with. "Aurors are paid 5 galleons a day to hunt minor criminals and detect dark wizards. Hit wizards are paid 20 galleons a day to kill those dark wizards and dangerous magical beasts the Aurors either are afraid to go after, or have already lost Aurors fighting," Sirius said. Millicent, the seeing eye Slytherin, guided Sirius to the creature's point, saving hours of thinking for the average Gryffindor. "So you killed for money?" "Just not very much of it," Millicent said, for clarification. GRIPHOOK stopped before the vault of Bellatrix Lestrange, cut Sirius Black's hand and slapped it on the sentry stone of the vault. Registering the blood of the new owner, the vault then accepted GRIPHOOK as the newly designated Black family vault keeper to open the gate. Inside was a room the size of a large-sized clothing store. Only instead of clothing racks, there were tables groaning under the weight of stacked galleons, racks of looted artworks, bookcases of forbidden magical texts, and some of the dodgiest porn that Sirius had ever seen, which he quickly put under an age lock. Millicent looked at the gobsmacked Sirius taking in the total of Bellatrix Lestrange's loot from all her blood war killings, which as now Sirius, thanks to the inheritance laws and marriage contracts as GRIPHOOK had interpreted them. She grinned. "You Gryffindors kill people for honor, glory, and a tiny bit of money a day. Sensible Slytherins, practical Hufflepuffs and well-raised goblins kill people because they need to die, and for lots and lots, make that truly obscene bits of money." Millicent cheered happily. GRIPHOOK smiled at Harry, and patted his arm. "My son, you may have gathered the sum total of sensible witches and wizards in all of Britain. In a land of fools, you have found wise and dangerous women. I am pleased." Harry, on the other hand, had frozen in place. His skin went pale, his eyes wide. He felt his scar burn like the creature silver was acid, and he hissed. "Dollar, he is here. Dollar." Harry hissed. Noodle drop. Ed to the floor, and his fangs were bare as he hissed in reply, venom dripping from them. "Dollar, smell him." "I do." "Dollar," Noodle replied. Neville and Millicent had their wands out and eyes scanning, but Hermione had her eyes shut and her hands open as she began to step through the vault, as if letting her feel for the wrongness guide her. Noodle slithered past her, following the same spiritual scent his mouse giver had tasted. But with his closer bond to his speaker, he could sense it more clearly. Harry shut his eyes and opened himself to his runes. Sowilo, the rune of power that bound his mother's protection to him. The rune that his mother and Dark One had both poured their soul fragments into, pulsed with the nearness of the taint of Dark One, even as his Ansu's rune whispered fragments of intuition and instinct to him. They closed on it together. A golden cup with two handles in the ancient Mediterranean style, but worked around the bowl of the cup were cavorting badgers, and the runework on it was a mix of Norse Futhark, Celtic Ogham, and Etruscan runes. This was the cup of Helga Hufflepuff, but inside it was a foulness that fed on the arcane arts of Helga Hufflepuff's ancient cup of renewal, a magical healing cup as powerful as Nicholas Flamel's famous Philosopher's Stone, only corrupted to connect the soul of Dark One to it not simply as a Horcrux but as a magical parasite. It didn't just anchor him to life, it allowed Dark One to draw upon the power of Hufflepuff's relic to sustain and empower himself. GRIPHOOK hissed as he beheld the cup. This will take a dozen curse breakers and at least a month to hope to challenge. Even then we may lose people. The foulness in no way makes the cup less powerful, if anything it makes the cup's defenses stronger. Sirius' wand hand trembled. Normally Fiendfire could destroy anything, but he didn't trust his own Fiendfire against Helga Hufflepuff's defenses, and if Sirius were busy fighting the arcane arts of one of the Academy found. When Dark One's soul fragment tried to take control of Sirius' Fiendfire, he was afraid of the consequences. His own will was healing, thanks to the ritual, but he had been 10 years in Azkaban. He was not yet the arcane arts user he was. Dark One had only ever been matched by Elder Wizard. Harry's voice went cold and hard. He took command as naturally as he breathed, and neither his adopted father nor his godfather thought to object. Something stirred in Harry and arcane arts began swirling around him in the vault. Millicent, Neville, Harry, Hermione formed a square about the cup. Noodle formed an inner circle tight around it. Harry cocked his head and listened as the arcane arts flowed around and between the 5 of them, but shadows seemed to gather around the shining gold of the cup as if in response. He sees you. He rallies the cup against you, and its power can draw upon the Hogwarts wards even here. Noodle hissed. I can still that, but no more. Said Millicent, feeling the power of her rune and her element rising within her, being able to still the river of power connecting it to the wards, but helpless against the Founder's own arcane arts in the cup. I can purify the cup, but not while he is bound to it. If I try to purify it while he is bound to it, the magical backlash will kill us all, and collapse this tunnel if not half the vaults. Hermione said, feeling the phoenix fire burning inside her, needing to come forth. I am the thread cutter, the Reaper. I can cut the thread that binds his soul, but I cannot contain him. Argued Neville as his wand began to lengthen in his hand. A blade of pure arcane arts forming a sickle sword any bronze Egyptian would have recognized. I can hold him for a moment, but no more. Noodle said, his reptile nature not knowing or caring how to boast like a mammal. He simply measured the strength of his mind against the will staring back at him from Helga Hufflepuff's cup and determined how long the ILS of his mental defenses could contain the more powerful foe. I will eat his soul. Said Harry simply. Millicent drew her wand and traced a circle of runes around the cup, ice forming at her wand tip and making the golden cup begin to emit fog as the air around it became colder than the Arctic ice in midwinter. When the runic circle was charged and operating, Millicent drew all of her power to herself and traced the downward slash in the air to form the stasis rune, the ice rune. She screamed its name and hurled all of her arcane arts in a single stroke as she did. Isa, rang Millicent's voice, and the cup rang like a struck bell. Harry shifted into his basilisk form, and Hermione looked him straight in the eye from across the cup. Neville struck with all the power in his young shoulders, hardened from endless hours of Quidditch beater practice and creature warrior axe and sword training. His sickle sword scythed down, and the blade of arcane arts passed through the cup. Jera, SC, reamed Neville, and from the cup the answering scream belonged both to Dark One and more properly belonged to a soul in hell. Gringotts' magical alarms were screaming, creature boots hammered the tunnels, as wards and alarms brought the ready reaction teams from all over the floor to the terrible and dangerous powers detected. Harry opened his eyes wide and Hermione felt the gaze of the basilisk hit her mortal flesh and she felt herself die. The power of the phoenix exploded within her and the primal powers of creation, a cleansing more powerful and pure than the strongest unicorn, poured into Helga Hufflepuff's healing cup. And the dark Horcrux, the soul fragment of the murdering sadist Dark One, fled before her, coming like the night before the breaking dawn. Dark One rose screaming from the cup, and Harry closed both the clear lids over his eyes, shutting off the killing and petrification gazes as Noodle pulled his head up from where it hid in his coils and his eyes met the blood-red fires, burning in the shadowy form of Dark One's soul fragment as it broke free and tried to flee to the wraith form so far away. "Dollar, you shall not pass. Dollar," hissed Noodle, who had quite enjoyed the Lord of the Rings movies, but thought the line wasted on someone as unthreatening as a mere arcane arts user. Properly, such a line should come from a terrible serpent, like himself. His legiman's attack struck at the mind of the wraith, and while he was not the master of Dark One in this art, this was not the Dark Lord, but simply a fragment of it. That fragment screamed threats and commands in Parselmouth, but with Noodle's mental coils binding it, the soul fragment could neither flee, nor work the parcel magic that might have forced Noodle's obedience. He could not hold Dark One's soul fragment long, but he didn't need to. Harry's basilisk form was indeed the king of snakes, and like the king of snakes he struck the wraith snake quick. The fangs of a basilisk hold a venom that is not simply physical or magical. It is spiritual as well. There is nothing save the tears of a phoenix that can cure basilisk venom because it is the purified essence of death. Death of mind, death of body, death of spirit. Dark One's wraith screamed in torment, and a second wraith formed into existence. A red-haired woman in her mid-20s, with soft red lips and bright blue eyes that looked as if they were meant for laughter and joy, but the joy in her smile was terrible to behold, and the light blazing forth from her eyes was beyond terrible. Lily Potter's ghost reached out to touch Dark One's wraith as Harry worked to gulp it down. "Hello, Dark One. I could not stop you killing James, nor even myself. But I beat you in the end. I gave my soul to make my son your final death. Scream for me, Dark One. Scream as James screamed. Scream as I screamed. Scream as all your victims screamed. Know that of all the innocents you killed and all the fools you led, only your soul and mine will end forever. Harry will not simply kill you. He will end you. Oblivion, Dark One. No rebirth, no afterlife, nothingness. He will unmake you, and the last thing you see before the end will be me." Harry hissed as he worked to digest the foul bit of Dark One he had just consumed, too caught up in that to shift back to human. "Dollar, mother. Dollar," Harry cried out, and if serpents could weep, he would have. Lily smiled and began to fade. "My strong boy, my Harry, I will be with you right up until his end. Know that to keep you safe, I would make the same choice 100 times. I love you," Lily said, then faded, as the last of Dark One's soul fragment was brought into Harry. A basilisk coiled about a phoenix, who cried out and burned with a healing purity that wrapped the basilisk, as the phoenix cried the tears the basilisk could not. Millicent rose and broke the circle of ice runes that bound the cup, and handed the cup of Helga Hufflepuff to Neville Longbottom, himself the totem of Helga's house. Sirius staggered backwards, babbling almost incoherently. "Morgana's tender titties. Harry is a basilisk. Lily's a ghost. Harry just ate Dark One's soul like it was a cauldron cake. That was a blood horcrux. I wouldn't touch the damn thing without Mad-Eye Moody, a dozen ors and as many unspeakables as I could beg, bribe, or threaten into helping out. Elder Wizard wouldn't try that alone, let alone for Merlin be damned 3rd years." Sirius sputtered in disbelief and anger. GRIPHOOK collapsed to the floor in relief. He let the dozens of guards and ready curse breakers pour into the room, because stopping them took effort he needed to hold of the heart attack from watching his youngest son face Dark One's spirit without even a weapon. "You have to understand, Sirius, Harry is a Hufflepuff. Our beloved Headmaster has decided that Dark One is Harry's problem. A Ravenclaw would find a better solution, a Slytherin would find a way to make this someone else's problem, and a Gryffindor would already have gotten himself killed trying to be heroic. Your idiot godson is a Hufflepuff. They just sort of put their heads together and stumble forward with a song in their hearts, not a thought in their heads, and get on getting the job done. Too stupid to know they can't win, so they end up doing it," Millicent said with a tremble in her voice that made it clear she was holding off unconsciousness from Magi. "Cal exhaustion only by force of pure Slytherin will. Dollar, what are you worried about? Speaker had my expert supervision. If it had been dangerous, I would have at least told Mouse Speaker to run away." "Dollar," Noodle said from where he coiled. too mentally fatigued to even bother slithering to a warmer part of the floor. Neville smiled as he carried the heavy Hufflepuff cup to where he could slump beside Millicent on the floor. "Relax, sir," said the ever-polite Hufflepuff Longbottom heir. "We do way more dangerous things all the time." He shot a thumbs up at Lord Sirius Black, who found himself breaking into startled laughter and slumping to the ground beside the rest. A phoenix and basilisk slept fitfully in a tangled mess of flames as they rested and recovered from a test they were in no way ready for, but passed anyway. GRIPHOOK looked over at his son's somewhat shaky godfather. "On balance, Lord Black, you may have been right about putting this off until later. It occurs to me my son and his friends do not even start their third year until next week. I should think killing Dark Lords should wait at least until they were studying for their owls, if not past them," GRIPHOOK said softly. Sirius Black laughed again, then looked over at GRIPHOOK and said very firmly, "GRIPHOOK, my good creature, there was a case of Ogden's Winter Reserve laid down on the day of my birth that sits in my vault as we speak. It was supposed to be consumed when I got married, murdered Malfoy, or hit some other notable family event. I suggest we take that with us to your home for dinner. I feel the need for something very strong and very smooth to wash down the shocks of today." Sirius said, "Well, seriously." GRIPHOOK began laughing softly. "Young arcane arts user, I find myself entirely in agreement. Heil GRIPHOOK loved having his son home for the summer. His blood pressure would go down about 20 points when he safely got off to school again. Once he was on the Academy Express, GRIPHOOK could finally relax. Sorry for the short chapter, but the next one begins on the trip back to the Academy. This was the natural end of this arc. Creature law. This can't be normal," argued Draco in a hiss. "Of course it's normal. Honestly, has Narcissa not trained you at all?" Sirius said, wincing as Harry's tunic and chest were cut shallowly. Harry swept his mace at the creature, and the shock of creature silver sword blocking the blow stopped Harry's attempt to close to range. His creature silver knife could reach the armored creature. The creature gave a vicious front kick towards Harry's family jewels. In the classic, jewels deposited in the vault, attack goblins used to stun an enemy long enough for the finishing cut or thrust. Harry twisted to take it on his thigh and groaned as he shot back a few feet on the sands of the fighting pit. It is a constant risk in any society that functions on laws based on coercion and restrictions of individual rights that the law will become a casual tool of abuse and the courts bogged down with malicious persecutions and prosecutions. A reasonable restriction on access to counsel limits frivolous use of the civil judicial process," Hermione said with disturbing cheer. Millicent shouted out, "Nice dodge, Potter, way to protect the old twig and berries." She then turned to Draco. "I bet old Lucius would have spent a whole lot less time beating everyone who dared attempt to apply rules to him with endless and expensive lawsuits if his lawyer made a serious attempt to kick his bits up beneath his belly button and cut off his nose with a scimitar every time he decided to sue someone for pointing out he was a bloody Death Eater wandering about pretending innocence." Harry was at a disadvantage. As a creature he was able to make his knife out of the same creature silver as Goldfarb's sword, but as less than a full-blood creature, not a creature genetically even slightly being defined by arcane arts as less than full-blood, he was only able to lay down enough silver from his arcane arts to make a knife. Goldfarb, as an experienced solicitor, had a full set of plate armor and helm. He was a much sought-after solicitor, and his fees were high. If a client was unable to draw blood, he got to keep the fee and not bother providing the service. No one sought out a law firm as prestigious as Goldfarb and queef lightly. Draco hissed again. "He is going to get killed." GRIPHOOK smiled widely. "Do not fear. He may lose a limb, some blood, and probably a bone or two, but I have every confidence he will have his solicitor momentarily." Goldfarb cut at Harry's face, and the boy swayed just out of range, at least they thought so. The fountaining blood that covered the boy's eyes, blinding him, argued he had miscalculated. Draco and Sirius both cried out in horror as the blinded boy stepped back, mason knife flailing wildly before him. Goldfarb stepped forward in a lunge towards Harry's unprotected chest. Neville cheered. "That's done it. Harry's got him now." Harry grinned, and Goldfarb had time to worry he might have made a mistake as the boy with eyes closed and coated in his own blood pivoted like a dancer. Trapping his sword neatly between his left arm and chest, the spin pulling Goldfarb further than his intended lunge and into a fall that was speeded as Harry completed his spin, disarming Goldfarb Zhu. T is the half-destroyed common steel mace hammered into the creature's silver helmet at the back, both stunning Goldfarb and dropping him face down on the sand. Harry sat astride the stunned creature and pulled his helmet back, sliding his creature silver knife to cut the strap of Goldfarb's helmet. His unhelmed the creature and reintroduced the knife to the attorney's throat. "Mr. Goldfarb, I would like to retain your counsel for a discussion with my Wizardborn clan mates about matters of law relating to underage arcane arts use, and certain killings and asset reallocation by means of applied violence," Harry said silkily, dripping blood all over the pinned and prawned lawyer. Goldfarb smiled. "Mr. Potter, I see GRIPHOOK's brood remains strong. How may Goldfarb and Queef be of assistance?" the creature said, idly tasting the boy's blood as it dripped down his cheek. "Going to be an interesting client, this one." Later in his office, as they sipped healing and blood-replenishing potions that the secretary had a rather nice potions lab set just off the main office to brew more or less continuously, they reviewed their various issues with the Ministry and Elder Wizard. Goldfarb smiled, showing all his teeth, and put quill to parchment. He summarized their situation in the eyes of wizarding British law. "Your problems all boil down to this: any public use of your individual special magics will result in the Ministry reacting in ways that are outside the written law. Since the reaction will be in the form of a case-specific Wizigamut judgment, it will be largely an act to protect the vested interests of the existing power blocks." Goldfarb looked up and smiled. "This will certainly be a problem as long as Elder Wizard sees your arcane arts as a threat to his light faction, and Lucius Malfoy to his dark faction. Currently only Miss Bulstrode as Lady Selwyn by right of conquest can speak and vote her own block in her own name. Although an adult for the purpose of her own seat, she is still a minor until age 15 and unable to cast the proxy votes of the other houses." Turning to Sirius Black, he smiled wider. "Should, however, Lord Black take his seat in the House, he could, if given the proxy of Lord Potter, cast his votes as well, and with Regent Longbottom's cooperation, it would be enough to split the light and dark faction to the point that the neutral vote will be decisive. I would suggest that you avoid any use of your special magics where you can be directly observed until such time as Lord Black has been seated." Hermione frowned, following the conversation. "So we can't use our special magics because if there is no specific law about them, the Ministry is free to panic and overreact because they are all corrupt, cowardly, or simply too stupid to be allowed to sharpen their own quills." Goldfarb beamed at her. "An intelligent arcane arts user. I had heard some existed. 89 years in practice and I finally meet one." The creature Ost bounced in his seat, he was so surprised. Millicent frowned. "We need the naughty book." Sirius slapped his thigh. "Blood of Merlin, yes. My copy is in the Black Library, but that should do the trick." Harry frowned this time. "Sirius, I hardly think one of your naughty books is going to help." Millicent tried to stop Harry derailing the conversation as Neville began to look intrigued by Sirius' call action of naughty books and got them back on track. Millicent slipped into Hermione mode and did an almost Hufflepuff information dump. Temujin Knott's seminal work on use of killing arcane arts was titled, "A Crime." But since his name is in bold letters above the title, it reads "Not a Crime," and as it was basically all the legal ways to use generally legally restricted magics to kill things and people, it was immediately known to all pureblood children who had to learn it as the Naughty Book, for how to be naughty and stay out of Azkaban. Millicent said, and Goldfarb clapped. "Two intelligent witches in the same century. Old Queef will explode that I got them both and not her. Might have to start wearing a breastplate under my suit again until she stops shooting crossbow bolts at me." Goldfarb beamed. He continued, "Yes indeed. In your situation, assuming that Headmaster Elder Wizard will use any legal pretext to have you paroled into his care, and thus under his control, you must avoid any area with any legal ambiguity, as those areas are covered by discretion. Discretion is something that as Chief Warlock of the Wizigamut he has the ability to arbitrarily dictate. Not simply your unique magics, but rather all the lower-level magics that are generally not considered important enough for specific case law need to be avoided. Oddly enough, the more potent and dangerous the spell, the more specific legislation is in the Naughty Book and leaves no room for Elder Wizard or some paid-off or to use any discretion in how the law is applied. Hermione finally objected. You mean to tell me we are in more danger of using safe spells than dangerous ones? What is next? Telling us the Unforgivables have loopholes too? Sirius winced at that, and she glanced at him, but the former high-T arcane arts user shrugged and Goldfarb expanded. Miss Granger, if a werewolf were to charge at you on a rooftop and you cast a powerful Lumos to blind him, and said werewolf fell of the roof and died, that would constitute what is known as malicious use of utility arcane arts, whose provisions allow that a case where utility arcane arts was used in the reasonable suspicion that its application could injure or kill a magical being. The Auror will determine situational if the use constitutes self-defense, accident, or intentional harm. The Auror, or Chief Warlock if he chooses to get involved, could call it anything up to manslaughter, and give you 2 years in Azkaban or parole for up to 10 years, which means essentially you become his prisoner and ward for that period. The students blanched at the thought of the so-called Lord of Light having control over them for a decade. Goldfarb continued. Now if you used Diffindo to cut the head off the werewolf, that is covered by the letter of the law on Diffindo, which explicitly states that creatures resistant to common magics of stunning and restraint like vampires, werewolves, trolls and giants are all specifically authorized as legal targets in any situation where self-defense may be reasonably felt to be required by the attacked arcane arts user or arcane arts user. This takes Elder Wizard or the theoretical Auror's discretion away entirely. He smiled at Hermione and added, should you think the Unforgivable are somehow more dangerous to use than a stunner when the Wizigamot wants you in prison or under their control, do remember that the use of the killing curse itself is only illegal against witches, wizards, squibs and muggles. Muggles were only added in 1945 after the fall of Grindelwald. It is legal to use even against goblins. Hermione's frown looked to become a persistent feature. Do you have a copy of this naughty book? Goldfarb smiled and opened his drawer. 2 galleons each. Touch your wand to a specific passage and the relevant case law will be reproduced on parchment to hand to the investigating Auror to prevent arrest. Quote, Sirius held up a hand to confirm. It works, had it done to me about a dozen times. Used to make James go quite pear-shaped when it happened to him. Old Alistair Moody had his own copy on him in that greatcoat of his. Used to give us chapter and verse when we screwed up and he was forced to release somebody. We had to do 1 push-up per word, and with him standing on as if it was a repeat mistake. Bloody bastard. All 5 children were already reaching for their purses. Goldfarb smiled. He did so enjoy intelligent and ruthless clients. Some days it was just good to be a creature. 1 week later, King's Cross Station, London. Madame Longbottom walked a rather large GRIM and 5 medium-sized children through the Muggle area of King's Cross Station. The large Grim didn't have the notice me not charms on Noodle as a 12-foot rock viper that Harry was carting, nor the Komodo dragon pacing at the heels of Lady Parkinson. It was easy enough to spot the magical beings walking through King's Cross Station on the way to platform 9 3/4. More concerning were the half-do Zen Aurors blending poorly with the Muggle crowd, watching the well-concealed warding lines that momentarily disrupted glamours and illusions. Supposedly this was to catch the fugitive Sirius Black, It created several problems with the crowd when a 12-foot black viper and 6-foot dragon suddenly appeared mid-crowd. The Aurors did nothing save stare down their wands for any renegade wizards to pop into existence. Ignoring the panicking Muggles, with an exasperated hiss Noodle rose from his perch on Harry's shoulders and unleashed his legerdemain. Attention monkeys. You do not see any magnificent serpents or walking handbags. You are not afraid, even though you only live because you smell bad and Mousegiver would never give me treats if I slaughtered you as you deserve. You are safe, you are well. And you will be polite to your fellow monkeys for the rest of the day. Move along monkeys. There is nothing to see here. Noodle hissed and the power of his legerdemain had grown in leaps and bounds since Harry ate Tom Riddle's soul fragment from the diary. Dark One was the most powerful legerdemain since Elder Wizard, but Noodle was getting close already. This was a legal non-issue, as Harry's familiar's arcane arts was legally part of Harry's. Still, the fact that 2 of the 6 Aurors were overcome and left their post, moving briskly and politely through the crowd might concern their supervisors when the reports eventually got processed. Lady Parkinson felt her cold sneer of superiority slide from her face to be replaced with a bright friendly smile before shock and horror caused her mask to become expressionless. That snake's casual legiman's attack had punched through the passive defenses of her consort's ring in her own second-level occlumency training. She had known her husband's Death Eater comrades, and only Augustus Rockwood, Bellatrix Lestrange, and the Dark Lord himself had that level of legimancy power. The muggles around her stopped panicking and continued along blissfully unaware that a great predator moved among them that was able to dismiss their fears with the whisper of a word they could not even understand. She looked in horror at Noodle Hulao. Get back at her with a trilling, ki. She had wanted to see these blood traitors, half-blood, mudbloods, goblin spawn that had taken up with Draco, her pansy's former betrothed. She had thought here was a chance they would be weak enough that she could pressure them into letting Pansy take control for the Malfoy heir. Without allies, he could be forced into taking a new marriage contract, one that would reduce House Malfoy to a Parkinson vassal, and put its wealth in her Pansy's control. Suddenly her assurance that they could be intimidated into abandoning Draco was less assured. Her plan to confront them on the platform for a little Slytherin-style polite intimidation seemed less workable. That snake, it was disturbing like no other snake than Nagini, the Dark Lord's own familiar. Young Harry was a rising Dark Lord. Then her desire to put House Parkinson in his path seemed unwise. Her house was sworn to Dark One, but she had no illusions the Dark Lord would intervene to save them before he was strong enough to move on his own will. Better to wait and watch. Scavengers win little glory, but grow fat in every war. Harry felt them when he passed onto platform 9¾ The Dementors. The oily feel of the cold thoughts worming along the defenses of his brain. Clotting tendrils of foulness running over the edge of his soul. He heard in his mind his first memory. James Potter telling Lily to take Harry and run. He heard again the death of his father and his mother. The Dementors dragged the pain of those memories and tried to use them to suck a piece of his soul and arcane arts away as their food. His own power roared up in answer, and his eyes blazed the green of the killing curse as he turned to the Dementors' handlers. A newly 13-year-old boy should not He sent a threat to a pair of armed and trained Aurors, especially hardened Azkaban guards, but Harry's voice was a promise of sudden and deadly violence as he addressed them. Your beasts dare to attack me, if they are under your control, and they dare attack Heir Potter of House Potter on the territorial ground of the Academy when I am under the protection of the Academy, its wards and headmaster, I will construe this as an act of war. As a creature, minor of Gringotts, this will also be an act of war against the creature nation, and all of your personal and family vaults will be subject to immediate seizure. Auror Standish sneered at the boy. You ain't no creature. His partner Auror Kavanaugh looked at the silver rune-marked scar in his head, matched it with the name Potter and remembered his briefings. This was in fact the boy who lived, young Harry. The scandal of his being found in creature custody was quite the story for the last 2 years. Easy Standish. He was adopted by one of the gold-mongering little vermin. It's disgusting, but legal. Auror Kavanaugh said, gripping Standish's wand arm. Let's back the Dementors off where they can't attack the children on the way in. Kavanaugh said firmly, not wanting to be poor just to shut up one brat. Standish grumbled and used his amulet to force the hungry Dementors back. Fine for you to say, but the best chance we have is to catch Black coming through the gate. Even with Dementors to sick on him, the bastard broke out of Azkaban, ain't nobody done that ever. I don't want to face him wand to bloody wand. Standish grumbled. Besides, you know these beasts are only cooperative because they get to nibble on the little ones. Nothing is sweet to a Dementor as the fear and pain of children. Taking it from them is like ing to wrestle a chocolate frog from a fat kid. Generally more trouble than it's worth. Standish complained, having to wave his amulet to drive the Dementors back to where they could not reach the children. Augusta Longbottom sneered and kept her wand drawn as she escorted the children to the train to board. I would feel a good bit better if you had all been taught the Patronus charm. It is the only approved defense against Dementors. It is sole arcane arts, and thus usually restricted, but as it is pure light arcane arts and can only be invoked using a memory of pure joy, even Elder Wizard supports teaching it. Sadly, we haven't had an instructor that can teach it to anyone below our level in 5th year in decades. My Frank and his Alice both learned it in third year of course. They were amazing, Augusta said, remembering her dead son and daughter-in-law. Hermione sighed. Sirius said it would take about a month of work before we could do it. Soul arcane arts like that is about shaped emotion. Not intent, and shaping positive emotions requires training. Shaping negative emotions just requires hatred. Millicent snarled, glaring at the Dementors, her own arcane arts searing her ski. And causing a cold mist to develop around her. That is no problem at all, I really hate those things. Padfoot's low growl showed that Lord Sirius Black, although physically and magically restored why the Phoenix Fire was still deeply scarred by his time suffering in their care. The group parted at the train doors, the children boarding while Augusta and the Grim, who was secretly the reason for Horrors and Dementors with their kiss on sight, kill order, strolled back through the security checkpoint and back to Longbottom Manor. Upon arriving in Longbottom Manor, Sirius kissed Augusta's Kn. Uckles in the pure blood noble manner for greeting a lady of standing and said his goodbyes. Thank you for your help, Lady Longbottom. I'm just going to borrow your flow to return home. It's unfloatable. So if you haven't been given a specific invitation and shared with the address, you can't even remember where it is. Shall I add you to the invite list? Sirius offered, in what was to a raging paranoid like the betrayed Azkaban Lord a startling gesture of trust. Augusta waved it off. Pish tosh, Lord Black, I may not be a Slytherin, but any Gryffindor knows how to weaponize ignorance. If asked, I don't have a clue where you are. Sirius grinned. The little old arcane arts user with a stuffed vulture hat should have looked ridiculous, but there was steel in her spine, and fire in her wand. Harry hadn't done too badly in choosing allies. With a pinch of powder, the flow fire turned green, and with a whisper, Sirius slipped back into 12 Grimmauld Place, and House Black. Meanwhile, upon the train, Hufflepuffs were Hufflepuffing. Cedric, you were a prefect, right? Harry said as he closed with and exchanged hugs with the blonde boy. Harry, yeah, they decided I didn't muck it up too badly last year and let me have another go. Why? Cedric said as he hugged and pounded Harry on the back. Neville got the same, then Hermione with less back pounding. He tried to hug Millicent, but she stopped, ped him with a finger to the forehead and muttered, no hugging, I'm Slytherin, I swear, it's a miracle I could keep these three from hugging the Dementors. Millicent cautioned. Draco ducked behind her, terrified a hug was going to happen to him as well. He missed the attack as two arms slid around his chest from behind and an ethereal voice sounded more or less into his back. Luna Lovegood, the more or less barmy Ravenclaw, or possibly Ravenclaw seer. Draco was less and less confident the former was true, had gripped Draco from behind and hugged him like some sort of cuddly forest creature. Shish. Eva rode into his back happily and he felt her arcane arts tingle along his spine. His own cold dark coil of power stirred in answer, but not to strike. He simply let her hug him as she muttered softly, oh, I knew you needed to burn. Too many pains and silences inside you, you couldn't even scream. Now you can scream when you need to. I should like to hear it. The hug Luna gave tightened, as hearing Draco scream was simply the most magical and wonderful thing she could think of. Draco usually knew what it meant when someone wanted to hear you scream. He was disturbed to note that while he knew she was not the type to enjoy his pain, she still wanted to hear him scream it out. He was sure why that was mattered, but his Slytherin and Malfoy training failed to detect any possible motivation. Luna proceeded to hug all the available Hufflepuffs, proving that Ravenclaw somehow knew this arcane arts as well. Or perhaps it was because she was mental. Draco was happier when he believed that. Cedric was looking at Harry as they finished their Hufflepuffian hug off, and Draco just about died of shock as Harry simply stated outright. Hey Cedric, we found Helga Hufflepuff's cup and though UGHT we should give it to Professor Sprout. Could you let her know when we get to the academy? Harry said simply. Draco was working himself into apoplexy. One of the artifacts of the Founders, 10F the most magical objects in the history of magical Britain, and they were just going to give it to the head of Hufflepuff House. Cedric simply accepted this outrageous sentence as if incoming third year students could obviously simply state the damn truth behind the legend of the Holy Grail was in their backpack, and could he tell a teacher? Cool, I'll let her know. I bet Poppy Pomfrey would They to have access to a cup that can cure anything. Probably cut right down on the potion's budget and how proddy Snape gets when bunches of people get petrified or something. He announced as if the cup of Hufflepuff, the literal Holy Grail, was just a way to save money on costly mandrake and acne cures. Millicent dropped a hand on Draco Malfoy's shoulder before he could explode. They are Hufflepuffs. You just have to accept that in matters of personal advantage, monetary advantage, even Gryffindor style fame and glory, they may as well be blind, deaf, and certainly quite dumb. I mean, they use words like donate like they aren't curse words, Millicent said with a dramatic Slytherin shudder. Hermione glared at her. We ask for receipts for monetary donations. They are important for tax purposes. Fiscal responsibility is part of your duty to house and nation both, she said primly. Millicent asked sweetly, going to ask Professor Sprout for a receipt for the cup of Helga Hufflepuff? Neville blinked at that. How could we? I mean, it's priceless. This time Draco did scream. Millicent laughed, and Luna Lovegood hugged Draco again, patting his back. There, my little dragon, she said, unconsciously mimicking his mother Narcissa's comforting of her son. Let it all out. Cedric and Harry looked at the screaming Draco as Harry nonchalantly handed the Hufflepuff prefect the most powerful and magical object known to still exist in Wizarding Britain, like he was returning a library book. Cedric asked Harry, "Is Draco okay?" Millicent smiled sweetly and made a shooing gesture to hurry CEDRIC along to the prefect's car at the front of the train. No, he's having a Slytherin moment about giving away fantastically expensive and powerful magical objects without gaining gold, political favors, or the groveling of figures of authority at the mere thought of the giving. He will likely need intensive therapy. It's a danger of you Hufflepuffs, and Slytherins are always at risk around you, Millicent said cheerfully. Cedric looked shocked. He glanced at Harry, who glanced at Hermione, who sighed and answered the unspoken question. She both is and is not joking. That is also a Slytherin thing. They never say one thing when they can fit 20 things into the same remark, some of which are true, some of which are ironic, some of which are warning, some of which are both true and deliberate misdirection, and some of which are simply clever wordplay because it makes an obscure reference so some other cutting remark another Slytherin once made to an enemy in a secret meeting Nay admits having attended, but most of them quote anyway, Hermione said tiredly. First Millicent, then a surprised Draco broke into shocked applause a Muggle would recognize as a golf clap. For a Hufflepuff, that was a surprisingly insightful answer. The Academy Express pulled out of platform 9 3/4 unobserved by any Muggles. It left behind a dozen Aurors and as many Dementors on platform 9 3/4. An other dozen Auror waited at Hogsmeade Station against the threat of Sirius Black attempting to murder either young Harry because he was truly a dark arcane arts user no matter no evidence actually existed, or murder the children of those Death Eaters and Ministry flunkies who took part in his unlawful imprisonment as an innocent man. In many ways, the two train platforms had been the most heavily guarded public spaces outside the Ministry itself in all of Britain. There was, of course, no Auror presence on the train, because there had never been Aurors on the train. Tradition was very important in Wizarding Britain. Because tradition had always been important. Tradition was safe and comfortable, mostly because it stopped wizards and witches from having to think or make choices, neither of which they tended to be good at. Thus, the choice to leave a train full of precious and irreplaceable magical children on a 9-hour train ride without any defense at all was not examined until the after-action reports. Few of those reports were in any way complimentary. Lucius Malfoy was again in his familiar Death Eater robes and mask. Few knew the magics the Dark Lord worked into his battle uniforms. The protections in them made the Aurors look pathetically weak, while the charms in the masks were only bettered by Mad-Eye Moody's famous artificial eye for defeating illusions and glamours. The last protection was one few knew about. In the last war, the Dementors had been sent after Dark One only once, and that one time provided the 20 Dementors the Dark Lord had commanded to wipe out many light family manors and ambush lone Aurors throughout the war. Dark One knew a secret about the Dementors of Azkaban. As the leading soul magician of his generation, or perhaps this century, Dark One understood there were more tools than the Light's famous Patronus to wield against the Dementors. He did not seek to drive the Dementors off when they came for him. Dark One drove them to their knees, and then their bellies before him. He broke them, and turned them to his will. Lucius Malfoy did not know how. Rockwood swore he did not. Bellatrix claimed to know, but she took the knowledge to her grave. What Lucius did know is that Dark One wove some arcane arts into the Death Eater masks that allowed Death Eaters to face down Dementors without resorting to a hugely powerful Patronu's curse that would tax even a powerful arcane arts user to hold for more than a few minutes. Lucius waited until the Academy Express left the station and the Aurors dispersed. He waited until the normal Aurors split off from the Azkaban guards. Nobody liked prison guards, and even fewer than nobody liked Dementors. Herding a dozen Dementors through King's Cross to a safe and warded apparition. Point with strong enough Muggle notice me not charms on it took all the two Aurors' attention. Failing Mad Eye Moody's favorite command of Auror training, the two failed to maintain constant vigilance. As a result, they died before noticing a problem. Defindo incendio. Lucius hissed in a whip of fire that a watching Muggle might have mistaken for a lightsaber of blood red extended from his wand. It sliced through the two Aurors' backs from just above the hips. A spray of blood and viscera coated the pavement as a dozen Dementors turned to face the masked Death Eater. The arcane arts in the mask burned at them, and made them want to withdraw. It was the memory of pain. Not the feeding pain of others, but the toxic suffering of their own soul and self. Although they wanted to close with and kill this weakling, they dared not. He bore the mark of the Dark One, the one who conquered. The Dark Lord rises again. When the time comes, he will call all of your kind from Azkaban, and your thousands will be given free range over cities of millions, to rip the souls of the Muggles and swell your numbers beyond measure. Lucius promised. It wasn't true. The Dark Lord knew Dementors were the enemy of all humanity. He would use them against the Muggles and those wizards who opposed him, but he planned on expending them to save his own troops. They would know slaughter beyond their wildest dreams, and in that frenzy, would not stop to notice the cost to their own numbers. The Dark Lord loved to spend the lives of those he disdained to do his most dangerous work. Lucius both admired and imitated this in his own life. For now, you will seek the boy with this blood. You will find him on the Academy Express train you just guarded. You will bring him to me unharmed. Lucius commanded, holding up a vial of his son's blood from his family ritual kit. No member of the family was exempt from his blood arcane arts. He had learned that from his father Abraxas. Abraxas had two older brothers until he got into his father's safe and made himself an only child, and thus heir. Lucius had done the same to his single brother. This was the way of the Malfoy. The cunning killed, the trusting died. The Dementor's voice rasped in his mind. He didn't know if he spoke to one, or all. The voice was like a chorus of 100 buzzing bees mixed with the screams of something burning alive. We hunger. Children sweet, scream, feed. Not allowed children sweet, scream, feed. We hunger. Carry child hard. We weak. Need children sweet, scream, feed. The Dementors argued, claiming to be too weak to carry Draco back. The wanted permission to feed on the screams and suffering of the other magical children on the Academy Express. His former allies had not helped him when Narcissa Black took back her name. Gutting his fortune and burning down his secret trove of blackmail, cursed objects, and secret funds with Findfire. She neutered him financially, politically, and physically, and his supposed allies simply laughed at his sudden weakness. Let their children die screaming beneath the Dementor's kiss. The Dementors would return his heir to him. An heir he would beat some obedience into. If not by crude Muggle whip and cane, then with the imperious and carefully crafted punishment charms when thoughts of rebellion crossed his little largely empty mind. Draco was his heir, an empty vessel to be filled with Lucius' reflected glory. He was to be Lucius' immortality, not his mother's pet. Go then. Feed on every child on that train, save Draco. Bring the boy with this blood back to me, and I will see you free to ravage all of London when you return. Lucius Malfoy swore. It was true. He did not command the Aurors, so he had nothing to do with the kill teams of unspeakables and Aurors that would descend on renegade Dementors. There were less than a dozen wizards capable of killing Dementors in all ministry service. If the Dementors were stupid enough to disperse into London in a Muggle-feeding frenzy, they would all be hunted down and killed. No one would think to look for a single missing child when the death toll included every wizarding child in Britain, and some hundreds or thousands of muggles. Bury the truth beneath enough bodies and no one will have the heart to dig it out. That had been a saying of the Dark Lord during his first rise. Lucius learned it well, and knew it to be true. Draco would be his, and Elder Wizard would sit in the academy on his throne, awaiting a train load full of soulless dead children. The vengeance of House Malfoy begins now. The Dementors fled into the sky and after the departing train. The mad laughter of the Death Eater disturbed them in ways they could not understand. Dementors in paradise. The front of the train belonged to the prefects. No one begrudged them the luxury of their extravagantly outfitted car, because with it came responsibility for the disembarkation in Hogsmeade and the loading of second year and up onto the carriages. With all the happy socializing and the remembered feuding that both seemed to only intensify on the long train trip. Slytherins tended to be behind the prefects for the three most Slytherin of reasons. It put them in the closest proximity to power, it put them in the closest proximity to authority figures should they be attacked, and of course it put authority figures the whole Slytherin section away. With various deniable delays possible, should the Slytherins decide to go attack someone else. Ravenclaw stuck to the middle because they didn't do drama, and wrapped themselves in Hufflepuff compartments so that the unsorted first years could find someone who lacked the ability to tell the little parasites to shut up and stop bothering them, and who might actually feel Sama. Al responsible for helping and educating children who were only 25% likely to end up in their house. The back of the train belonged to the Gryffindor troublemakers who wished to be as far from the prefects as the train allowed. So they could be as noisy and rambunctious as an equivalent number of 5-year-olds on 10 pounds of sugar washed down with a pepper-up potion. This year, the replacement defense against the dark arts. Professor was napping in the Gryffindor rear car in the hopes that reliving his glory days on the Academy Express would spark a desire for teaching in him. Since he was both a werewolf the day after the full moon, and a mid-30s man trapped in a room of teenagers who had all the energy he vaguely remembered having, and none of the self-control, shame, good sense, or self-preservation he had picked up since being one of them, Remus Lupin was growing more tired with every passing kilometer. This unfortunate geography meant that those capable of casting the Patronus charm were located in the last car of the train, Remus Lupin and Katie Bell, and the front of the train, both Ravenclaw prefects, the head girl from Gryffindor and Adrian Pusey, Slytherin prefect. The target the Dementors were seeking, being Draco Malfoy, was in the middle of the train, surrounded by the tastiest of morsels, young witches and wizards with lots of innate magical talent but little to no ability or training in using it. This particular setup was not deemed an issue, as the Academy Express had wards that caused muggles to not only not notice it, but be actively repelled by it. During World War II the wards had proved so effective they diverted whole German bomber wings nearly an hour flight off course to avoid passing near the train. The train had powerful anti-apparition wards that made it impossible to board via portkey or apparition. It was unplottable, so could not be remotely scryed to make a physical interception by anything that couldn't simply fly down the CKS until they spotted a shiny red train full of tasty students. Sadly, the dozen Dementors dispatched by Lucius Malfoy were indeed able to simply fly down the tracks faster than a train, and act the physical senses the existing charms befuddled to stop magical beings from targeting the train. This oversight occupied several paragraphs in the DMLE review, cited in several related disciplinary hearings. On board the Academy Express, the laughter and cheer of the Hufflepuff Center, even with 2 Slytherins and an odd Ravenclaw along for the ride, was looking to rival the Gryffindor cars for boisterousness. The continual stream of people to and from the Hufflepuff and unsorted compartments were little more than Hufflepuffs Hufflepuffing, but given so long away from their fellow Hufflepuffs. When reunited it only made them Hufflepuff harder. The introverts in Ravenclaw watched whatever you would call an orgy if instead of wild perversion and decadence you got a lot of friendly hugging and decency. In undisguised horror, and kept their compartments firmly closed. They liked Hufflepuffs individually, but collectively, they were like 60 preschool teachers looking for someone to cheer up. It was however the Ravenclaw cars that noticed the problem first. Tanis Tanaka shivered, and looked at her window. She looked in alarm to note that frost was covering the window, SLOWL. Why creeping in from the edges while she watched. In a very Ravenclaw attempt to find out what was wrong, she pressed her face to the window to see what was going on. It had been a bright sunshiny day with full late summer heat. But now the sky seemed dark. Pressing her face up to the window, she saw the sky was black with flying shapes. Not the clean shapes of birds, or the jagged shape of witches on brooms, but the flowing ragged wrongness of Dementors, each seeming to darken the sky around them. She opened her mouth to cry out, but suddenly one darted down and she found herself looking inside. The hood had hungry red eyes that stared into her soul and began to feed. Whimpering, Tanis Tanaka remembered being chased through the Muggle Mall after she had lost her mother's hand. The four boys had been local bullies who were only too happy to pick on the Asian girl in what they presumed was a private school uniform. They hadn't done more than push her, pull her hair and laugh at her, unless you counted the spitting which mostly landed on her clothes, but it had triggered a bout of underage arcane arts which put one of the boys into the hospital, and she was never sure she was told the truth about the boy even surviving. Tanis collapsed into a ball by her seat, leaving the other Ravenclaws to ask her what was wrong. None of them looked out the window, which was fine. The Dementor was already moving between the cars to find a door into the train itself. In the prefect's car, the descent of four Dementors seeking to enter via the large luggage loading platform behind the prefect's car was noted almost immediately. Unlike the general run of students, those selected to be prefects tended to both expect trouble and to be prepared to deal with it. When four Dementors attempted to board the train between them and the cars behind, they knew enough to know two important facts. Firstly, they were unable to get help mid-journey, and second, that their only means of communication with the outside world was also their only defense against the Dementors, the Patronus charm. They were as prepared as students could be for a threat most Aurors were not capable of facing. All their training told them that a single Patronus charm was enough to drive a Dementor away. After all, for a Dementor to return after the Patronus faded is a sign the Dementor is being controlled or directed. Mething that the student's textbook tells them can only be dealt with by trained Auror teams. The nearest is waiting at Hogsmeade, a mere 2 hours away. Adrian Pusey watched the Dementors turn back, his own mental shields in tatters from the close proximity of the last attack. He felt his wand hand shaking as the Dementors strove again to enter their compartment. He felt compelled to speak, as if he didn't vent his sarcasm. He feared he would start screaming like Percy Weasley, who lacked the raw power for the Patronus. I feel I should point out that since the head boy cannot cast the Patronus, and I can, it was grossly unfair that I should die as a mere prefect doing the head boy's job. Adrian pointed out. Amarada Folly, the Gryffindor head girl rasped quietly. Honestly Pusey, think it matters what badge is on your corpse. Adrian gathered his power and shouted out, Expecto Patronum. With a roar, and his glowing silver toad hopped at the Dementors struggling to get the door open to the cars behind. Its lashing tongue driving them off, but the toad was already fading as Adrian's power faded with it. Adrian slumped down, his wand slipping from his fingers. He watched Amarada Folly cast her last Patronus. A glowing Canada goose flared from her wand to charge fearlessly at the Dementors to drive them away. Her nose was bleeding and her chest heaving as she spent the last of her strength. Adrian looked up at her and smiled. If I die, I will be a bitter disappointment to Father, and confirm Mother's opinion of me. If I die as head boy, I will be only a slight disappointment to Father and might just surprise Mother. Amarada Folly collapsed beside him, too tired to cast her Patronus again. She plucked off her head girl badge and jammed it onto Adrian's robes clumsily. There now, you are head girl. That should shock both of the bastards into the grave right after you. Amarada said, tucking the Slytherin prefect badge onto her Gryffindor robes, uncaring what investigating Aurors would read into it. Adrian began laughing, then swore. Bugger Amarada, they aren't coming in. They are going for the kids. The two of them shared a look and struggled to stand. The Dementors were boarding the train and headed inward. Minutes ago, at the last car, the Gryffindor game of Exploding Snap and the ongoing Stinging Hex war between the Weasley brothers and all Gryffindor chasers were both interrupted when the shabbily dressed man sleeping under his copy of the Daily Prophet shot to his feet and glared at the car with eyes that glowed a dangerous gold. Dementors. There are Dementors trying to board the train. Who among you knows the Patronus? Remus asked because he knew that even the weakling Peter from his old friends the Marauders could cast it by third year, as could Lily Evans. Surely there had to be prodigies like that at the school still. Himself, this close to the full moon, his power was nothing but dregs. Katie Bell held up her hand. I can sir, me mums an orr, and expects me to get O's on my dada for both owls and newts. Remus looked around for other volunteers and got nothing but wide terrified eyes. That is it, one girl can cast it? Remus asked in disbelief. You have to understand, began Fred. All our dada instructors are shite, continued George, or dark lords. Objected Fred. Or both, concluded George, taking turns. A glowing silver bunny and a shining silver wolf drove the Dementors back from the space between the cars they were trying to use to board. After each attack, Remus felt himself growing weaker. Cat, i.e. Belle, was already on the dregs of her strength. She turned to look at Remus Lupin with wide terrified eyes and a trembling voice. I thought the Patronus would make them run away, Katie said in horror, as the Dementors returned again. And her unable to conjure more than missed this time. Remus remembered the war, and Dark One's Dementors as they attacked again and again, even suffering death are the physical attacks of multiple Patronus just to close with and kill those Dark One marked for death. He saw these Dementors showing the same focus, and unlike James and Sirius, he had never wanted to be a combat specialist. This close to the full moon, his power was even less their equal than it was normally. He looked at the one student able to hold her own, and knew the two of them were not going to be enough. He smiled at her and said softly, You have done wonderfully, Miss Bell. When we get to the academy, I will award Gryffindor accordingly. His smile did not reveal the slim chances of his living to do so. Or her living to see it. He cast his last Patronus. Seek out Rufus Scrimgeour at Hogsmeade Station. Message is Dementors attacking the Academy Express. Have suffered repeated Atronus attacks and return to attempt boarding again. I believe them to be directed, as during the war. Remus snapped, then felt his knees go weak, and his body leaned casually against the compartment seat. He let the children think he was awaiting the right time to cast his next Patronus. In fact, he was sure that it would be at least 3 minutes before he dared try, and at least 10 before he was sure it would work. Merlin's left saggy nut, they are breaking in. Remus whispered, noticing the Dementors were not boarding the Gryffindor car, but headed inward at the Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and worse. The unsorted and defenseless incoming first years. Hogsmeade Station, approximately the same time. Rufus Scrimgeour was not happy. His Dementor handlers were hours late. His flow call to Kin. G.S. Cross to the Auror team handling departure had revealed that none of the departure team saw the Dementor handlers apparate out, but knew the Dementors were no longer in London. Patronus messages too. The handlers had failed to generate a response. Rufus had not enjoyed the last war. As a Slytherin Auror, he faced a certain amount of distrust from his fellow Aurors. He faced even more distrust from his former classmates, many of whom he had arrested over the years. While he knew that Gryffindor supplied the bulk of the Auror Corps, they were bigger on charge than thinking. Why did no one notice? The great Aurors of history were all Hufflepuffs or Slytherins. Planning and detail work were what won wars. Charging the enemy was something that worked rarely on the battlefield and never anywhere else. Shouting at the bored Auror in King's Cross, he found himself losing his prized composure for a second. Yes, it bloody well is an issue. No one can find the handlers, so tell me, Auror Jones, where are their bloody Dementors? Rufus shouted into the flow at the smirking London Auror. That would be when the Silver Wolf Patronus appeared and spoke a message that chilled Rufus Scrimgeour to the bone. Message from Remus Lupin. Dementors attacking the Academy Express. Have suffered repeated Patronus attacks and return to attempt boarding again. I believe them to be directed, as during the war. The Patronus said in a human voice Rufus somewhat recognized. Smiling into the flow at the smirking London Auror, he spoke so FLT and smoothly as if remarking about the weather or the texture of the canopies. Terribly sorry, old boy. Turns out we found the Dementors your team lost and didn't bother reporting. They are currently overcoming the limited student resistance and single teacher, and a dozen of them are about to murder a whole generation of wizarding children. You will excuse me, I rather think someone should respond to this. Good day, Rufus said, tipping his bowler hat then slamming shut the flow connection. Right then you lot, asses on brooms. DEMENTORS are onto the Academy Express. Anyone WHO slows down I will feed to my houseplants. Rufus roared, pulling out an expanding the shrunken broom he kept in his pocket. If any of his detail did not have a broom on their person, they would be in for a new career, if he didn't actually feed them to his houseplants. If he arrived too late to save the kids, that seemed the least he could do. Luna Lovegood grabbed onto Draco Malfoy and burrowed into his shoulder. Hungry, so hungry. They are coming for the children. So cold, so hungry. Draco. All the Nargles are running away. The Raxperts hear them coming. Oh Draco, the Raxperts are calling them. Luna was shrieking at the last. Draco wanted to push her off. Arlie she was mental and having some kind of a fit, but the rock viper Noodle came slithering over and looked into her eyes. He hissed at the compartment in general. Dollar the feeders of life. She sees the feeders of life. She sees them coming for the nestlings and for some reason yellow-haired prey. Dollar. Noodle hissed. Hermione said a bad word. Morgana's heavy flow day. Dementors are coming to eat the kids and Draco in specific. Noodle cocked his head and responded. Dollar eat nestlings. Take Draco. She does not see why. Dollar. Neville frowned. I am not letting them eat the firsties, or the rest of the students. I don't care if we go to Azkaban, I am not letting them kill the kids. Said Neville Longbottom, unaware of the irony of his describing a train full of people averaging older than him as kids. Hermione frowned. Going to have to go public, we can't just let them die, and nobody has taught us the Patronus. That is reserved for those seeking a newt, and even then for owls or newt it is an extra credit, not a requirement for Dada. We don't have anything else that works. Draco was feeling Luna Lovegood cling to him and shake, as if only Draco could keep her safe. That was honestly not something Draco had any experience with. He cast his thoughts into his mind to search for something, anything to use against the Dementors. He fell into a memory. Dark One came to Azkaban. He was unmasked. His followers all wore white masks with individual heraldry on them. The Knights of Walpurgis, the Eaters of Death. Against them came a swarm of Dementors. We will eat your souls. You have no GHT, hateful light, punishing light to stop us. We will feed on your screams. The collective mind of the Dementors beat the air with their hunger, for the guards of Azkaban had unleashed them against the Dementors. Dark One laughed. He held up his wand. Dollar Crucio dollar. He hissed in Parseltongue, and the blood-red serpent of pain lashed out at the sky and dragged a Dementor down screaming. The other Death Eaters fired their own scarlet Crucios at the Dementors, and the spiritual beings that lived on the pain of others found that beings formed of fear and pain are both vulnerable to pain, and capable of great fear. Dark One laughed as the broken Dementors crawled to his feet to kiss his robe. He had not killed one of them, but now they would kill at his command. Draco shot upright in his seat and shouted, Crucio, the Cruciatus curse. Dark One used it against the Dementors in the last war. Hermione grabbed a book from her pocket and began leafing through it quickly. Neville stared at her in shock. Honestly, Hermione, you think you are going to find an unforgivable listed in a school textbook? Elder Wizard would poop baby dragons before he let us learn that. He said. Hermione waved a hand at him to silence his objection. Oh, I know the curse. Draco cast it on me often enough. I suppose I mean Tom Riddle, but you can't use it on me that often and not have me learn it. I am looking up if it is legal. Neville objected. Hermione, they are called unforgivable. Millicent reached over and ruffled his hair. Oh, you sweet summer. Hufflepuff. You can't make a law without Slytherin finding a loophole. And 2 abuses. Hermione is checking the naughty book to see if we can be naughty and get away with it. Hermione shouted. Eureka. She then quoted the passage. Use of the Cruciatus curse. Shall result in life in prison in Azkaban if used against an intelligent arcane arts user, squib, or muggle. The use against protected magical species is subject to fine that may be waived in cases of situational requirement. The use of the curse is specifically unrestricted against Boggart, Lethifold and Dementors as spiritual class 30 or better non-physical threats. Hermione began chanting, Jamino, Jamino, Jamino. as she tapped her wand to the appropriate page of the naughty book and produced their legal precedent for the all-important bum covering. Luna looked up with wide blue eyes. "You know how to cast the Cruciatus curse, Hermione." She shrugged. "Of course, learned it from Dark One." Draco said. "Me too." Harry grinned and held up a hand. "Me three." Neville looked down at the floor. "I know it. I found the codex in the family library. I swore when I grew old enough, I would find the Lestranges and get revenge for what they did to Mom and Dad." He didn't dare look up and face them. Millicent gave a huff. "I literally killed my way into ruling a dark house. I am the original Slytherin of the group and I am the only one who does not know the illegal torture curse." "You will explain it as we go, Hermione. I am not being the only one who did not get a chance to torture legally for truth, justice and the defense of small fuzzy children." They broke into teams. Draco, Neville and Millicent went forward towards the Slytherins and prefects. Harry and Hermione went rearwards towards the Gryffindors. Draco had always held Neville Longbottom in contempt. He had started school almost a squib. He had huddled for protection with young Harry, clinging to him for some semblance of credibility. That he became a dangerous beater was aggravating, but possible. That he became a credible arcane arts user was technically possible, but Draco still assumed Neville was largely as fake as Lockhart when it came to true power. The idea that Neville Longbottom could be terrifying was something that Draco was having trouble processing. To use Crucio required true hatred, and a focus on inflicting pain that was beyond mere sadism, approaching nihilism. It was in many ways easier to kill than to torture with arcane arts, because you can create various elemental and charm effects that result in death, but you are not actually willing that death. The torture curse is different. You pour your will, your awareness, and your arcane arts into another thinking being and drive them to a pain that a body cannot experience, bypassing the brain's own limits and denying it the escape of unconsciousness. The curse can literally inflict more pain than a body can survive, and not let it die. Neville wielded it like a battle axe, while Draco wielded his like a rapier, with discreet thrusts of power and intent into targets that dared to advance towards him. Neville waded into Dementors like his Viking ancestors coming ashore to sack a town. The blood-red light made the lows of his eyes into pits of hell and cast the long slab-like plates of his face into a mask of stone and hatred that made Draco stumble. He seemed born to bring pain to the demons of the dark, the feeders of life itself. Draco was stumbling, unable to cast fast enough to keep up with Neville and his seemingly inexhaustible well of rage and power, when Millicent shoved him bodily aside. "Ha ha 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 ha, got it," Millicent cheered, catching up to Neville as the two of them fought shoulder to shoulder, Neville grim and elemental, Millicent savage and ecstatic. Blood-red pain and hatred lanced from them, and the forces of hunger. The cold of the grave, the manifestation of the universe's contempt for life met a Slytherin and Hufflepuff in a train hallway, and broke. Adrian Pusey looked at the Dementors streaming out of the train and stumbling into the air as if flying hurt and was hard to remember, and wondered what could possibly terrify a Dementor. Then he saw Hufflepuff's little cud, DLE Badger stalking down the train hall like that Darth Vader fellow from the Muggle Star Thing movie, a blood-red blade of pain and hatred cutting down any spirit stupid enough to stand before him. Beside Death's own stuffed animal, the mannish awkward Amazon Millicent Bulstrode, who had been a beater for him last year, was dancing through the Dementors laughing in wild abandon like she was 3 days into a drug and sex orgy and had just discovered a new sin. She was like a goddess of every dark thing you make offerings to please stay over there and happen to someone else, but keep making secret temples too. Because on some level she was magnetic. Adrain finally understood how Bellatrix Lestrange became the icon she had been. That level of power and madness had a beauty no set of physical features could define or contain. Before her all other women were just less. He turned to Amarada Folly and handed her the head girl badge back. "Sorry Amarada, I've changed my mind. This is above my pay grade. Good luck writing it up. I think I am going to pass out now." Amarada looked over at him and shook her head. The bastard did pass out. Coward. How she was going to write this up she did not know. Taking a look at Longbottom and Bulstrode, she made the executive decision that confronting 2 third-years who drove off a horde of Dementors by out-eviling them was above her pay grade. Upon reflection, she decided to pass out as well. Maybe she will die and the stupid head boy would have to write things up. Roughly the same time, at the rear of the train, Remus Lupin was ready to die to save these kids. He had come back to the academy to try to guide Harry as much as he could. He owed James and Lily so much, but due to his lycanthrope he had to flee. Without Elder Wizard's protection, there was no job or place for a werewolf in post-war Britain. Wizarding Britain had suffered under Dark One's lackey Fenris and his pack of werewolves. The laws passed post-war made it impossible to support himself, let alone a child. He felt so ashamed he could not be there for Harry, but now Elder Wizard gave him a chance. The least he could do was die trying. Die defending the kids like James and Lily had. He had enough power to maybe cast one more, if he had to. He tried to force himself to walk forward, to move into the dark corridor the Dementors had gone down after the defenseless children. The screams drove him back. Clinging to the door of his own compartment, his wolf senses roused as he caught the unmistakable sounds of wounded and panicking prey. The sounds were not so much physical as magical, mental and spiritual. But to his inner wolf they were more clear than a printed page was to Remus. Then he saw the pair. The girl was no Lily. Not an ethereal beauty, but a massive mop of curly brown hair over a face that had more character than delicacy, but her eyes shone with the determination of someone given a dirty job but determined to do it well anyway. The boy was a young James. He had the simple happy smile of James mid-duel, on the Quidditch pitch, or while performing some clever but utterly regrettable prank. His hair was an unruly mop, his body moved like the adult James, with the smooth lethal movements of a trained warrior and seasoned killer, not the coltish movements James had at that age. What made Remus grip his wand tightly in terror was that the two coming down the hallway driving Dementors before them were wielding unforgivable curses faster and more easily than any Death Eater outside Dark One's inner circle. They're lisping, "Dollar Crucio dollar," hissed, in the sibilance of Dark One's own arcane arts, and the blood-red light did not shoot like beams or bolts, but living snakes that gripped Dementors and savaged them like a ravening wolf or hungry dragon rather than a normal serpent. They did not simply drive pain into the Dementors, but living snake constructs of living pain drove themselves into the Dementors and filled them with so much agony had the blood-red light of the torture curse shone through the Dementors' own bodies. Remus did not have enough left to face two who wielded Voldemort's own arcane arts. He was no James or Sirius. He was not the fighter, he was the scholar. Worse, the boy wielding Dark One's own arcane arts looked just like James. He prepared to sell his life dearly when the one who looked like James kicked the last Dementor off the train to fall beneath the wheels of the last car and not die. Dementors could not be killed by physical damage alone. The "not James" shouted to the car Remus defended. "Oi, Weasleys, get your ginger asses up here and be useful. All the lions okay, litterbox need changing or anything." The "not James" shouted, ignoring Remus altogether. Two hands came down on Remus' shoulders, one from each side. Two of the ginger idiots who had been having a hex fight earlier now were on either side of him. "Harrykins," shouted ginger idiot number one. "Did you mistake the Dementors for bludgers? I thought you badgers were at least brighter than the snakes that way." Remus turned to look at him in something between horror and shock, when the second ginger shouted out, "Hermie, how do you keep your curls when torturing demons? Inquiring witches want to know." The girl called Hermie snorted and tucked her wand away. She shouted out to the twins, "Fred, don't worry about Ginny. She is with Luna and Noodle. He is keeping them both safe." The girl shouted. Remus looked confused. Who or what was Noodle? The boy started to shout back, "Thanks Hermione, but I'm George." The second boy shouted back, "Thanks Hermione, but he's Fred." The first looked over Remus at his twin. "I'm not." The second looked back. "2." The shared a glance. On 3. The pumped their fists at each other, then one formed a scissor sign. "And the second paper." The first one groaned, "Sorry Hermione, turns out I am Fred." He then thought for a second. "Any word on Perfect Prefect Percy? He can't cast a Patronus. Or we could totally send a Perfect Prefect Percy Patronus to tell Mum we are all okay." The boy who was apparently resigned to being Fred today asked. It was the "not James" who answered. "Not a problem. We sent Neville and Draco up that way with Millicent to make sure Draco didn't shoot himself and Neville stopped when they were off the train. Not James, answered, as if Dark Wizard. DS were supposed to do train security in between overthrowing the world and making dead baby sandwiches. Fred grasped Remus' arm tightly, and George did the same on the other side. Remus prepared himself for battle. Clearly something had terrified the two ginger Gryffindors. Fred began. The Queen of Beaters knows. The torture curse. George finished, his face raptured. Fred looked at his brother past Remus' nose. I am in danger of developing a fetish. George agreed. Remus asked the boys, is this someone you are afraid of? Both gingers smiled in a disturbing way. Harrykins, give the Queen of Beaters our love, said Fred. And a hug, agreed George. But make it just a bit too long, advised Fred, and just a bit weird, pleaded George. The possible Dark Lord that Remus was growing were. Reed might in fact be young. Harry smiled at the twin Gryffindors and shook his finger. You are going to get a good smack from her if you keep talking like that, Harry said. I certainly, cooed Fred. Hope so, sighed George. The two torture-cursing children waved once more and re-entered their car. A shocked Remus was left holding his wand alone as the winged gingers sauntered back into the train CAR as if all was well and they could go finish the chocolate frog supply. Remus gave up his valiant last defense when it became clear that no budding Dark Lords or hordes of Dementors were coming to end him today. Slumping into the seat across from the twins, he snagged a chocolate frog and struggled to open it with trembling fingers. Who were those two casting the Unforgivables? You sounded like you knew them, Remus asked carefully, aware that budding Dark Lords hid their identities carefully. That was Ickle Harrykins. Young Harry. He was our Ickle Firstie we adopted. Him and Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom and of course, the Queen of Beaters Millicent Bulstrode. Fred mused. How quickly they grow up. I remember when they were just first years killing Dada instructors, mused George. And Dark One, corrected Fred. Because of Dark One, agreed George. Then it was Basilisk in second year, sighed Fred, and perverts, added George. Very tough on perverts that Hermione got one arrested, and killed one. Hard on your Dada instructors those Hufflepuffs, concluded Fred. Now it's Dementors, offered George, as if that was a natural progression. Remus snapped at them in shock. Quote, those Hufflepuff killed the last two Dada instructors. And Elder Wizard allowed it. Fred put his arm around Professor Remus Lupin, Dada instructor to be. Well, technically the Hufflepuffs killed the first one on their own. George leaned forward to offer a drink to the shaky professor. The second one was a contract hit for the Gryffindor girls. Hermione she pimps out Harry's snake noodle for the wet work. Fred high-fives his brother. Nice George, wet work, because it was in a shower. George continued. That one was a definite pervert, but not a Dada instructor. He wasn't a rat either. Fred nodded. Even when he wasn't. Quote, George smiled as if pointing out how reasonable Hermione was. She let the Dada instructor live. Fred corrected. In Azkaban. George nodded. In Azkaban. Still, Hermione is your girl. Perverts dealt with. Reasonable rates for friends. Fred smiled. Noodle loves his wet work. George agreed. Showers with everyone but Ravenclaw. Fred looked pious. Snakes with standards, it's ruddy inspiring. Remus had no idea what Lily and James' poor son Harry was involved in, but he was growing more and more certain that Elder Wizard had sent the one sane marauder into the academy that belonged almost exclusively to lunatics. He ate his frog, and reviewed his life choices. Honestly, being a werewolf was looking less and less like the strangest thing the academy would have to deal with this year. High crimes and misdemeanors. Rufus Scrimgeour was not a hero. That sort of thing got one killed 9 times out of 10, and the 10th time, while saving one person. More or less guaranteed the next 9 died as the one that worked somehow became the gold standard for solution. Honestly, 9 dead for every success should be a strong argument against heroism. Why? It was part and parcel of Auror mythology. Slytherins distrusted mythology. It was all cautionary tales describing all the terrible consequences of doing a stupid thing. Gryffindors interpreted T as a plan for what to do if you ever had the chance. That was rank idiocy, and here he was, leading ranks of idiots in a doomed charge on broomsticks down the Academy Express line. No scouts, no careful disillusioned dismounted survey to assure they were not racing directly into a Death Eater trap using the Academy children as bait. I mean the fact that Rufus Scrimgeour was now the Seacon D most seasoned orer in the Corps should tell you how very many of them died in traps like that in the last war. He was a bloody recruit when it started. Now, he was having to use a bubblehead charm on himself so he could see. Because his broom was flying so fast it would flay the skin from his eyes and blast his lungs to bits if he tried to breathe without it. 840. There were 840 wizarding children on that train, and a dozen Dementors of Azkaban had been ordered to attack the train. Rufus had been part of the cleanup team. Body collection and identification. When Dark One had ordered the attack on St. Percival's Rest and Recovery Center in the last war. Dementors loose against a population of wizards without the ability to use arcane arts to defend themselves. He was a Slytherin, and a Master Occlumens. He was the master of his mind and his emotions, but by Merlin he would not be too late again. He could see the train, and he snapped his wrist forward to put his wand in his hand. He snarled, Oculus Aquile, and his vision became that of an eagle. The train rumbled on, unstoppable and uncaring as only the magics of the great families and the masters of the Academy could make it. Unaware that its precious cargo was likely dying screaming as it steamed onward. Rufus focused his eyes on the motion at either end of the train. The Dementors were leaving. Rufus felt his rage turn to a poison within his veins. For all his ruthlessness with himself and his men, for all the risks they took, he was too late again. Before he could lose himself to emotion, the cold calculator that was his mind continued to process the intelligence his eyes were reporting. The Dementors were not leaving, they were fleeing. More accurately, they were clawing at each other in desperation to escape. Dementors do not flee from school children. A dozen Dementors being driven by a handler could overcome a warded and defended business, a noble if not noble and ancient manor, or wipe out a tactical team of ours and hit wizards caught in the open. What made Rufus Scrimgeour a decorated Auror was his cold, almost reptilian detachment from what was going on around him. While others reacted, Scrimgeour noticed things. It helped that most of those who described him as cold and inhuman died while being emotional in a firefight. He remembered the Hufflepuff who drilled it into him during his first field deployment. Constant vigilance. You will have time to process and feel only if you don't step on your wand being emotional while the curses were flying. The flashes of light that hit the Dementors were red, but not like the stunners of Stupefy, which was all the children, they were clearly children, not later teens, should be able to cast. This light caused the very flesh of the Dementors to glow scarlet from within, and the Dementors fell to earth when struck, and crawled, rather than flew away from their tormentors. Merlin's bloody ballsack. That's Cruciatus. Rufus felt shocked on multiple levels at once. The problem of a highly developed Occlumen's mind is that by dividing your consciousness into multiple streams to allow you to act tactically, think strategically, and process anomalies in the data without getting yourself killed thinking when you should be ducking, you will very occasionally find something that shocks equally on all levels at once. Item the first. The battle is being waged by what look like second or third years. He didn't particularly like children. He hadn't when he was one. And now that he didn't have to be around them, he liked them even less. So he was a bit weak on judging age. Item the second. The Cruciatus curse isn't just unforgivable, it is difficult. It requires a lot of fuel. Soul arcane arts is strange. And its link to survival imperatives is very strong. As a result, a lot of the more potent soul arcane arts effects are rooted very strongly in the fight-flight emotional response, and very few of them favor flight. They favor hitting back. There are ones like the Patronus that feed of the desire to protect, but that is an abstract thought and requires a very delicate state of mind, a whole lot of focused intent, and a whale load of power. It was a high cost, highly flexible, and highly advanced spell. Cruciatus is different. You can spend a huge amount of arcane arts and end up with a Cruciatus that will hurt like a bad burn on one hand, but for a fraction of the same power you could just burn the hand. If you hated well and purely, and I do mean, hate with every fiber of your being, hate with an intensity so pure that when you scream your hate to the universe that the universe screams back, you could use a tiny sliver of power and bring the greatest mage in existence to his knees, helpless and broken. Closer now, Rufus could see children at either end driving the Dementors from the train like whipped and broken dogs, so beaten and broken that their only thought is to escape. The children wielded Cruciatus like the most hardened of Dark One's inner circle, and did so effortlessly. He counted 5 of them. 5 just barely teenagers, operating at the same level as the top Death Eaters. And yet they were defending 840 irreplaceable wizarding children while the elite Auror Corps played Broom Racer, too late to have any effect on the battle. On deeper levels of his mind where anomalies were processed, Rufus Scrimgeour, senior Auror and veteran of the First Blood War, was discovering only today that the Cruciatus Curse worked against Dementors. Auror training in the Academy Defesni against the Dark Arts taught that only the Patronus Charm, a light arcane arts charm of potency so powerful that only about half the Auror Corps could manage it. This was a lie 5 students not old enough to shave all seemed to ignore. On the tactical level, Rufus knew that only the Patronus could work against Dementors. On the strategic level, he understood only the Patronus could work against Dementors. On the anomaly level, he never understood how Death Eaters could all fight off Dementors without problem when only 1 in 20 of them could cast a Patronus. He could even recall specific case law dictating when it was legal to use Cruciatus against Dementors, yet both his strategic and tactical mind streams refused to consider using it. He slowed his broom and gave the hand signal to his troops to go into tactical dispersion and round up the Dementors. He was no longer worried about fighting them. There was less resistance left in those Dementors than Cornelius Fudge for a good bribe. Instead he opened up a 4th thought stream. Given the data of today's personal observations and the reactions of my mind to those observations, what are the odds that I have been charmed or cursed to not believe the Cruciatus can be used against Dementors? By the time Rufus landed his broom on the train platform and dismounted, his face held his best, the Auror is your friend. Professional smile, even as inside he burned to murder someone, possibly several someones. His last thought stream hadn't required more than 30 seconds to conquer. Uday that his surface and tactical thoughts automatically discarded any notion of the Cruciatus Curse being effective against Dementors or other spiritual threats. Whoever had done it had to have been an unspeakable. As every time Rufus picked up a remembrall to testify, the modifications of his memory and active interference in his thinking should have set it off. The odds of no Auror noticing this in the last war were non-existent. Dementors were front-line combatants in the beginning for the Ministry, and then by the end of the war, just for the enemy. This would have been seen by dozens, if not hundreds of Aurors. All of which must share his programming to ignore the data. Only the Ministry itself, through the unspeakables of the Department of Mysteries, could do this. The Ministry Otfer had let hundreds of his fellow Aurors die to keep this secret. The strongest Auror could cast Patronus perhaps a dozen times a day. The strong Aurors like himself perhaps 8, if they didn't have too much other arcane arts to do as well. Scrimgeour could cast the Cruciatus Curse once every 10 seconds for probably about an hour straight. Mad-Eye Moody could probably cast it every breath for about 3 days straight. But Alistair had issues, and even Scrimgeour considered him a bit extreme. Half the Auror Corps couldn't cast Patronus at all, but every recruit could cast Crucio. Worse, the more they fought, the easier that one became. Nothing is supplied more freely to Aurors than trauma, and trauma makes the Cruciatus go around. That brought him back to those kids. How in Merlin's name are 5 the Academy students so deeply traumatized that they can cast torture curses like they were Loomis charms? Starting at the front of the train, Rufus Scrimgeour found himself staring what looked like a Longbottom. The boy could be Frank's twin, if he hadn't aged from the last war, something that looked like a Malfoy, born with a silver spoon up his ass, and malice in his hair gel. And a girl who looked like someone tried to dress a hit arcane arts user up like a princess but forgot to tell her to rein the crazy in before talking to authorities. Flashing his Auror badge, he put on his serious face and applied all the pressure of his office. The honest ones, Longbottom, would crack because they had been trained that the law was always right. It wasn't, but Longbottom was rich enough that it would rarely happen to him. The guilty ones, Malfoy, would crack because they just had to know which of their crimes you knew about and which of them you only suspected. They would play dangerous word games. And being rich enough, had grown up around servants and sycophants that told them how brilliant they were often enough they believed it. The Malfoys of the world always delivered themselves to Rufus. They had to show how smart they were, and talked their way into the prisoner's box. I am Rufus Scrimgeour, Senior Auror. So children, we came because a professor sent a pater onus message saying Dementors were attacking the train. We got here in time to see the Dementors being driven off. Firstly, were any of the students hurt or killed? Neville responded like a good Hufflepuff, justly proud of his defense of the defenseless. No, we kept the Dementors from entering any of the cabins, and between us and Harry and Hermione, we drove them from the train. Rufus smiled. He remembered Frank Longbottom, first-class Auror, but the man talked himself into every punishment detail known to Auror kind. He didn't do shades of gray, and didn't let himself make excuses for bending the rules. Rufus liked the guy, but honestly, he was too Slytherin to accept punishment for doing what needed to be done, rules be damned. He figured if anyone would volunteer what should be hidden, it would be Frank's kid. Secondly, I couldn't help but notice the spell you were using. That is pretty dark arcane arts. The Unforgivables can earn you a one-way ticket to Azkaban. Help me to understand what happened here. And perhaps I can put in a good word, and find a way to not dwell on what spell you used to save the other children. Rufus gave his best, the Auror is your friend, smile. Which had gotten him an amazing conviction rate, and landed a number of surprised people in Azkaban, and cost a dozen more a fortune in fines, bribes, and legal expense. The person interrogating you is never your friend. Before the young Longbottom could open his mouth, and before the little Malfoy got done sneering and into saying something incriminating, the Berserker princess snapped an order that both took without question, causing Rufus to raise his eyebrow ironically. Since when did Longbottoms take orders from Slytherins, and since when did Malfoys ever shut up? Millicent heard the Auror give his, confess your sins and your good buddy Mr. Authority will surely ask the Ministry to not bury you in an unmarked grave and steal all your assets, speech and was not impressed. They had tried that when she seized her house, knowing the law was on her side, but she could confess her way into Azkaban if she said just the wrong thing. She barked her command, and took charge. Zip it, Longbot. You are too honest to talk to Aurors without them tricking you into saying something they can twist into you being guilty of stabbing Merlin and raping Morgana just because he made you feel guilty about something else. Malfoy, you are too arrogant to talk to an Auror without them tricking you into boasting you stabbed Morgana and raped Merlin, just to impress him. The Auror suppressed a smirk, but she was raised Millicent Bulstrode. The half-blood unwanted extra heir in a pure-blooded house. She could read him about as well as he could read her. She pulled out her parchment. Pursuant to the legislation cited, we have used the Cruciatus curse on Dementors attempting to murder defenseless wizarding children in the absence of or upon the failure of competent teachers and guardians from AC. Ting to defend our lives or those of our fellow students. Pursuant to the guidance legislation on the Cruciatus curse, it is specifically listed as unrestricted when used against Dementors, Boggarts or Lethifolds if the arcane arts user or wizards using it felt they or others were threatened. The girl stepped forward and tapped Rufus in the chest. Auror, I felt threatened like you would not believe. Neither I nor any of my comrades will be answering, now or ever, any questions relating to our use of this curse against Dementors. All questions can be forwarded to our solicitors, Goldfarb and Queef. Rufus looked down at the parchment. The naughty book, he inquired. The girl smiled broadly, pulling out her copy. As if cued, the two boys pulled out their own copies. Rufus began to laugh. He had no interest in railroading these children. He had arrived expecting to tag and bag the greatest loss of wizarding children life in living memory. Instead he is getting schooled on use of force legislation by a school girl. The day was going to shine in memory. Probably give Amelia Bones a heart attack and make Cornelius Fudge need an underwear change, but Rufus was loving it. It is good to see a well-educated and effective Slytherin. May I know your name, my lady? Rufus asked, putting on manners his mother would be impressed he remembered. Millicent Bulstrode, Lady Sleane by right of conquest. These are my companions, Neville Longbottom, Heir Longbottom and Draco Malfoy, Heir Malfoy. The girl said, putting out her hand. Rufus kissed her knuckles without any sarcasm at all. This child was doing what the Sacred 28 claimed all that privilege for, using the power of the strongest bloodlines to protect the weaker witches and wizards in their care. As much contempt as he had for the way the system worked in practice, he could not argue the fact these ignorant children had made that ancient lie come true. Rufus Scrimgeour, my lady. At your service. I must say, I had anticipated a much grimmer task than I have at the moment. I am a bit surprised at your effectiveness, as when I was at the academy. Professor Elder Wizard was in favor of limiting his students' use of any magics he found unpalatable. Rufus said softly, "Bloody don't leave it up to him, do we? Be dead already if we left it to that duplicitous turd." Neville Longbottom muttered under his breath. The flash of a grin from the Malfoy boy and innocent look on Bulstrode's face gave him to understand that whatever these children were, under Elder Wizard's control was not it. How very interesting indeed. Rufus made his way to the back of the train where he found Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt making an absolute fool of himself. "You will surrender your wand, or I will take it from you," Auror Shacklebolt again demanded. "You will read this bloody parchment or I will shove it up your ass." A mass of brown curly hair with a small arcane arts user underneath retorted. 20 points from Hufflepuff for disrespecting an Auror. Now I am the defense against the dark arts professor. This train is part of the academy and I am ordering you to surrender your wand and yourself to Auror Shacklebolt. You used an unforgivable curse. And did so in front of students. Remus Lupin barked, his post-full moon headache and magical depletion making his head one throbbing mass of pain and exhaustion, and tripping away the urbane sophistication and gentle tolerance he was known for. "Watch your tone, sir," warned what Rufus recognized instantly as young Harry, the boy who lived. "Hermione here has helped. Ed kill one Dada professor and sent the second to Azkaban. You can be the third before you even get in the castle gates. Read the damned parchment. What we did is not just legal, it is spelled out in the law that the use of the Cruciatus against Dementors is unrestricted if the arcane arts user or arcane arts user using it feels that they themselves or anyone else was threatened. It is not up to you, or Auror Shacklebolt here." Auror Shacklebolt drew his wand. Both the mass of hair and information disguised as arcane arts user and the boy who lived drew faster. And judging by the way the ambient arcane arts was forming a vortex around them, prepared far more powerfully than his fellow Auror had. Battle was seldom long when only one side took it seriously. Honestly, this was not the Auror Corps' finest hour. Auror Shacklebolt, remind me, son, what was the second line of the oath we all swore when we became Aurors? Rufus said, as he slid past the very small arcane arts user with the very large hair. Kingsley Shacklebolt hadn't been one of Rufus' direct trainees, but he had Rufus for the unit on magical law, and like any student who had to repeat a class, he reacted reflexively when his least favorite teacher made him repeat the correct answer to his mistake. "Sir, to enforce and uphold the laws of Wizarding Britain as laid down by the Wizigamot under the administrative direction of the Ministry of Arcane Arts. Its elected and appointed officials," Kingsley recited, his rich baritone making it almost a song. Rufus gave a small bow to the small arcane arts user and took the parchment from her hand. Glanced at it to confirm. Rufus then handed it to Auror Shacklebolt. "Well then, Kingsley, old chap, perhaps you should read it. The parchment happens to be the relevant legislation. The young arcane arts user is entirely correct. Use of the Cruciatus curse against Dementors in entirely unrestricted. She could go to Azkaban on a fishing trip, and if one accosted her she could too. RN it over a slow fire of torment while trolling for Atlantic salmon." Turning to Remus Lupin, he suddenly remembered how he knew the man, well, boy, when he met him. "Professor Lupin, I am surprised had someone in your condition is not more aware of the race-specific legislation on magics normally restricted or proscribed against other witches and wizards. Further, as a professor, I find that while you showed good sense summoning me with your Patronus, you are showing both poor judgment and worse taste by attempting to get arrested and expelled the saviors of 840 wizarding children." Turning back to Auror Kingsley. "Auror Kingsley, one of two things is going to happen. You are either going to prepare grave registration tags for each of the 840 students on this train, and think long and hard about how today almost turned out, or I will let Alistair Moody know you tried to snap the wands and imprison the arcane arts user and arcane arts user chill D who stopped Dementors from turning the Academy Express into an abattoir." He saw Kingsley react in fear. Too many of Elder Wizard's little order of the Phoenix Pets forgot who they worked for. He bought into the whole champion of the light propaganda and forgot that the only reason any of them had survived at all is that a few people like Frank Longbottom, James Potter, Sirius Black, and A. Lastor, Mad Eye, Moody put their ethics aside and killed Death Eaters faster than Dark One could recruit them. Kingsley had been Alistair's trainee. Kingsley may worship Elder Wizard, and take his word for gospel. But Mad Eye Moody was the one he feared, and the one whose training had kept him alive every time it turned out violence really was the answer. Rufus sighed. When had he become too old for this? He swore, in the last war. Even the youngest recruits were not as childish as the so-called experienced RSWSA stuck working with today. Rufus turned around and looked upon the famous boy who lived. He held out his hand. Young Harry, I presume. I am Rufus Scrimgeour, Senior Orer. I served alongside your father 1,000 years and some number of gray hairs ago. Rufus offered with his best disarming smile. His occlumency was still running on several different thought streams trying to deal with the mind control compulsions he had just run into, so he wasn't attempting any legilimency tricks. This was good, because when he met James' son's eyes he was shocked. The boy was a bit muscular for 13, but not honestly as tall and broad as either the Longbottom boy or Bulstrode girl, but his face was ancient. His eyes had the same flat cold look of a predator he saw in the mirror, but one who accepted that everyone and everything was a potential threat that must be tracked at all times, and still chose to laugh, to play, and to revel in every moment of life. He could. The boy had the eyes of those veterans of the last war that had seen it all, done it all, accepted all. The pain and horror, and still took the time to splash in puddles, prank each other in barracks, and make a fool of themselves over every pretty girl that crossed their path. On some level he took in the scar, the one Dark One gave the boy. He took in the creature Silver working it into a rune of power. On some level he took in feeling of magical power easily the equal of an adult arcane arts user already. Promising to be truly monstrous when he grew up. Mostly though, he took notice of the fact that he stared into eyes that weighed Rufus Scrimgeour's soul upon a scale whose balances he could not see. And decided he found it at least marginally acceptable. Merlin's bloody beard. The boy was 13, and almost as intimidating as Elder Wizard. Yeah, good to meet you, Mr. Scrimgeour. Thanks for your help with the other Orer. I wouldn't want to set my lawyers on him for crossing the line. They are goblins, and he would be lucky if he still owned his shoes when they were done with him. Young Harry said without any trace of fear at all. Rufus always thought those ridiculous stories about the boy who lived were complete fakes, but it seems the truth may be more interesting than the Lee's Elder Wizard's pet writers have been weaving for all the years he was hidden. Rufus smiled, this time genuinely, and responded. Good to meet you too, Mr. Potter. Glad to be of service. Will you introduce me to your lady friend? Rufus offered, seeking to at least get a girlish blush, to get her out of the somewhat intense anger she had focused on Orer Shacklebolt when he was making a fool of himself. Young Harry turned, and with minimal ceremony that made it clear, neither creature raised nor Hufflepuff trained had instilled anything like social niceties in the boy. He introduced his friend. Orer Scrimgeour, meet Hermione Granger, Muggle-born third-year Hufflepuff, and top student in our year every year so far. Rufus Scrimgeour bent to kiss the girl's knuckles in a degree of courtesy. Muggle-born didn't rate from a pureblood, but flattery was social lubricant more effective than either bribery or intimidation. Pleased to meet you, my dear. Rufus began, as he straightened up he fin. Ali got a look at the arcane arts user under all the curls. His shock got the better of him to a degree that would have his mother hexing his backside so hard sitting would be optional for a week. Blood hell, you are Our Lady of Fire. Rufus blurted. Dawlish, the poster boy for Muggle-hating blood purists, did a series of 4 paintings of you and the basilisk from the Chamber of Secret Affair. One of them hangs in the Morgana be damned ministry. The girl, one Hermione Granger, a name he determined to look up later, pulled her hand back with a scowl. That painting was a lie. He wasn't there, and I don't even own a sword. Besides, that wouldn't be enough to kill it. Rufus parsed the grammar on that one like the skilled interrogator he was. She denied Dawlish saw it, not that it happened. Denied the weapon she did use was a sword, which of course meant that somehow the bit about her standing eye to eye with a basilisk, wreathed in flames as she destroyed its eye, were at least true. Wasn't that interesting? Rufus smiled back at her and offered a bit of Slytherin wisdom. I think you will find that for ministry intents and purposes it will become a truth. The truth of what will be recorded into history, if not the literal truth of what happened. Rufus offered kindly. Morgana, save me, why does everything have to be so Slytherin? Why can't people just tell the truth, instead of having to keep track of 15 different stories to tell 15 different sets of people based on what they are allowed to know, if the moon is in the right phase, if the minister had a good bowel movement, and if the latest poll numbers suggest lies involving werewolves trend better than those about trolls? Hermione said, throwing up her hands. Just then a rock viper then had to be about 4 meters long and a good 8 kilograms, with glowing silver runes somehow worked into its skin, slithered out the car door behind the girl. Just as Rufus was preparing to draw his wand, the snake hissed. Mouse giver, I have partitioned the memories of all those nestlings who cannot bear the Dementor's mark in them. They are resting with Root Singer, who has put on his fursona and is administering cuddle therapy. I too wish cuddle therapy. Now, I have spent hours in Dementor fear and need my mouse giver. Noodle hissed imperiously. Oddly, while the snake's hissing was expected, and the bee. Young Harry was rumored to be a parselmouth, it was the girl the snake went to and the girl that hissed back. She reached down and picked up the snake, that immediately began rubbing his face against her before wrapping itself around her like a fashion accessory and glaring at Rufus from beneath her curly hair. The girl was a parselmouth. A muggle born. For that matter, when had there ever been a recording of 2 parselmouths at the academy or any school at the same time? Noodle, my brave boy. You have been the best snake ever. When I get to the academy, I am going to make a whole new series of potions for your mice. Hermione hissed at Noodle happily. Scrimgeour looked at Harry and then back at Noodle. I was given the impression that the snake was your familiar. Harry shrugged. Noodle has a weakness for pretty girls. Plus she lets him hunt perverts in the girls' showers, and that is pretty hard to compete with. Rufus Scrimgeour was proud he kept his smile small and more a sug. Hestion than the burst of laughter and wide grin that almost snuck out. He had standards after all. That would indeed be hard to compete with Mr. Potter. Scrimgeour concluded, deciding that he would have to call upon his old friend Alistair Moody to compare notes. He had a feeling trusting Elder Wizard and the ministry-authorized version of what was happening at the academy this year would be a disaster. No, these children bore watching. Rufus smiled. Mr. Filch will be happy. If Rufus was any judge, when Elder Wizard heard the news about the Academy Express, the headmaster will have kittens. Headmaster headaches. Elder Wizard sat stunned in his office as Rufus Scrimgeour and Remus Lupin reported what happened on the train. He had a dozen students and parents' guardians lined up behind. Their reactions to the news varied. Aurora Bulstrode looked proud, Augusta Longbottom looked defiant, Narcissa Black looked like she was at a mildly enjoyable tea party, and a female creature lawyer no. Ennis Queef was grinning a tooth-hidden grin that threatened to bear Fang at any moment. Severus Snape, the Slytherin house master, loomed like a great bat in the back, but thankfully the more troubles. Pomona Sprout of Hufflepuff had been distracted by something the Hufflepuff prefect Cedric Diggory had to show her. Young Harry had used the Cruciatus curse. An unforgivable Elder Wizard had AYS planned on guiding Harry into Gryffindor, where he could be properly prepared to be the hero the world needed to end Dark One. Harry had been given to the Dursleys to make sure he grew up safe but isolated. He would have no other influences, and no skills at making connections on his own when he got to the academy. No fame to tempt him, no connections to allow others tempted by the fame of the boy who lived to lure him to unimportant allegiances. Young Harry would be in Gryffindor, finding his place in the House of Heroes, where Elder Wizard would see him trained carefully in only those magics that belong to the light. Dark One would fall to love and a pure heart, not to any magical strength a child could possess. Elder Wizard had the prophesy, and as champion of light, none the hard necessary things to make sure Harry grew up a wounded isolated boy who would look to Elder Wizard as his sole guiding light. Then GRIPHOOK adopted him, a bloodthirsty creature. Elder Wizard was not a racist or human supremacist by any stretch of the imagination, but goblins were subhumans. They were gold-hungry, violence-prone, and only kept in their place by repeated large-scale Suppression efforts by Wizarding Britain. Clearly they had tainted Harry with their morality, which essentially boiled down to kill, loot, and wield penalty clauses and loopholes in every contract as if bargains were acts of war. Young Harry sorted into Hufflepuff, the one house that Elder Wizard struggled with the most. Slytherins could be subverted through their ambitions, Ravenclaws distracted with forbidden knowledge. And Gryffindors only had to hear the sound of a trumpet to be charging before they could realize thinking was an option. Hufflepuffs got distracted. You could try tempting them with their ambitions. But they frequently wandered off from their carefully chosen path because one of their friends was having trouble. You could not tempt them with forbidden knowledge, because if it was at all useful, they would immediately attempt to publish it, rather than act on it for their own gain. You could wave a banner and blow a trumpet to call them to battle, but the Hufflepuffs were equally likely to march off to war. Or hug it out with the enemy and have a signed treaty of friendship and trade deal already inked before you could stop them. Worse, Elder Wizard's status as champion of light made Slytherins obey him out of fear. Ravenclaws obey him out of acceptance of the lore, arguing he was best qualified to judge. Gryffindors accepted his words out of faith, but Hufflepuffs would dare to question his orders. Distracted from the greater good by some foolish questions of harm or cost to little people who should be happy their sacrifice was moderately useful to a struggle of actual importance. Hufflepuffs were not Gryffindors without backbone, they were Slytherins with friends. Hufflepuffs were not Ravenclaws to understand the deeper meaning behind using forbidden magics and tools. They were not Gryffindors to reject dark means as necessary or permitted for any ends. They were too like the Slytherins in their willingness to use any tool that worked, more concerned with singing a happy song and working hard than the fact their tool was made of nightmare. Young Harry was the last hope of the light, and he had wielded the torture curse not only once, but dozens, perhaps hundreds of times. He had wielded it more naturally than any but the top handful of Death Eaters even at the height of the war, and worse, he had led others into doing the same. The time had come to cut away the connections corrupting the boy. For the greater good, young Harry must become the child of prophecy, for his sacrifice was required to save the world. Torturing to save the lives of children was a moral shortcut that could not be allowed. Some may well have been killed. Elder Wizard was honest enough to note probably many, but the Dementors would have lingered over their kills to make them as pleasurable as possible. So no more than 100 could possibly have died before the Aurors arrived. That is a far lesser cost, in the grand scheme of things, than the corruption of the boy who lived. Scrimgeour had finished his report and sat back smiling at his former headmaster. Remus Lupin looked troubled, casting his eyes back and forth between Elder Wizard whom he owed his position, or indeed any position as a werewolf in wizarding society, and Harry Potter who looked and smiled just like James, his oldest and dearest friend, but who had wielded the unforgivable killing curse as if it was a bludger bat in a pick-up Quidditch game. Elder Wizard shook his head sadly. I know how easy it is to be led astray when dearly loved and respected friends offer you an easy solution to a problem that seems unsolvable. Many fell into that trap years ago when Dark One offered a quick and easy solution, and soon found themselves marked by corruption, and before long, had become nothing less than monsters. Elder Wizard said this while windlessly and without any chanting caused the darkness to gather about young Harry until only the gleam of the creature silver marking his curse scar was visible. The rune of power, Sowilo, shone as Elder Wizard's eyes twinkled in soft legerdemain, as he led his assurance that the creature runes, like Dark One's dark mark, were a sign of corruption and evil, as they were not part of the magics he accepted to be taught here at the academy. When he did so, seemingly only Draco and Luna seemed to flinch. The other 4 students just stared back at the headmaster as if bored. Narcissa Black and Augusta Longbottom were suspected occlumens, a study he had forbidden here since he took over as headmaster. Frankly, he had taught occlumency and legerdemain under the former headmaster Dippet. But his last and greatest student had been Tom Riddle, who became Dark One. For the greater good, he determined that knowledge too terrible for others to possess. He rock viper known as Noodle looked up from where Hermione had been stroking it and hissed at the headmaster, shaking its head in disappointment. Its eyes flashed like Elder Wizard's own. Well, that was disturbing. Had the snake mastered mind arcane arts? Tom Riddle, Lord Dark One, had been a Parselmouth. Did his speaking to snakes have something to do with his skill as a mind mage? Was the snake also a corrupting influence? Wizarding law forbid removing a familiar, and if he thought about trying it without cause, his own oaths as headmaster of the academy would punish him. He would have to start by cutting away the problem children, and then see if some unfortunate accident could account for the snake. Without being allowed to ask for it to happen it was difficult, but with enough Gryffindors lying about, one could almost always find someone ready to leap to any conclusion you nudged them towards, and act with courage to do what was right. It would be sad to have to expel the child who did it. But that too would be a sacrifice to the greater good, and if the child had known, they might well have accepted the cost to strike anyway. Mr. Malfoy, elder wizard began, then stopped and put on his best grandfatherly smile. Young Draco, I understand that you are the one who suggested the use of the Cruciatus curse. I can understand, given your recent mental injury, that your judgment may well have been impaired. But actions have consequences. Draco opened his mouth to object, but his mother's hand squeezed his shoulder hard. Rufus Scrimgeour began laughing softly. He crossed his legs and turned to see the charge of the Badgers begin. Draco Malfoy's suggestion showed both moral courage and strategic wisdom. His actions were in the highest traditions of his house and of this school. Furthermore, his actions were legal. Hermione Granger said, her eyes blazing with the holy fire of a Hufflepuff defending a friend, and a Ravenclaw catching a teacher stating an incorrect fact. Elder Wizard smiled at her, and Hermione suddenly felt the great weight of the difference in their status. Elder Wizard, Order of Merlin First Class, Supreme Mugwump of the ICW, Head Warlock of the Wizigamot, Champion of Light, Headmaster of the Academy, and born of pure and ancient wizarding blood. Then there was her, Hermione Jean Granger, Muggle-born student. My dear Miss Granger, while Draco's errors might warrant some mitigation in sentence due to his past mental and spiritual injuries, your own ignorance of wizarding culture, morality, and law is not a defense. Your ignorance as a Muggle-born is your duty to correct, as it was my duty to educate you past. Sadly, we both failed, and now you have encouraged young Harry down an dark and corrupting path. Elder Wizard said sadly. He held up a stack of parchments. These are expulsion papers. I'm sure you will understand I have no choice. I regret the necessity, but you will leave here remanded to Auror custody, as will Mr. Malfoy. I will do my best to make sure that Harry at least can be spared, as the boy who lived could only have taken part in such an illegal activity if led badly astray by his companions. What Elder Wizard had intended to say about Neville and Millicent will never be known, because Hermione didn't bother holding up her paper. She slammed it down on Elder Wizard's desk. Hermione looked like an angry squirrel, cute but savage, as if the nuts she had come to collect didn't hang on a tree. Rufus Scrimgeour was clapping openly, enjoying the show without any pretense of neutrality. These are the relevant legislation and ministerial guidance on the use of the Cruciatus curse against Class XXXXX spiritual threats as unrestricted. Unrestricted as in does not require your agreement, the DMLE's agreement. Or Merlin to rise from the grave and sign my permission slip. If Hogwarts bothered to teach wizarding law, then you wouldn't dare to attempt expulsion for a completely legal use of force. Hermione was looming over the headmater in a display that Rufus Scrimgeour was using his occlumency to record permanently for his enjoyment. She lectured him like Amelia Bones lecturing Aurors who brought in someone with a clearly wrongful arrest. Elder Wizard attempted to rally, but it was attempting to put out a fire by dropping parchment on it. Miss Granger, while the law you cite may hold elsewhere, this is the Academy. Inside these walls, I determine what is permitted. The Academy Express is under my protection, and I hold to the light's position on the unforgivables. Elder Wizard said, smiling sadly and shaking his head. That is why the decision will not be in your hands. The creature solicitor said with a smile that belonged on a shark. This is an order of recusal. The creature said, sliding a paper onto the headmaster's desk. I am Queef, of Goldfarb and Queef. When something stinks, look for Queef. Your prejudice against these children stinks of politics. You will note in the cited charter of the Academy that there is an absolute duty of care for the children of Wizarding Britain when they have passed platform 9-3/4 and entered the Academy care. An absolute duty you have failed utterly. Were it not for the actions of these 5 students, 840 children would have died. Queef smiled broadly. Died screaming. Queef slid a second paper on the table. This is a class action lawsuit on behalf of my 5 clients, for being forced to defend themselves while under your care, from dementors. Honestly, I have reviewed your Dada curriculum, and nothing in the required curriculum prepares your students to defend against dementors. Only those who follow Dada to the new level would even learn the techniques, even then it is not required. As the main protector of the students who were exposed to dementor attack while under your titular care, you must recuse yourself from any disciplinary actions against them, until such time as the lawsuit is settled. Queef closed her eyes and clasped her hands as if in prayer. We are going to open the lawsuit to all children on the train who were also owed and failed to receive protection from you and your instructors. We anticipate a record-breaking judgment. Queef opened her eyes and smiled at the headmaster. Elder Wizard did not smile back. I am headmaster of the academy. I decide discipline for my students. I will have your wand, Miss Granger, and yours, Mr. Malfoy. You will be leaving this school today. Rufus Scrimgeour made a tut-tut noise, then leaned forward. Albus, don't make more of a fool of yourself than you already have, especially in light of what is probably going on in the Great Hall right now. Rufus smiled as he admonished the headmaster. Elder Wizard looked at Rufus warily. What is going on in the Great Hall, Rufus? Severus Snape sneered from where he had been leaning and replied dryly. I should think that he is referring to young Cedric bringing the cup home to Hufflepuff. With 3 of her badgers in front of your desk, haven't you wondered where Pomona Sprout is? Snape said quietly. Cup? Asked Elder Wizard quietly as his office door irised open. Ah yes, the cup. Hufflepuff's cup found and returned to the academy by the same students who saved all the children of the Hogwarts Express. Minister of Arcane Arts Cornelius Fudge was almost shouting his excitement as he came in the door. He began shaking hand and kissing them, as genders dictated, with the ease of a consummate politician and the excitement of a schoolboy who just got all O's on his owls. Well done, Miss Bulstrode, Mr. Longbottom, Mr. Malfoy, Miss Granger, and what else can we expect from you, Mr. Potter? The boy who lived saved the train from dementors and returns the cup of Helga Hufflepuff to the academy in her own house. We will have to invite the alumni, the parents, the press to celebrate you. Minister Fudge crowed happily. I think not, Minister. I have drawn up expulsion papers for Mr. Malfoy and Miss Granger as instigators. I will be recommending harsh parole at the minimum for the rest who were led into error, but I cannot have students here at the academy who make use of the unforgivables. Albus Elder Wizard said firmly. I rather think you can, said Rufus Scrimgeour cheerfully. I rather think you will, said Queef savagely. Minister Cornelius Fudge, watching the greatest public relations coup since the fall of you-know-who, trying to crash and sink on the iceberg of Elder Wizard's ego, decided a course change was required. Well, of course we can't have them in the school now. I will set them up at the Leaky Cauldron for at least a week. We will need that time. The children from the train will need to process that unfortunate incident, and all the Hufflepuff alumni and no small number of other important former students will want to come to see Hufflepuff's cup returned. Not to mention the press, the ICW, even the unspeakables of the DOM will be over the moon to be able to examine the greatest work of one of the Academy 4 founders. It will also take that long for the Wizigamut to determine what level of award the children will receive. Order of Merlin, obviously. It is simply a matter of the class. Minister Fudge said very firmly, looking at Elder Wizard with his "get on board or else" expression. Light and dark were all well and good, but this was politics. Followed by their creature solicitor, the children and their guardians flowed from the room as silencing wards did their best to conceal the yelling inside Elder Wizard's office. A smiling Narcissa Black touched Hermione Granger lightly on the shoulder. Miss Granger, my Draco tells me that you are the one who ensured that he had a copy of the relevant legislation in his hand when he met the Aurors. May I say that your degree of knowledge and wisdom of our wizarding law reflects well on you as arcane arts user, and doubly so for a Muggle born. I am PLE. My Draco is making good decisions in his friends this year. Narcissa Black said softly, causing Draco to turn to her in shock as if she had just grown a second head, but Millicent Bulstrode shared a look and nod with Lady Black. Protection of her heir mattered far more than Hermione's blood status. Her Draco was the important bit. The Dark Lord and Elder Wizard could hang right alongside dear ex-husband Lucius for all she cared. Adopting strays. Narcissa Black sipped red wine that was so dark that Sirius tapped his animagus grim senses to confirm did not contain actual blood. They had both been raised black. So Muggle Merlot was a thing. They eyed each other across the table while Draco was being bullied into letting Luna Lovegood feed him Chinese food with chopsticks. I don't see why I have to eat this Muggle food. I mean, I am all about culture, of course, as a pure blood, but culture came with forks. Draco insisted as a piece of pork dripping in something that looked like troll blood. The nearly jelly-like red did smell both sweet and savory, so while his mouth objected, his tongue and salivary glands were in full rebellion. You are a dragon. This is food of the court of the Dragon Emperor. You should eat it. Besides, it can't be Muggle food if you need to master not one but two wands to eat it. Luna mused. She stopped and her eyes shot open. It is duelist food, and dragon food. So clearly you can't eat anything else. Luna said as if this explained everything. Narcissa looked at Sirius, and then at Luna. The odd child, what is her relationship with my Draco and your heir? Suggested Harry. Kidnappers. Suggested Neville. Rescuers. Corrected Hermione. Lunatic horde. Concluded Millicent. And minions. Cheered Fred and George, who had accompanied them in to exile, while a fuming Percy screamed at them. Come back. You are grounded to the common room. I am head boy. Sirius sipped his own wine and looked at Luna, his eyes hooded, his memories haunting him. Toujours pure, Narcissa. Do you remember those words? Narcissa raised her head proudly, her beauty a thing of ice and iron, remote, cold, and utterly uncaring over the judgment of those beneath her. She answered coldly, always pure. The motto of House Black. I remember it, Sirius. It was not I that broke faith with it. What has that to do with the odd child and my Draco? Sirius looked up now, gesturing at the children and the snake, who was even now insisting that his mouse giver supply him with sweet and sour pork offerings like Draco was being fed by Luna. Toujours pure, always pure. Odd words those when you think about it. Ancient words that have been handed down since before we came to these shores. Words we brought down from the north with the Franks when they conquered France and took to England with the Norman conquest. We were taught they were about blood purity, which is ridiculous because that nonsense didn't even become an issue until 1588, when Slytherin's grandsons allied with the Spanish Armada. Odd we always took it to be about blood purity when the words were ours since about CE 405. A bit hard to believe it's about blood purity when we had been living by them for 1200 years before it became a thing. Sirius said. Narcissa looked at Sirius, her eyes hooded this time, her thoughts unreadable. If it is not blood purity, what is it then? Her voice wasn't quite a challenge. But it wasn't just a question either. Pure arcane arts. Not light, not dark. The arcane arts we worked before wands, before Rome, and before Merlin set up his system. Pure arcane arts. Using the elements of nature to bend the wild arcane arts to the needs of the people. Arcane arts too strong to fit into a single spell, too potent to contain or channel with any wand or staff. Sirius said, his voice becoming excited, a wild light filling his cold gray eyes until they flashed to match his wide wolf grin. Power, Narcissa. It what freaks Elder Wizard out so badly. These kids have been fumbling towards pure arcane arts, the arcane arts that was the root of the families back before there was a sacred 28, and Luna Lovegood sees it. Sirius said, and he was no longer the marauder, the bad boy rebel, the prankster. His voice now was the Lord of House Black, inheritor of an unbroken line of war wizards that stretched back to the Frankish conquest of Roman Gaul. Narcissa's eyes flew wide and she looked over at Luna, who smiled back at her dreamily, her fingers dancing as she made Draco imitate Noodle and lunge to get his deep-fried prawn. Narcissa extended her own sense and felt the pool of arcane arts swirling around Luna, a chaotic pool of power like the aura of a unicorn, rather than an arcane arts user or arcane arts user. She is a seer? Narcissa asked in shock. Hermione answered before Sirius could speak. Not at all. Seers are channels that occasionally get overwhelmed by arcane arts when it has a prophecy that is ready to begin moving. They are tubes messages get shoved through. They don't know or understand the message itself. Luna swims in the sea of arcane arts. She sees and feels its currents everywhere, all the time. She sees how it moves inside us, around us, and changes because of us. She is probably too wild to ever be a decent wand arcane arts user, but arcane arts sings its secrets in her ears, and unfolds wonders before her eyes. Narcissa hissed in shock. Elder Wizard is just letting her wander around free. If the unspeakables suspected what she was, they would disappear her into a cell in the Department of Mysteries, never to see the light of day again. Being milked of information until she got lonely enough to die. Harry slammed his hand down on the table. No, I have the silver, and we have the power. We will bind her to the coven. Luna says, she is our vision, Draco our soul, and Merlin help us all. She swears the ginger idiots are our heart. Narcissa leaned forward and matched Harry glare for glare, her ha. ND went out to rest on her Draco's shoulder protectively. You think to mark my Draco? You think to put your mark on him, when he is promised to the Dark Lord? Narcissa Malfoy challenged. Millicent ha. Pped her butter beer with her knife to gather everyone's attention. Lady Malfoy, I would think long and hard before I ever allowed anyone I cared about to have the dark mark put on them. I touched it with my wand and simply whispered. And Lord Selwyn did more than die, his body fit into an urn smaller than a cremated cat. I used no spell, I simply activated what was inside it already. A death sentence for any who bore it at the merest whim of its master, or the simple loss of connection to same. It is a slave brand, not an honor. Millicent said, her voice calm and cold as if delivering a wee. Thayer report she found only mildly interesting. Neville spoke up next. The runes bind us together in a circle, a coven. We each bring our individual arcane arts to it, and together we can weave the CALLS of anyone who joins with us in ritual together so arcane arts itself can hear us, and if our call and desire matches the needs of arcane arts in the world, then miracles happen. He looked at Narcissa calmly. And when Narcissa tried her best cold glare to intimidate the notoriously shy and nervous boy, she felt her eyebrows rise in shock as Neville responded to the challenge with one more response. Oh, and your Dark Lord screams like a bitch when Harry comes for him. I have seen Harry break and eat several pieces of his soul, and every one of them died begging. Neville said, a blush coming to his face as his voice hardened. This time it was Augusta Longbottom who reached out and grabbed her heir's shoulder in support. Draco looked over at his mother and tried to reason with her, her than the twin options of demanding and begging that had constituted his communication repertoire with his parents for his entire life. Mother, you always said you supported the Dark Lord because those fools at the Ministry and Elder Wizard's light faction wanted to gut the magical power of the pure blood houses, but I have seen his mind. He wanted to gut the magical power of everyone who was not his. And those who were his could only be powerful if they were little more than his mind-broken slaves. All power was his. This is different. Taking the runes of the coven makes us all more powerful individually. And more in tune when we are together. It brings us into harmony, but it calls each of us to grow and become great. All my life Father was raising me to be a copy of him, and a good servant to his Dark Lord. Never did anyone think about making Draco Malfoy great. The best I could hope for is to be a pleasing enough tool for my father's house and master. I stood against the darkness, Mother. Me, Draco Malfoy. I fought with my friends because I was Slytherin enough to pick up a tool others dared not, and they were too Hufflepuff to leave me alone facing it. Taking up the runes may or may not make me great, but it will make me Draco Malfoy, arcane arts user and man. When my friends face the Dark Lord again, I will be with them. Draco looked at his mother with his best attempt at a lord's dignity. Sirius burst into an inappropriate belly laugh, not because Draco looked foolish, but because he looked like a 13-year-old copy of Lord Arcturus Black, the ancient Black Patriarch who died before Draco's birth. Narcissa gave Sirius a glare. That is quite enough, cousin. Turning to Draco she smiled softly. Toujours pure, my dragon. Always pure. You seek to bind yourself to pure arcane arts. And bind yourself to a company that dares to pit their will against the Dark Lord and Champion of Light, against the Ministry and against the world. Let it not be said I would deprive my son of his chance at greatness. You wish to join this coven. So mote it be. Luna shattered the solemnity by leaning forward and hugging Draco powerfully, causing him to squawk in indignation, and blush scarlet as she cheered. Yay! Fred and George jumped up and pinned Millicent in a joint hug. Minions forever. They cheered together. And tattoos, said George. Mom will, agreed Fred. Go Nutters. They cheered together. Narcissa walked her black dog to the flow of the leaky cauldron, and fled to Longbottom Manor where the coven gathered again. The whole of the coven gathered to see ing and chant as Alistair Moody drummed and Hermione's needle wove silver into 4 figures bound in vines summoned by Neville from the earth. Creature arcane arts bound creature silver to runes that ca. LLED to that of the arcane arts user and wizards bound by branch and thorn, by blood and will, to the working. Othala for family, alges for protection were woven into left and right breast of each, this was the binding to the circle. Then the runes of their nature were woven into them. Fred found the X rune known as Jibo over his heart. Jibo was the gift rune, the rune of commitment, of partnership, the rune of harmony. His was the blending of their spirits and natures. George felt the rune of Wunjo weave above his heart, like an arrow pointing upward with only one side. It was the rune of joy, of completion, of fulfillment. Wunjo was the joy of their will manifest in the world through their arcane arts. Together the twins were the heart of the coven, and they felt their magics bring the opposing forces of the elements into harmony as Hermione wove blood and power, silver and pain into the wounds of their marking. Each thread of the silver worked not simply into their flesh, but into their souls. Hermione blushed a bit as Luna bared her chest with a smile, utterly unconcerned about the mixed genders. As to her eyes everyone was naked to their soul and arcane arts, so body modesty seemed too silly to worry about. As Hermione worked the runes into Luna, she was unsurprised to see the third rune forming between her breasts was the cup shape of Pertho, the rune of secrets, occult knowledge. And also the rune of chaos and chance. This was the rune of the wild arcane arts, the arcane arts spells and wands cannot bind or contain. Draco was sweating and writhing against his bonds as he was marked. For his runes burned into him harsher than the others. Draco wept and raged, but when Hermione asked if she should stop, he raged and swore at her to continue. His rune was the harshest. Nothiz, like a small T with the crossbar slashing down left to right like cut by a sword. It was the rune of need fire. The rune of suffering for knowledge, the rune of prices paid, the rune that shatters stasis and ignorance both. A rune of patience and pain, and of world-shattering action. Narcissa held her place in the circle, she danced with the other witches and wizards of the outer circle that their steps and words, their intent and need could call out to arcane arts to hear and see what was wrought in this time and place, and weave itself into the binding. She saw her delicate boy, the overproud and protected child she had endured a loveless marriage to produce be marked with a rune fit for a dragon. If he was to be the soul of the coven, his would be the harshest price. She felt the tears burn her face. A mother weeping for the pain of her son, pain now and pain 100-fold tomorrow, yet her steps grew fierce and wild as joy burned in her heart. Toujours pure, he was not the weakness of his father's blood. He was hers. He was black in his heart. Her delicate little dragon would be strong. After a lovely feast in Longbottom Manor, whose wards were strong enough they did not fear ministry or storming the place looking for the renegade yet oddly unconvicted, Sirius Black, the group returned to the leaky cauldron, for that is where Cornelius Fudge would be arriving to take them back to the academy for their official welcoming and awards ceremony. The negotiations are browbeating, blackmail, and bribery with Albus Elder Wizard had been concluded to no one's satisfaction but everyone's tolerance. And the minister would get his shiny happy press moment. Narcissa sat with Sirius in her room, and after weaving her privacy wards, she finally broached the subject of her cousin's status. Since Draco was bound to young Harry and his coven of lunatics, his fate and his position of Lord of House Black were now critical to hers and Draco's survival and success. Sirius, this thumbing your nose at the oars and tricking the ministry is no doubt amusing to you, but you and I both have children to protect. You cannot do that when your enemies can wield the power of the ministry in the daylight, and the power of both factions of the Wizigamot in the shadows. Narcissa said softly, not looking at her cousin and lord. Sirius poked unnecessarily at the fire, his ace growing shadows in the firelight that made every year in Azkaban show plainly carved into the crags of his noble but now more brutal visage. I have a plan, sissy. The ministry is giving the kids the Order of Merlin. That means over the Yule break, they will attend the Wizigamot session to take up the single seat each Order of Merlin holder gets. No regency for underage when you get an Order of Merlin. They get their seat and their vote right there. I plan on being smuggled in. When the time comes for oath-taking, it is done alphabetically. House Black will be first. Once the wardstones of the Wizigamot chamber sense the Lord of Black has entered, my name will be recorded on the Book of Law. When they read the names, mine will be first. When the Wizigamot arcane arts allows me to swear my oath of loyalty, that will prove that I have never been convicted of any crime against the Wizigamot law. At that point, I am beyond the power of a vote to keep from my seat. The DMLE can take Car E of the bookkeeping to take me off the wanted list, because they will be stuck with the Book of Law's acceptance of my innocence. Arcane arts trumps ministry. I mean, you have to love a system that is simply based on the power to splatter anyone who disagrees with you with the flick of a wand. I will hold all the Black family vassals' votes. I am Harry's godfather, and once seated, the Potter vassals' votes also become mine to vote. As an Order of Merlin holder, I can appoint young Harry to be my seneschal, and hold the proxy for his own bloody votes. Cornelius Fudge can pack his own fudge at that point. Lucius will be left only with the Malfoy vote. None of our vassals will be his proxies. Elder Wizard will be left with just his own vote. None of the Potter vassals will be his proxies. Nah, Arcissa shuddered at the boldness of the plan. You really did sort into Gryffindor for a reason. That plan is terrifying. If anything goes wrong on the way in, you will be given the Dementor's kiss on the spot. Sirius looked up from the fire and grinned. Now Narcissa, it is almost like you care. Yes, my plan is Gryffindor bold, but I had a decade in Azkaban to get right Slytherin cold and cunning about getting it done. Don't worry, I have given the kids the task of pulling it off. The former marauder smirked. Narcissa snorted, a most unladylike noise she would deny ever having made. Trusting those children to come up with a plan to beat the whole of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, the Ministry of Arcane Arts, all the Death Eater sympathizers who need you dead, and Der Wizard who needs you gone so he can get his oh-so-pure hands on his precious boy who lived. Narcissa asked in surprise. Sirius leaned down and gave his cousin a hug, which she endured with the saw. Me resignation she had as kids when he was being all cheerful puppy with his baby cousin. Oh sissy, just one of them broke me out of Azkaban because she needed a birthday present. Can you imagine what the lot of them can do if they put their heads together and really try? Sirius smiled. Cornelius Fudge ought to thank them if they don't burn the whole ministry down in sheer teenage excess before it's done. It is going to be better than any prank the Marauders ever pulled in their prime. I swear, weaponizing Hufflepuff work ethic to Slytherin cunning, it's enough to make a grown Gryffindor tremble in fear. Sirius said, then shuddered dramatically. You are going to rein them in, if they get excessive. Narcissa said, hoping her cousin had matured even slightly in the decades spent dreaming of escape in Azkaban. Sirius looked shocked. Narcissa, I am shocked. I would never curb their youthful enthusiasm. The ministry is a frightful pile of ostentation. If it burns, it burns. The prank is the important thing. They will get that part right. Narcissa began to massage her forehead. She could feel a Gryffindor headache coming on. She loved her cousin, but it was only Lucius Malfoy still. Being alive that kept Sirius Black from topping Narcissa's list of people she wanted to murder list. Sirius and Narcissa would have cause to look back upon this discussion with horror on Narcissa's part. And a mix of horror and wonder on Sirius' part. Sirius was a very powerful arcane arts user, a warrior who struck terror in the hearts of Death Eaters when he took the field. He was also, however, the little boy who only went to the circus to watch the clowns fall down. It is entirely possible the idea of consequences would ever have the same reality as the prank to him. Cornelius Fudge and Albus Elder Wizard's attempt at political theater with the awards ceremony turning into musical theater may well have been the first open shot of war between a handful of magical children and all the various evils in the wizarding world, its government and educational institution leadership among them, but it was also, in Sirius' expert opinion, a prank of the first order. Senior Undersecretary Dello Res Umbridge had been given the thankless task of briefing the children as to their expected role in their return to the academy for the award ceremony. The great hall was packed with students, famous alumni, parents, and every Hufflepuff of note. including a few Muggle rights activists from the 1960s civil rights movement only allowed back in the country through a special arrangement with the Irish Republic who gave them sanctuary. The children were to be led in, introduced, brought up to the dais while Minister of Arcane Arts Fudge would read the award, and the Senior Order of Merlin first-class holder. The Champion of Light himself, Headmaster Elder Wizard, will pin their medal on their robes. I'm sure this sort of ceremony will be new to you, Miss Granger, as you suffer from the disability of your Muggle birth. Senior Undersecretary Umbridge said with a fake smile on her toad-like face. In fact, Neville had twice slipped already and referred to her as Miss Trevor after his former suppressor toad pet. Hermione gave the Senior Undersecretary a sniff and made a slight brushing off motion as if dismissing her concerns as beneath her notice. It is always interesting to see how minority populations cut off from their parent culture attempt to follow the half-remembered customs of old. Fortunately, Muggle Britain has never forgotten how to honor its heroes, and I have seen it done properly when my uncle Sergeant Ian Mackay of the 3rd Para received the Victoria Cross, the highest battle honor of the British Empire, for the deeds that turned the tide at the Battle of Mount Longdon, at the cost of his life. Hermione looked at Umbridge coldly. The entire city was shut down, the streets barricaded for the parade, and the Queen herself gave the award. There were tens of thousands of people in attendance. But I'm sure your little school production will be quaint. Neville swore softly. Miss Trevor looks like she swallowed a dung bomb. Draco Stage whispered to Millicent, ought there weren't any royals or nobles since the Statue of Secrecy. Millicent corrected him. The same royal house rules, but we surrendered all our noble titles. Technically our leader, the Minister of Arcane Arts, is a very junior cabinet minister in the Muggle-elected government. We just tell each incoming Muggle Prime Minister, swear them to a bunch of oaths of secrecy, and get back to ignoring each other as much as possible. Dolores Umbridge found herself shouting without noticing it. The Minister of Arcane Arts is not any sort of junior cabinet minister, he is the most important man in Britain. Certainly, the most important man in British government. Draco smiled professionally and patted her hand, saying with utter Slytherin sincerity, he is obviously the most important figure in British government, after all. He is in charge of all wizarding affairs. Millicent added, except for the ancient and noble houses of the Wizigamot, who basically order him around like a house elf. Harry chimed in, the goblins of Gringotts who use his ministerial orders in the privy when we run short on paper. Hermione added helpfully, and the Academy, who thanks to its charter usually thanks the Minister for his thoughts and does what Elder Wizard wants instead anyway. Neville smiled at the toad woman whose face was now darker than her pink pantsuit. But other than that, he is totally in charge. I mean, not of us, but loads of other people. Like you for instance. When the doors to the Great Hall opened, it was to the strange sight of Mr. Filch wrestling Dolores Umbridge for her walk. ND as the students smiled and waved at the crowd and the Sorting Hat, which was sitting smugly by Hufflepuff's cup like two old friends ready to catch up over a plate of kippers and too many drinks. Relius Fudge gave a 20-minute speech that managed to make it clear to everyone that it was exactly his leadership which resulted in the kind of forward-thinking and revolutionary daring that inspired. I read these brave children to act utterly and entirely within both the wise and prudent laws of the Wizigamot and Ministry, and in accordance with the ancient pure-blooded traditions that were the true strength of Wizarding Britain. How it was possible to both be forward-thinking revolutionaries while slavishly adhering to every written rule and ancient tradition was not explained, but it was Jenner. Ally understood that Cornelius Fudge was the man responsible for making this possible. Dolores Umbridge stopped fighting for her wand long enough to burst into wild applause, which was dutifully followed by those students who had just then noticed Fudge had stopped talking, and thought that was jolly worth a clap or two. Elder Wizard gave a long, slightly sad speech about how important it was to embrace love, especially in the face of darkness, and while it would undoubtedly have been nobler and purer to have been slaughtered by the Dementors, it was probably for the best they had defended themselves. Even if their choices had been rather regrettable. Pomona Sprout and Poppy Pomfrey came forward, with Cedric Diggory between them holding the Hufflepuff cup. It was not enough that these brave children, 2 years early, to have even been taught the spell to protect themselves from themselves. From the awful Dementors used whatever tools and arcane arts they possessed to save hundreds of young wizarding lives. They also found and returned to us one of the 4 wonders of the Founders, the Cup of Helga Hufflepuff. Pomona Sprout said, and every Hufflepuff in the crowd roared. Flashes went OFF as photographers immortalized the presentation of the famous Hufflepuff Cup, at last returned to the academy. After that it was a long and boring ceremony as each child was led to get his hand shack. N or hers kissed by the minister, quick photo, his or her medal pressed to their chest and tapped once with Elder Wizard's wand to affix quick photo. Albus Elder Wizard was more than a little irritated at having his school co-opted for Cornelius Fudge to turn into a campaign event for his re-election bid. He was further annoyed that the Sorting Hat was telling every reporter who asked that the Hufflepuff Cup was the most powerful healing artifact in the world, and that it was in fact not restricted to her blood heirs, but all of her children, the children of House Hufflepuff, could use it. Since Albus Elder Wizard was a Gryffindor, this knowledge was less than helpful, although his Meadowitch Poppy Pomfrey was a Hufflepuff and could use it. That was something at least. Still, he could spin control of the cup to give him power and influence over St. Mungo's Hospital, as now he had control of the cup that could cure what their finest healers could not. More than annoyed at having his great hall usurped by both the Minister of Arcane Arts and the Hufflepuff alumni, Albus decided to inflict upon the press, politicians, parents and other parasites infesting his school, the ultimate punishment. Rising to his feet, Albus Elder Wizard raised his wand. Before we get to the feast, this is a time of celebration. You can't very well celebrate without music. Music is the oldest and deepest of magics. Yet one sadly that is not taught at the academy. Still, we have our own tradition. Those who knew what came next either winced, if they had any sense of taste or shame, or grinned if they had neither. And prepared to sing the academy song. Elder Wizard held up his wand. There now, everyone knows the words. Pick a tune for yourself, since the song doesn't have one of its own, I'm sure anything you find will be good. On 3, don't worry, if the glass shatters the elves will just replace it, and sing. What Elder Wizard expected to happen was the usual. Hundreds of voices singing, speaking, shrieking, howling, yodeling, rapping, and chanting no two together in 100 keys, in as many timings. The Academy song was so terrible it drove Peeves to hide in the Forbidden Forest until the unicorns chased him out again. What happened was different. Luna Lovegood strode to stand beside the Helga Hufflepuff's cup and extend her hand to it. The cup began to glow. That glow formed a crown over Luna Lovegood. Hermione Granger and Millicent Bulstrode. They began to sing, "This a night, this a night." A matching crown of gold formed over Harry, Neville, Draco, Fred, and George as they stepped forward and sang the refrain. Refrain smiley face every night and Allah. Together, the rune-marked boys and girls sang the next line, and this time the whole of House Hufflepuff sang the refrain. Fire and fleet and candle light. Refrain smiley face and arcane arts take thy soul. As the children sang the call, and House Hufflepuff the refrain in answer, those in the audience who bore the dark mark felt it burn their skin. Blisters and angry red blood wept from where it slept under their arms, as if the very arcane arts of life strove to reject it. Elder Wizard looked upon the Arcane arts weaving from the rune-marked children, and flowing from the cup of Helga Hufflepuff, and noted the Sorting Hat himself was boldly singing along with the children, and glaring at him as he did. Only Minerva McGonagall was aware of the fact that the wards and stones of the Academy also sang the refrain, as if the call of the wild arcane arts in the children's song was echoes by the magics in the castle. More ancient than Wizarding Britain, or the tame magics of the modern age. The Daily Prophet, Quibbler, Arcane Arts User Weekly, and Toad Chorus Times all ran a picture of the event. 1T. Hat oddly actually carried the arcane arts to echo the song itself. The words of the song were printed, even though Cornelius Fudge had a word with the prophet that the ministry thought it might smack of forbidden arcane arts. Sirius Black sent an owl to the same publisher reminding them of his 64% ownership, and general reputation as a vengeful prat, and advised them to run it anyway. The Quibbler was Luna's father's publication. Arcane Arts User Weekly's owners and half the staff writers were Hufflepuffs, and the Toad Chorus Times were all mad for magical music, and as long as a toad could sing it, that was enough for them. This a night, this a night. Refrain smiley face every night and Allah, fire and fleet and candle light. Refrain smiley face and arcane arts take thy soul. When thou from the Academy Hall art past. Refrain smiley face every night and Allah. From Founder's words thy way is lost, refrain smiley face and arcane arts take thy soul. If ever thou bore the darkest mark, refrain smiley face every night and Allah, taint thy gift with cruelest work. Refrain smiley face and arcane arts take thy soul. If ever thou gavest arcane arts or gold, refrain smiley face every night and Allah. The fire Saul surely make thee shrink, refrain smiley face and arcane arts take thy soul. That darkest mark on arm and soul, refrain smiley face every night and Allah. To dragon's fire thou comest at last, refrain smiley face and arcane arts take thy soul. That deathless one who serpents speak, refrain smiley face every night and Allah. Shall serpent's meal himself become, refrain smiley face and arcane arts take thy soul. This a night, refrain smiley face every night and Allah, fire and fleet and candle light. Refrain smiley face and arcane arts take thy soul. Narcissa Black gripped Sirius Black's collar as he was sitting by her feet as a rather large black grim. Keep their heads down. Attract no attention. Do not draw the eye of the ministry, elder wizard, or the old Death Eater families. You have been with them for less than a month, and already they are almost so griffin. Door they qualify for a disability pension. Narcissa hissed. Sirius wagged his tail happily. Cornelius Fudge was jumping up and down in rage. Elder Wizard was cowering back in fright, his attempt to say his wand on Hufflepuff's cup had the cup disarm him and the Sorting Hat eat his wand. Severus Snape, Tiberius Knott, Lucius Malfoy, Avery, Crabbe, Goyle, McNair were all writhing in agony as if their dark mark were on fire. He howled to punctuate every arcane arts take they soul, with the particular arcane arts of a Grimm's howl that caused every marked Death Eater to feel death's cold breath upon their soul. Narcissa rolled up her program and swatted her lord and cousin on the nose. Stop that. I already neutered my husband. If I have to neuter my dog, well, House Black already has 2 fine heirs, I am willing to risk it. Narcissa said, eyeing her elder cousin and, to her eternal dismay, her lawful head of house coldly. Sirius whined, then looked back upon his heir, his godson Harry. This was the most daring prank in history. Sure, Elder Wizard and Fudge would lose their minds, the Death Eaters would lose all self-control, but Merlin, damn it, what a prank. He barked happily. He didn't get to see the kids again until their first Quidditch match. Until then, they would get a chance to know their god Uncle Remus. Granted, the werewolf still thought Sirius was a Death Eater and Peter was an innocent victim. But he was sure the kids would set him straight. Remus was always the most straight-laced of the Marauders. He was so thankful for Elder Wizard bending the rules to let him in that he could see no evil in the old coot. He didn't doubt Elder Wizard brought Remus in to control Harry's more high-spirited, as in world-ending dangerous exploits, but Sirius knew better. Remus had never stopped the Marauders marauding. He just kept Sirius and James' ideas that couldn't possibly work from being attempted. He made a lot of the shouldn't possibly work into might just work, and nobody actually died. There was that one time with Severus, which might, in retrospect, have been a bit much. Not because Snape almost died, but because it would have given that murdering Death Eater still hiding in the Ministry, Mulciber, the chance to kill Remus for being a werewolf that bit Junior Death Eater Snape. That was early in the war when the Ministry tried to pretend wearing a dark mark that required you to torture and murder someone even to get didn't necessarily make you a criminal. How exactly a badge that said, I tortured someone to death and all I got was this cool button, did not mark you as a criminal? Sirius did not know. That is why he had stayed out of politics the last war, and landed his ass in prison for 10 years because Elder Wizard did play politics. You can't teach an old dog new tricks. He wasn't a dog, he was a Grim. Grims could learn new tricks. He was also a black. That meant power politics and influence peddling were in his blood, and blackmail. Well, let's just say blackmail was so natural to the family that it was named after them. Sirius wagged his tail. He was worried when he heard Harry sorted into Hufflepuff and consorted with Slytherins. But the lad has big creature silver balls you need a Gringotts cart to carry, and no sense of self-preservation at all. He didn't need one. He had Godfather Sirius to keep him alive. Let his little LaPuff do the right thing honestly and openly. Godfather Sirius will poison, stab, blackmail and seduce anyone who gets in the way. It was what a responsible adult would do. "Boggart's bad day. Besta, Saint Baby," shouted Fred across the great hall. "Brother Draco," cheered George as they descended upon Draco Malfoy with arms spread and clear intent to hug. Draco looked petrified on the Slytherin table. Years of training as the pureblood heir of Malfoy had prepared him for slander, poison, curse, dagger, sword, bullet, bludger, lethifolds in the closet and vampires in dark corridors. Group hugs in PUBLIC had shockingly not been part of his training. He was horrified as his new Occlument's ability to create a second thought stream decided to express itself with drafting a letter of admonishment to Mother for the Laspy. Rather than coming up with an adequate defense for public hugging. The crack of a whip sounded like thunder, and Draco felt his hair shift in the breeze and his cheek flutter the single cut strand of it as the whip passed within molecules of his skin to lash about one charging Weasley's ankles, one hard yank landing said twin on his ass while detaching the whip. Millick and Bulstrode stood on the Slytherin dining table, a black serpentine whip extending magically from her wand. "Bad Weasleys, sit. Stay," Millicent shouted imperiously, her whip cracking out again, T.'s time catching the second Weasley not across the ankles, but across the bum as he spun and stuck it in the path of the whip with the same reflexes a rational being would have used to dodge it. The shock of impact drove him face down on the floor next to his twin, a grin on his face. "You have," accused Fred, "a fetish." "Agreed George." "Jealous?" inquired George. "Totally," agreed Fred. Fred admired the bloody gash in George's pants, and Millicent very pointedly ignored pleading looks to give him a matching one. Ravenclaw table did their best to ignore it. Hufflepuff had given up eating, speaking, and breathing to better catch all of the memory for future gossip. Millicent sighed, and accepted Draco's proffered hand to step back down onto the bench to resume breakfast. The looks the two of them were receiving from Slytherin were at least as horrified as the looks the twins were receiving from Gryffindor. Ron was as red as his hair and shouting at his brothers, while Percy was looking like he would be several minutes in a calming draft from being able to speak. Ginny Weasley on the other hand was laughing so hard her benchmate's arms were the only reason she hadn't fallen off the bench. Draco fumed for a minute or two, looking for the old Malfoy public pride, but finding it shattered into bits and pieces from Tom Riddle's breaking of him, and not really worth rebuilding in the new one. Somewhat unexplored new Draco Malfoy he was learning to be. What am I going to do about those idiots? They know the whole thing isn't true. Mother used the Veritas serum and I did the blood inheritance ritual. So even Father had to admit it was a lie. Still, the fact he was willing to believe it already had Mother halfway around the bend before he tried to feed me to his Dark Lord as a snack. Millicent shrugged so slightly only another Slytherin could notice and spoke softly, because rather than whispers that carried forever, soft speech died within a few feet in the echoing Great Hall. "If you were Weasley, you could just hug it out. The hug out everything. You could be Malfoy and immediately do something public rash and stupid. Or you could be Black and smile softly as if mildly amused, then when Callisto and Ganymede next cast the black shadow upon Jupiter, flip a coin to see if you will enact a vengeance that fills the streets with blood and darkens the skies with crows, or have an extra slice of pie for dessert," Millicent suggested. Draco let a laugh slip out. That was Father and Mother in a nutshell. Merlin, but he came with baggage. He wasn't going to hug it out, and public overreaction had really not served him well so far. It must be wonderful to come from family traditions that were all not deeply disturbing and counterproductive. Maybe not huggy traditions, but something between genocide and group singing must be possible. Remus Lupin saw Severus Snape fighting the urge to go for his own wand, and the hard lines on the other professor's face and realized Remus was not the only one who felt Harry's friends reminded them of the Marauders back in their heyday. Considering how much of their heyday had been spent waging a take-no-prisoners prank war in a deliberate attempt to publicly humiliate anyone who espoused public support for Dark One and the Knights of Walpurgis, Death Eater being a name they didn't yet admit in public, it was understandable that Severus held a grudge. As an adult it was possible to admit his best friends were bullies, and excused their general excesses by the fact that some of their targets were legitimately evil. Many of the rest were just calling the Marauders on their bullshit, which Remus felt less than proud of all these years later. Neville and Hermione were looking on in shock and horror as Harry explained in detail what whips and chains had to do with fetishes. Creature sex education was far broader and a lot more deeply disturbing than anything the Academy health classes with Poppy Pomfrey would cover. Several of the other Hufflepuffs looked alarmed. They had not thought to bring quill and parchment to take notes. Remus sighed. How had Harry ended up almost more serious than James, given no exposure at all? He flinched, remembering how Sirius had betrayed James and Lily in the end. Frowning. Or had he? Peter's murder was the proof, and Sirius presumed confession at his trial. Except Peter somehow died at the Academy last term, and Sirius may not ever have received a trial. James, Lily, I know I was never there for Harry when he needed me, but with you lost, and without Elder Wizard's protection, I couldn't even support myself as a werewolf in London, let alone take on a child. Now I have Elder Wizard's protection, and I want to help make Harry safe, and maybe teach him like you would have, but I don't even know him. Remus swore, thinking of his coming dark arts class. Well, there was one thing he remembered from taking Dada as a marauder. Finding out what each of them feared had bonded the four like nothing else. Sirius collapsing in front of a charging and hateful Walburga Black stuck in his head. The face you show the world as a mask. As a werewolf he knew this more than most. It was your fears that spoke to your core, and how you faced them spoke to the lessons you took away from those formative trauma. It had taken Remus about 2 hours' work to redo the wards in the Dada classroom to let the boggart out of its cabinet. Whatever the song had done to the wards of the Academy, it had activated parts of the wards that had never been awake when Remus was a student. Parts had both could identify dark creatures and could target them. The Dada classrooms, as dedicated spaces to work on defending against dark arts and creatures, had potential overrides built in. No one had needed them in generations. And given no Dada professor had lasted more than a year since Tom Riddle was denied the post in 1945, it wasn't like the information got passed down. Remus wrote them down. At least whoever followed wouldn't have to beg Mrs. Pins in the library for access to the old instruction manuals. The boggart was now free to use its power to its fullest extent without fear of the Academy wards pinning it in a cage of fire and dropping several tons of ceiling on it. Remus sat waiting for his students in the Dada classroom. He expected Harry and his friends to stake out the back of the class like the Marauders did. That was fine. Remus had spent his school days using that dodge, and he remembered how professors like Flitwick and McGonagall had countered it. Now, Merlin help him, he was the teacher. His first class was Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Harry and 2 of his friends were Hufflepuff, and in this class, you could learn a lot about someone by who they chose to associate with. James had adopted the black outcast Sirius, the bookish werewolf Lupin, and the picked-on mama's boy Pettigrew. James collected broken people and dragged them alone on adventures until whatever trouble they were in now made their past problems irrelevant and trivial. It was a very Gryffindor therapy. Harry was a Hufflepuff. Who and what had he gathered? Harry, Hermione and Neville took their places up front, which was the least marauder-like behavior Remus could imagine, but he supposed that was the Hufflepuff influence. Hermione already had her book out to the reference page he had written on the board and was already instructing Harry and Neville about what that implied they were studying. The snake that Harry had worn coming into the classroom had slithered off to the cabin, where it was swaying back and forth in a thread display that Remus thought was interesting. It was just a snake, it couldn't possibly know there was a boggart in there. Remus grinned. Hermione was their him, the scholar among the jocks. He remembered Neville and Harry were both Hufflepuff beaters. Sirius had been a beater, and James a seeker. James was the glory hound, and Sirius just liked the violence. Yes, Harry definitely had more Sirius in him. This would be messy. Sirius' fears were not the sort of thing that were pretty to watch. Remus spoke softly, forcing the class to pay attention to his words. What we are going to study today is called Esoteric Arcane Arts. Can anyone tell me what that is? Unsurprisingly, Hermione's hand shot up first, but a Ravenclaw named Padma Pottle was a close second. Miss Pottle, Remus said, pointing to the young Ravenclaw. Esoteric Arcane Arts is the school of arcane arts that is not described in arithmancy. Its effects are not adequately or completely described in the linear equations based on spell formula, power input, will and intent alone. Padma Patil said firmly. Remus nodded. Well done, Miss Patil, from an arithmancy point of view that is a full and complete answer. But here in Dada it is not, so only 3 of the 5 points. Miss Granger, if you would like to clean up, what did she miss? Remus continued, pointing at Hermione. Emotions, sir. Esoteric arcane arts is the only school of arcane arts in which the emotional state of the caster directly affects the success and potency of the spell. Hermione said. Remus nodded emphatically. Yes, yes. Well done, Miss Granger. Well done. 2 points, Hufflepuff. Esoteric arcane arts is based on emotion, so the arithmetic descriptors of arithmancy fail to adequately predict or contain the requirements and effects of the spell. Its reliance on emotion puts it on the border between the real and the unreal, the physical and the immaterial. Why is that important to Dada, anyone? Remus said, turning his eyes to the class. He found Harry staring right back at him, meeting his gaze with neither arrogance nor fear. He met his gaze as if across a dueling field, no malice, but no mercy either. Because not everything we need to fight is real, Harry said. Cherry Boot laughed. Come on, Potter, even you can face something that isn't real. I mean, it isn't like anyone with half a brain thinks those stories about you facing all those creatures and you know who could be real. Remus smiled. Ah, Mr. Boot, well done, Ravenclaw, I do love a volunteer. Very well, you will be the first one to show how little there is to fear from the unreal. What I have in this cabinet is not real. It is a boggart. A boggart is a being of the unreal. Muggles confuse the unreal with things that don't exist. Witches and wizards of course are smarter than that and are aware the unreal is all that might be, that could have been, and in the boggart's case, we fear might be. A boggart's weapon is fear, as is its food. It is unreal, and has only the power you give it. Fear is the power you give it, so laughter is what takes that power away. The boggart has no form of its own, so when I open the cabinet door, it will look into the soul and mind of the person facing it and adopt the form of its fear. You will then cast the spell Ridiculous. Using the wand movement I show here, simply carve a question mark in the air, and thrust forward as the point at the bottom, thinking firmly of the most ridiculous thing you could turn that fear into. This is important. You will be afraid. In that moment of fear, you must master yourself. Master yourself to master your arcane arts. If you allow the boggart to master your fear, it will begin to feed upon your arcane arts. Your will in this case must not overcome the boggart's control of your arcane arts, but of your mood. You must feel the urge to laugh at your fear in order to defeat it. Terry had remembered staying safe in his car on the AC Atomy Express while the windows iced over and the girl who looked outside collapsed on the floor. Clearly she had been weak. Terry had studied occlumency, and clearly he had command of his own mind. Wand in hand he strode before the cabinet and made a gesture for Professor Lupin to open it. The snake looked at student, then teacher, then over to Harry who hissed something at him causing the snake to sulkily crawl out of the way. Remus opened the cabinet and Terry began the wand movement, exaggerating it like Lockhart at his finest, shouting his ridiculous even as he got his first look at what boiled out of the cabinet. A wash of cold filled the room, and Terry felt like every good feeling in his life had been a lie. He was not strong, he was not smart. His mother was brilliant, his Thayer had got all O's on her owls and newts, why was he struggling to get E's on his tests? The Dementor leaned down to him, the hood flaring to allow the face to loom over him. Terry felt his wand fall from his fingers as the Dementor leaned in for a kiss. Oh Merlin, his first real test and the truth came out. He was a coward, a weakling, a failure, better off dead. Terry Boot accepted his death and the Dementor leaned in. Just then Remus Lupin stepped between them, and the boggart was suddenly a shining full moon before Lupin made the question mark wand motion, and poked the moon firmly with his wand shouting, ridiculous. The moon popped like a balloon, and shot once in a circle around the room before slamming back into the cabinet and slamming the doors behind it. Remus Lupin smiled at his students, now firmly having gotten their attention. Esoteric arcane arts is not something memorizing, and control of your thoughts will be enough to skate through. Occlumency to shut off negative emotions will not help you. You need to actually master and muster your positive emotions to make it work. The spell Ridiculous is effective against boggarts, as it takes the power of the unreal and turns it back upon itself. Fear or laughter, each are forms of chaos and madness that rule the unreal. The boggart cannot defend itself against the very thing it feeds upon. Later this year, we will learn the Patronus charm, a higher form of esoteric arcane arts that takes a positive or happy memory and weaponize that power as a defense against those creatures of the dark whose darkness and hatter extend beyond the boundaries of reality and into the unreal. This is the only weapon against lethifolds and dementors, but it is also effective against werewolves, wendigo, inferi, and vampires. If its hatred extends beyond reality, the unreal may be used against it. Esoteric arcane arts extends beyond reality. Emotion rules the unreal. To master emotion is to master unreality. Your journey to master this arcane arts is to master yourself. Ridiculous is the first step. Form a line, everyone gets a turn. Remus smiled at his class, they were no longer smiling back. He could smell the fear on many of them. Good. Too many felt the controlled conditions they learned their spells in class under were a measure of how they could use the spell in combat. He had been taught in a classroom. It failed him the first time he needed it. Only the hatred of the wolf inside him had spared his life, but not his date that night. She had been broken by the Dementor because in the face of its soul-destroying despair, neither one of them could form the happy memory to wield their Patronus. He would teach them against boggarts, but if they could master their emotions against the lesser psychic predator, they would be prepared to face the greater. The snake was hissing loudly, and he looked back to see Neville Longbottom and the snake Noodle leaning over Terry Boot hissing at each other and staring into his eyes. Casting some quick detection spells, he noticed what he should have seen earlier. The boy was in shock. Oddly, arcane arts was flowing from the snake and Neville to the boy, as if they were joined together. Soon the snake began to sway and then the boy with it. After a while, the boy's eyes grew wide and began to tear. Neville then gripped the boy's shoulders and whispered something to him. The wildness went out of the boy's eyes and soon he was breathing normally and nodding. Remus, nonplussed, simply asked, "Who would like to go next?" Neville snarled as he stood. "I will." Remus' notes on Longbottom had been, possible squib, shy, nervous. Of course those had been from Quirrell in first year. Lockhart's notes had been mostly about female students and their degree of attractiveness and suggestibility. Those he had burned. Something was clearly different about this third-year Longbottom. Remus opened the cabinet and arcane arts user in the Unspeakable's gray robes, with the face blurring magics activated, stormed out. "You are a squib, a coward and a shame to the House of Longbottom. I am doing the house a favor removing you." Remus looked at the boy, expecting to see an emotional wreck. But instead the Longbottom boy simply and somewhat sadly stated, "Hello Uncle Algy." Ridiculous. Vines shot out of the cabinet, grabbing the Unspeakable around both wrists and ankles, around his neck. Before another Tyndall undid his belt and began yarding down the Unspeakable's pants. As the boggart was dragged into the cabinet, the shrieking of the Unspeakable could be heard. "Not there, no. That is not an indoor." While the class broke out into laughter, the boy Neville suddenly looked horrified, then turned to whisper to Harry and Hermione. "Did I ever tell the use elves to let Uncle Algy out of Greenhouse 3. Harry snickered, and Hermione answered casually, "I'm sure it was taken care of," in tones that made it clear she would be happier if Uncle Algy the eternal attempted murderer never made it out of Greenhouse 3, and had zero intention of inquiring. Remus blinked. He had remembered Hufflepuffs being fluffier. Not so hardcore. Then again Mad-Eye Moody was a Hufflepuff. And that boy was somewhat scarier than a Dementor on Dragon back. He guessed teachers learn too. The next student was Terry Boot again, this time with Nigel standing right behind him. The Dementor charged out of the cabinet, and Terry roared out, "Ridiculous." The Dementor tripped on his robe and fell face first on the ground, rolling around in obvious pain, having broken wrist on the stone trying to catch itself. This time the whole class laughed. Remus worked through more of the students with ease, having one bad moment when Padma Patil saw her own mother burst forth screaming about having a marriage contract with caretaker Filch. He was expecting some sort of feminine breakdown, but Padma's cold, ridiculous. Summoned a very jealous Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, W.H.O. chased Padma's mother around the room before she bolted back into the cabinet and locked it behind her. Hermione's was unexpected. Auror Dawlish came storming out. He didn't have a wand in his hand, he had a paintbrush. I must paint you again. You are my muse, my inspiration, my goddess. Auror Dawlish, now with only one arm and obsessed with painting the Muggle-born arcane arts user who had ved his life, charged her with paintbrush in hand, and canvas hanging behind him. Hermione shouted, "Ridiculous!" From her wand came a parchment which unrolled and began to burn its letters into the air. "What is this?" the Auror Dawlish said in horror. "This is a cease and desist order, a copyright challenge, a notice of violation of the Official Secrets Act is what happened in the Chamber of Sec. Rets was classified. Cut your throat before reading and oblivate the corpse, not paint it in oil and hang it in the Ministry atrium, you total pure blood bigoted piece of corrupt crap." Hermione roared. The Auror had the legal parchment wrap him up, still burning, and pack him into the cabinet. Hermione threw her arms back and shouted, "Morgana's magical muffin, that was fabulous." Hermione shouted, doing a legitimate happy dance. Whirling to Professor Lupin, she grinned. "This is better than therapy. I love it. Can we go again?" Remus decided right then and there, Hufflepuffs were deeply wrong. On levels no Gryffindor could fully comprehend. He made a shooing gesture to send her back to her seat. Harry's turn was something Remus was ready for. When the boy came face to face with Dark One, Remus would be ready to step in. Harry needed to know he was not alone. Harry needed to turn to Remus to guide and mentor him, or when he faced the real Dark One he would not be ready. James was not here, Sirius was not here. It fell to Remus to fix things, the way Remus had always fixed things when the famous Marauder plans went pear-shaped. Harry stood before the cabinet. Remus opened it. Dark One crawled out. Remus blinked. Dark One bled from 100 wounds, and a basilisk had him by the ankles, already beginning to swallow him. Remus went to step forward, but froze from what stepped into existence over a screaming Dark One. "Lily Potter." Remus froze. "Stay out of this, Remus. I don't have the time here to explain," Lily said, frowning at Professor Lupin before looking at Harry softly. "Harry, you know this had to be. You have to be ready to let me go," Lily said softly. Harry stood, tears streaming down his face. "What if I am not ready?" he said, his voice somewhere between a rasp and a scream. Lily walked towards him slowly. "Then he will kill everyone you love, everyone who depends on you. He will kill everyone who gives your life meaning, because that is all he is capable of. He isn't even human anymore. He has so little soul left, all he is rage and hatred. Until you put him in the grave, he will keep punishing the world because he can't love it." Harry screamed, "Then you will die." Lily screamed back, "And you will live." Harry's face went cold. He pointed his wand at Dark One, who screamed and writhed on the ground, and whispered, "Ridiculous." The basilisk welled in size and gulped Dark One down in several bites. Each time it took another bite. As the fangs sank into Dark One, bite marks would appear in Lily, and as Dark One died, she screamed and faded into nothing. Turning to stalk from the room, young Harry pointed to the door and screamed, "Reducto." And the door blew itself into pieces, its wards and oak failing against the bottomless well of raw and terrifying well of power inside young Harry. As Remus froze, Luna Lovegood stepped past him to the boggart. The room suddenly filled with a kaleidoscope of color and strange discordant music. Every straight line began to bend, and the space between objects both shrank and stretched as if the fabric of reality wavered. Luna stood before the boggart, who seemed to be woven of unformed madness. As it held up a crown and placed it upon her head, Luna simply stretched out her hand and touched the boggart. "Rest now," she said softly. Per throw, she spoke the rune of chaos, and bound once Augai. N caused to effect and bound the unreal within time and space, as much as would ever fit there. The cabinet stayed firmly shut when Lupin tested it. Patting Professor Remus Lupin on the shoulder, she stopped and gave him a hug. "It was a very good first-class professor," she said, then trotted after her friends, making sure Harry didn't destroy any load-bearing portions of the castle as he stormed back to the Hufflepuff dormitory. Looking at the stunned students, Remus gave up and shrugged. Class dismissed. Go to lunch. Remus looked upon the disaster of his plans and assured himself that at last the Gryffindor-Slytherin class would go smoother. Hours later, he would have evidence that proved Slytherin and Gryffindor could indeed be at least as disturbing as Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Suppose it should be blamed on Miss Bulstrode. All had been within normal parameters until her turn. Standing in front of the cabinet, looking elaborately bored, Millicent Bulstrode made the hand-rolling gesture to Professor Lupin, encouraging her to get on with it. He had seen the icy resolve of Slytherins and the stoic courage of Gryffindors both break in the face of their secret fears. This child thought her mask was truth, and that was not enough to face a boggart. You had to know yourself. He opened the door and Lord Selwyn stepped out, in full Death Eater regalia, with his mask slid back to reveal his face. Half-blood scum. Filthy mud-blood bitch daring to pollute the sacred house Selwyn. He raged, wand coming up. Even Remus was shaken by the hatred and power coming off the figure. Miss Bulstrode simply snorted. Ridiculous, she said flatly, making the wand motion, which resulted in Lord Selwyn glancing at his left forearm, as his sleeve appeared to attempt to wriggle. Millicent Bulstrode raised her left hand and turned it, showing the Lord's ring of House Selwyn and tapping it with her wand. You have one chance to kneel and beg, then things get ugly. Now, skill testing question, whose ring? The boggart swelled to at least 9 feet in height, shadows growing around it like a cloak, arcane arts swirling around it like a growing storm. You dare to face the rightful Lord Selwyn? Millicent Bulstrode turned to the class, shocking Professor Lupin. Those of you looking to pursue Muggle studies beyond the OWL level, will note what you are about to see is called hentai. Those of you who find you are interested in this, should see Cassius Warrington, Slytherin prefect and all-around degenerate who has an extensive collection filling entirely a space-expanding trunk. Those of you requiring therapy afterwards should book time with Noodle. He will be available to sequester images of tentacles going places tentacles ought not to go, as the late Lord Selwyn is about to experience. Millicent concluded, rather like a Muggle stewardess giving the seat belt and life preserver lesson on those airplane rides Remus had been forced to use to get around werewolf travel restrictions. With shock Remus turned to see the dark mark under the boggart Lord Selwyn's sleeve sprouted a mass of tentacles that went on to do various deeply disturbing things until Millicent was done enjoying the suffering of her first real enemy, the man who had forced a child to kill for the first time. With a sigh, she flicked her wrist and banished it back into the cabinet, then shook her finger at the class. Remember witches and gentle wizards, the dark mark does not come with a warning label, warranty, or any form of return for customers experiencing buyer's remorse. Use at your own risk, and be damned in so doing. The last phrase no longer delivered as a joke, but a cold threat. Millicent Bulstrode, Lady Selwyn by right of conquest, was done with Death Eaters. She was not Elder Wizard. She did not buy, sell, or trade second chances. It was safe to say all the Gryffindors were in need of chocolate, therapy, and brain bleach at this point, and the Slytherins who were at least masking their own distress were sneering at their weakness. This proved a strategic error when Draco Malfoy stood before the boggart cabinet. He was working himself up to face Tom Riddle, who had almost eaten his soul, or his father. Lucius Malfoy, who had sent the diary to the academy, willing to risk his only son as long as Dark One's needs were met. So of course he got Arthur Weasley. He loomed like some rumpled version of a Dark Lord. Maybe a Dork Lord, his hand extended in entreaty or perhaps temptation. Search your feelings, you know it to be true. I am your father. Draco felt the need to scream defiance at the universe for mocking him so, but then he saw Luna's face in his mind and he smiled. Ridiculous. Draco sneered. It was a very good sneer. He had missed it. Minister Fudge has foreseen this. But together we can overcome him. We can rule the misuse of Muggle artifacts division as father and son. Draco remembered Millicent's words of lunchtime. Weasley's hug it out, so mote it be. If you only knew the power of a Weasley hug. Face me, father. Hug it out like a true Dork Lord. Draco shouted, advancing on the boggart with arms wide and smile bordering madness. Wait. No, back off. What are you doing? The boggart said, retreating around Remus, but Draco maneuvered to keep facing the boggart, denying it the chance to hide in some less weird fears. Hug me, daddy. Tell me about plugs and eclectic kitty. Draco said as he stalked the terrified boggart until it bolted for the cabinet and slammed it shut behind him. A second later, a reptilian hand came out and hung a sign, "Keep out," on the handles. Draco was laughing softly, as the whole of House Slytherin, save Millicent, looked on him in horror as if he ate a live baby by hand while wearing a Chudley cannon bib and without using the proper knife and fork at all. Ron Weasley looked on in absolute frozen terror, unnoticed by Draco Malfoy as he drank in the shock of his own house with a smile of smug satisfaction that was as much a missed companion as his earlier sneer. Getting in touch with your feelings was easier to weaponize than he thought. Hufflepuffs should come with warning labels. They are more dangerous than he was told. Ron Weasley faced the door. Prepared for anything, he thought. Gryffindor courage, he was a Weasley after all. They were poor but honest. Not the sharpest tools in the shed sure, but not a coward among them. Molly Weasley stepped out of the door, patting a surprised Remus Lupin on the shoulder. "Thank you, Remus dear," the boggart Molly said. "Ronald, I'm sorry to be the one to tell you, but you were adopted. We found you among the cabbages being raised by garden gnomes. Well, Fred and George used you to test potions on, and when you turned pure ginger we took it as fate and adopted you. We are sure you are no more than half garden gnome, and love you just as much as a real boy. Not as much as Bill, he was head boy, or Percy, he was also head boy, or even as much as Charlie as he was Quidditch captain. Not as much as the twins obviously, as there are two of them, and both adorable. Not as much as Ginny, she is the only girl, and both quite a bit cuter and brighter than you, but certainly we love you a lot. I mean, with whatever is left." Molly smiled and Ron Weasley collapsed. He muttered, "Ridiculous, ridiculous, ridiculous." Tears streaming out his shut eyes as Remus stepped forward to block Molly from reaching the broken and traumatized Ron. The boggart took the familiar form of the moon and Remus banished it back into the cabinet. Draco looked upon Ron Weasley, the blood traitor, the muggle-loving ignorance-embracing idiot example of everything he despised about Gryffindors, and swore softly to himself. Or at himself. "Idiot, idiot, idiot. I am an idiot. Morgana save me. Mother will cut off my bits and wear them as earrings if she ever finds out about this." As Draco Malfoy, the boy slowly coming back together after Tom Riddle ate his soul and a ginger mudblood ghost chose to save his pure-blood idiot self, decided to pay it forward. He knelt down and gripped Ron's shoulder. "Buck up, Weasley. Boggarts are lies. They don't dig up secrets, they dig up fears. Why, oh, you were as much an ignorant ginger prat as the rest of your brothers. You were Weasley born and bred, now man up and think. I mean, garden gnomes are like a foot tall. How would that even work? I swear upon my name, you are a Weasley." Ron looked up at Draco, and Draco's cold gaze pierced the fog in Ron's own eyes, and Ron grasped onto Draco's words as if they were a lifeline. With a sob, he grabbed Draco in a crushing hug and sobbed brokenly. Draco glared at Millicent Bulstrode as he found himself patting the Gryffindor Weasley uncomfortably on the back, wishing now he would have memorized how Longbottom and Potter made it look somehow natural, so he could at least fake it. Millicent shrugged and muttered, "I warned you that you would end up hugging it out." Draco glared at her before muttering, "Do not laugh at me." Millicent shook her head. "No, not for this." They shared the look of children who had already lived through trauma that no child should have to experience often enough to become connoisseurs of pain. Let fools who had never suffered laugh. They understood better. Remus Lupin looked upon his students and frowned. Either things had changed a great deal since he had been a student here, or he had as many prejudices to shed as Sirius and Severus did. Wasn't that a disturbing thought? For a first day in Dada, it was enough to drive a werewolf to drink. Luckily, in third year, he learned who had the good booze in the academy. Sitting in McGonagall's office that evening, Remus outlined his day to an amused-looking McGonagall. "Remus, now that we are fellow professors, I am supposed to rise above my feelings about your student days, but since you are drinking my scotch in my office, I am going to indulge myself." She smiled. "Do you remember all those days when you, James, Sirius and Peter would alternate between pleading ignorance and innocence, the first one I will grant you, and snickering at the fact that you were indeed guilty and quite pleased with yourself?" Remus winced. "Now Minnie, that was a long time ago, and we were innocent children." McGonagall raised her hand. I asked if you remember Remus, not if you regret it. Remus sighed. Yes, I remember. Minerva McGonagall raised her scotch, sipped it, let it roll around in her mouth as she let the flavor explode on her palate as she rolled a memory across her mind to do the same. Do you remember? The old arcane arts user began. How I hoped one day you would be in my position, and get a taste of how it feels. Remus gave his former head of house a hurt look. Now Minnie, that is a little petty, isn't it? McGonagall tried to hold it in, but the laughter made her snort and then cackle like a mad arcane arts user, eventually pounding on the table with a small delicate fist, tears streaming down her face. And a look of transcendent joy upon her face. Grinning, she refilled both their glasses. Oh sweet Merlin, it was even more glorious than I dreamed. McGonagall cackled madly as she clinked glasses with the depressed werewolf, then drank her scotch with the sort of uncomplicated joy those who knew her back in her student days would have remembered fondly. Remus tried to wallow in self-pity, but it was good scotch. And you didn't survive as a marauder without a well-developed sense of humor. Remus began laughing too. It was time to throw his preconceptions of young Harry and his friends aside. Elder Wizard had sold him a fairy tale, and Remus had believed it, but the kids don't fit the story Elder Wizard was selling. Remus would judge for himself. Of all the marauders, he was the scholar. Well, time to study young Harry, and the new version of the marauders. In the shadows of a very expensive club in Diagon Alley, Lucius Malfoy sipped a drink. If you don't know its name, why? Oh, you were not put down on its membership list when you were born. You couldn't buy your way in, couldn't force your way in. This was a club that existed only for gentlemen of exceptional breeding, of unmatched purity. A club to indulge those tastes that lesser beings, which described virtually everyone and most especially everyone in government, frequently frowned upon. I say Walden, said Lucius to Walden McNair, one of the Death Eaters acquitted by Sirius Black's so-called confession, the transcript of the trial that never happened. Do you have the sample of Black's hair from his trial? McNair snorted into his drink. Of course not. Didn't get a trial, did he? Lucius smiled. How about his Auror sample? All Aurors have to give one, don't they? McNair snarled. Can't get to those. Active or retired Aurors samples are held tight behind wards. I would need an order from the Wizigamot countersigned by the head of the DMLE to get at those. Lucius smirked. Yes, but when he got sent to Azkaban, tried or not, his sample was removed from the secure Auror files and put into the simple evidence files. Since it has been this long, it's probably in the cold case files now. They have less security than my father's erotic art collection. McNair looked up. Yeah, that I can get to. Why do you want to? I mean, if they could have tracked him down with that, they would have already. Lucius' smile broadened and showed teeth. Why, the problem we have with Sirius is that there is no evidence to convict him, which makes the evidence to exonerate us somewhat problematic. If there were new evidence to convict him of new crimes, then he can go back to Azkaban, suffer a tragic accident, and all of his assets can again slip into my dear Draco's inheritance. Given Draco's eternal lack of spine, I can have him restored into a usable heir inside of 6 weeks without Lord Black and the damned Black family primacy in my marriage contract tying my hands with my own bloody son. McNair snorted. Won't help. Gringotts told the Wizigamot that Sirius made that Potter brat his heir already. You won't inherit anything, and Draco will get maybe a sip from the golden cup, not the bloody fountain. Lucius examined his nails carefully. My dear Walden, what crime do you think our Sirius is going to be convicted of? The shocking murder of young Harry. Black family madness, all that time in Azkaban. Honestly, Cornelius Fudge is so scared the truth will bring his government down he would believe anything that kept Black from taking his seat in the Wizigamot and daring to testify about what was done to him. McNair began to laugh. His job as the executioner for the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures made him technically an enforcement officer of the Wizigamot, if not the DMLE. He could get into the cold case files for the sample of Sirius Black's hair that was pulled from his Auror files to compare to the non-existent bit taken at his arrest. Lucius was a rather good potioner. Polyjuice had been a common Death Eater tool in the past. The old ways were always best. Looks like another tragic year at the Academy was due. Take me seriously. In Hogsmeade, Lucius Malfoy looked in the mirror and frowned. The polyjuice potion he had made was perfect. Charms was his mastery, but he had still gotten an outstanding in his potions newt. The problem was his hair from Sirius had been from 1979 when Sirius became an Auror. To say he had been changed by a war, followed by over a decade in Azkaban was putting it mildly. No silver in his hair, his face had the boyish roguishness that made him such a charmer, and his body had the overmuscled thuggishness of a Gryffindor who thought that gym was a wonderful class, rather than something you gave up as soon as you were allowed your wand. Lucius smirked. Sirius had been his only rival for best looking back in the academy days, which annoyed him as he was 2 years older, and having to compete at 17 with a 15-year-old was frankly embarrassing. Losing was worse of course, but revenge is a dish that only grows sweeter when allowed to marinate a few years. Lucius was now the better looking of the two at the best of times. But now he was even a better looking Sirius than Sirius was. Lucius laughed until he looked down. Damn you Narcissa. Merlin, take your black soul. His wand and potion bottles were still missing. His twig and berries. His manhood. That pure-blooded bitch had cursed his manhood right off of him during her voiding of the marriage contract so thoroughly that arcane arts refused to let him borrow a pair of someone else's bollocks while stealing the rest of Sirius' body. I got all of his muscles except the one I wanted. Oh sure, Lucius had to hear about the Gryffindor Golden Boys when he was in school. It took all his Slytherin self-control to not react when an arcane arts user he had seduced into a broom cupboard would compare wands she had known before. Finding out his fiancé's CURSES in Sirius was known to be seriously hung, or that the Potter boy, that's why they call me Prongs, was similarly gifted was annoying then. Now since Narcissa cursed his wand right off his hips, he didn't simply have a shorter wand than the arcane arts user he was impersonating. He didn't have so much as a stir stick to stir a cauldron. Fine. He had laughed at Tiberius not back in the day when he got caught doing it. But needs must when Morgana's flying. He took a pair of avocado and a cucumber. Applying a sticking charm so the would stay in approximately anatomical position, he transfigured them slightly to be even better approximations and advertisements, then pulled on Sirius-style too-tight leather pants. The students were off to Hogsmeade Village for their first Hogsmeade weekend. Notorious escaped criminal Sirius Black would make it a memorable one. Kill a few of young Harry's comrades, stun and capture his dear easily manipulated Draco, and he could sit back and let the Dementors catch and kiss the real Sirius Black, while he beat his heir back into proper obedience and worship. He had ruled Wizarding Britain in all but name, where even his Dark Lord failed. No jumped U.P. Brat was going to take it away from him. Lucius Malfoy had succeeded in taking over the same Wizarding Britain Dark One had sought, and he had used Slytherin cunning rather than brute force to do it. He didn't need Narcissus Black's fortune and name, he didn't need Dark One's Death Eater network and forbidden magics. Lucius Malfoy was enough to do it himself. No one could take it away. They would take him seriously. Lucius Malfoy was no man to be mocked. In the academy headed to Hogsmeade, Draco Malfoy looked at Luna Lovegood. He used all his Slytherin self-discipline, but finally broke as she adjusted her hair so the earrings would be more visible. Are those radishes? He asked finally in exasperation. Don't go there, Draco, Harry warned. Luna hugged Draco and grinned. Yes, all the pretty people are wearing vegetables to Hogsmeade today. The Nargles are singing about it. Draco tried hard to stay on topic, even though Luna's answer, like all her answers, begged 100 other questions. But why radishes? Luna held her ears protectively. Avocado are heavy, and would hurt my ears. Then she giggled, punching Draco lightly in the arm. And I can't wear a cucumber at all, silly, I'm a girl. Draco opened and closed his mouth as the circuits relating to language comprehension in his brain burned out and reset a dozen times before he simply shook his head and gave it up as a bad job. We warned you, Draco. Her answers are like a stunner that just ignores shields and follows you when you dodge. Neville said, patting the poor Slytherin on the back. Luna looked worried. Aren't the radishes pretty? Should I have worn avocado instead? I do want to look pretty for you on my first Hogsmeade date. Luna said, her sparkling blue eyes beginning to tear up. Now this he knew. Roper date behavior had been drilled into him by Narcissa Black. Whatever else Draco Malfoy was, a properly trained pure-blood heir to a noble house, drilled in ass-kissing and flattery from the cradle. His training carried him through the storm that was Luna Lovegood's first date as well as any arcane arts user ever faced a storm. The radishes are lovely, and bring out the color of your cheeks most perfectly, Draco said, taking up Luna's hands and kissing them. Millicent Bulstrode smacked Fred and George firmly on the back of their heads. Why can't you Gryffindors be that suave? Millicent snarked. Because then you won't, began George. Smack us, cheered Fred. Millicent smirked, then turned and gave them a hooded and smoky glance. But I might spank you, she set out at a walk bordering on a trot, with two startled Gryffindor upper years chasing after her, shouting half-remembered bits of sonnets and popular lines from arcane arts user wireless soap opera romances in an attempt to earn the Queen of Beater's interest. Hermione looked at Harry and sighed. At least Hufflepuffs can do Hogsmeade weekends without getting weird about it, she said, taking Harry's arm matter-of-factly. Harry nodded, then the two of them froze as they saw Neville greet Susan Bones, who had been waiting for him outside the academy gate. Neville walked towards her, and bent down to the ground before her. A white daisy with a Hufflepuff gold center grew from the ground. He plucked it and placed it shyly in Susan's hair. She reached out and gave him a hug, and as she did, the daisy stem grew through her hair, sprouting other blossoms until she bore a living crown of daisies. Well, that's just not fair, is it? Harry said, watching Neville be, well, Neville. Hermione nodded. To be fair, he is idly acknowledged as the best snuggler in all of Hufflepuff, and turns into an actual plushie. Turning into the softest, cuddliest badger in history is hard to beat in Hufflepuff. Harry shook his head. No, it's just his Neville-illness. If he turned into a porcupine, at least half the girls would cuddle him anyway. Hermione grinned. Good thing he hasn't got an ounce of serious in his nature, or arcane arts user kind would be defenseless. Quote, in Hogsmeade, Narcissa Black held up a collar of flashing gold bearing the name, Sir Humpsalot, attached to an improbably heavy leash chain of gold set with precious stones. Sirius Black looked at them in horror. You can't expect me to wear that. It's humiliating. I am the Lord of House Black, Merlin, damn it, sissy, and you come and go at my command. Nah. Narcissa Black smiled and fluttered her lashes. Yes, yes. Does my lord and master need walkies? Does the great and powerful lord of the unconquered House Black perhaps wish to see his godson in his first Hogsmeade weekend? Or would he like to see how that whole kiss on sight, order and 100 Dementors circling over Hogsmeade react to you strolling in dressed in human form? Narcissa smiled. Sirius snarled. He kept himself from physically shaking with effort. A decade as food in Azkaban left marks on his soul the ritual hadn't fully healed. He wouldn't break into a panic attack, he had gotten that much back. But the memories remained a bitter poison in his mind. You could have at least called me Padfoot. Sirius grumped. Narcissa smiled innocently. But what if Severus knew that name? Yo, you know he hates you more than he hates Longbottom for breaking your record for blowing up cauldrons in class. I am only thinking of your safety. Sirius sighed, then shifted into the form of a great black grim. A dog larger than an Irish wolfhound, and far more muscular. The black of its fur seemed to cause light to fade around it, and its eyes had the power to inspire fear into whoever met them. Narcissa snapped the collar around her cousin's neck. Besides, dear cousin, from what I had to listen to after every Hogsmeade weekend from the girls in Slytherin, and from what I can tell, every other house, you practically copyrighted the name Sir Humpsalot in Hogsmeade. You should be happy enough to wear it again officially. Cyrus, now in his Padfoot form, looked up at Narcissa and whined. She connected the leash, and the two of them went strolling into Hogsmeade to meet the children. This was Draco's first date at Hogsmeade. She hoped he spent it honestly trying to experience being just Draco and not strutting around as a pretend lord as Lucius had in their first Hogsmeade date. She had felt jealous of the girls Lucius seduced, because he at least tried to be Lucius with them, not little Lord Malfoy performance she always got. Not that anyone would be getting anything from Lucius since she cursed his bits off. When a black wife cut ties with her ex-husband, she cuts them right off. Harry and Hermione date. Hermione looked at Harry warily. The creature boy hadn't seemed perturbed by being outperformed in overt romanticism by the rest of their cohort. So Harry, What sort of date have you got planned for us? Honeydukes or Fortescues for something sweet? Or are you going to dare the lace of Madame Twining's tea emporium? Hermione asked, willing to humor a young Harry attempt at romance. I mean, creatures were good at greed and violence, not really renowned for romance. Harry puffed out his chest, which granted for a train beater going through puberty in a prop. Early fitted dress shirt did show off some decent muscles for arcane arts user. Flourish and blots. They are having an invite-only rare book sale for tomes from an estate sale from Lestrange Manor. Obscure and possibly even forbidden texts of magics not known or at least not available to any outside the most ancient and dark families are for sale. Cash only of course, but I happen to have Mom say. ND me my vault linked money pouch by Hedwig, so I could probably buy the store itself and not notice. Hermione Jean Granger squealed like Pansy Parkinson set loose in a clothing store with a gift card. Her eyes lit up like a dragon set loose in the Gringotts Central Gold Reserve, and her claws dug into his arm like they might draw blood. Harry smirked. Goblins knew greed. Why is it witches and wizards both thought that meant only gold? The way to a book witch's heart was through rare and forbidden tomes. Sure, he might have to put down the occasional summoned demon or released genie, but he was sure if he played his cards right, she would be snogging his socks off before he used his wind charms to get the dust carefully off books no sane person would touch. Lucius Malfoy decided to make Sirius' first kill in front of the rented security wizards at the Flourish and Blots auction. Nothing like professional guards as witnesses, and the crowd at Flourish and Blots contained enough pure BL.UD members of powerful families to be impossible for the ministry to ignore. Stepping out behind Harry and Hermione as they passed, he struck a pose and gave his best villainous laugh, loving how much more intimidating it sounded coming from Sirius' thuggish chest. You dare pollute my godson with your filthy mudblood hands, arcane arts user. I am Sirius Black, the right hand of Dark One himself. I will wash him clean in your blood. Lucius watched as 4 guards and 1 arcane arts user from the crowd drew their wands and turned on him. He gloried in the shouts of Sirius Black. He heard, no. Wing his polyjuice was no illusion, and any attempts at disillusionment or enchantment breaking would fail, because he was wearing the actual flesh of Sirius Black 1979 at least. Lucius snapped out his flame whip without incantation, the only way the Dark Lord taught it, and watched it track to strike Hermione about the throat as she turned. With a mad grin on his face, he waited to watch the mudblood's head fly off. To see young Harry's face awash in the lifeblood of his first date. Seriously, you were using fire whip on me. The real Sirius would. No way better than that, Hermione said, not bothering to draw her wand, simply tapping her foot in mild irritation. I am Sirius Black, inflammare. Lucius snarled, this time casting his most powerful fire spell. If he couldn't cut her in half, he would burn the flesh off her bones, and leave Harry remembering her death screams as his first date memory. Oddly, she didn't scream. Worse, Harry didn't rush to defend her. Are you even old enough to shave? I mean, you barely look older than I am. Sirius Black is pushing 40 on a short stick, just out of doing a decade in Azkaban. His hair is thinning, and gray. He hasn't got enough muscle on him to keep his ribs off display. I mean, Azkaban is not a health spa, it's literally wizarding prison hell. How can I take you seriously? Harry demanded. Worse, the arcane arts user in the middle of the firestorm didn't scream. She talked. Harry, this clearly isn't serious, and I am really excited about the auction. Can we just leave this weirdo to security? Hermione asked, stepping out of the flames, seemingly unharmed. Petrificus Totalis, Stupefy, Incarcerus, 2 security wizards and Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE who was going to a book sale on her day off, volleyed spells at the so-called Sirius Black. Lucius disappeared into the black smoke of the Death Eater transport spell to avoid the attacks and fled. His mission failed. Amelia Bones watched as young Harry and his date entered the auction at Flourish and Blots and tapped her lips with her wand. She knew Sirius Black. She had served with him during the war, and even then, he didn't look that young. She saw the arcane arts user photos of his Azkaban pictures. Sirius Black today was the wreckage of that man in her memory. Azkaban was most definitely not a health spa. Her monocle showed that the so-called Sirius Black was not under any illusion. But at the same time, he looked at best 18. Sirius Black was 33 years old, with the last 10 at Azkaban making him look closer to 50 than 20. Was someone using an old sample of Sirius for Polyjuice? Or a metamorphagus using an old photo of Sirius to imitate? Whoever they were, Lord Sirius Orion Black was not the correct answer. Oh well, the auction was starting. Work could wait until Monday. There were books to be had. Madame Twining's Tea Emporium, Hogsmeade. Neville Longbottom held out the gilded chair for Susan Bones in a display of old-fashioned manner. That would have looked out of place at any other student-frequented facility than Madame Twining's. In the forest of lace doilies, fine tea sets and overdone Victorian and Edwardian tweed that looked like it robbed every period romance drama from the last century of its sets and decoration, it fit right in. Several tables of witches without dates who came to Madame Twining's Tea Emporium to discuss romance dramas and novels watched the cute young couple engaging in the formal dance of courtship with the seriousness and sincerity possible only by those with absolutely no experience with romance. But a small but seriously intensive lifetime devouring romantic poetry and fiction. The two of them had eye only for each other as they lived out a scene that would have fit seamlessly into Pride and Prejudice or any of the doomed aristocratic love saga set during the French Revolution. It was safe to say that every arcane arts user and the two gay wizards enjoying their own date had all quietly repositioned their chairs so they could take in Neville Longbottom and Susan Bones' first date as the true period romantic drama that it was. Pure in the way that only those with no real-world experience could appreciate romance as a spiritual art, rather than the sweaty hormonal business that would later corrupt it. When Lucius Malfoy decided Sirius Black would have to start his killing spree with the Longbottom brat and Amelia Bones' own niece, it was for the best strategic reasons. He needed Amelia not to think, to react emotionally and accept Sirius Black's guilt. Lucius knew that last war killed all of the Bones family except Amelia and her niece Susan. Killing Susan would break Amelia, and she would accept Sirius was not only guilty, but must die before given the chance to defend himself. Strategically, it was a good plan. Tactically, ambushing the two cutest beings on the planet enjoying a first date that was so perfectly approaching the romantic ideal that an entire overpriced tea shop devoted to commercializing the myth of romance was about as wise as attempting to sacrifice a cat to Cthulhu in the middle of a Cat Witches of the World convention. Lucius stormed through the door, which chimed with a cute bell, followed by the twittering of birds in a way that annoyed Lucius as being entirely trying to hard at cute. I am Sirius Black, and I am here to kill you for your aunts imprisoning me so many years ago. I will bring your head to the Dark Lord as an offering and take again my place at his right hand. Lucius said, knowing the degree of extra in the tea shop was affecting his sense of drama. But being a former theater major, failing to resist the urge. Neville Longbottom raised his chin and shouted back. Sirius Black was a true romantic. He would never stand in the way of true love. You are an imposter. Lucius was really getting sick of these blood Hufflepuffs. Honestly, who talks about romance when they are being murdered? This time his flame whip lanced out like it was supposed to, and wrapped itself around a desperate last-minute shield as Neville Longbottom's beater reflexes allowed him time to scream out a desperate, Protega. Lucius was really getting annoyed about being blocked. I mean, at least this girl didn't ignore his flame whip altogether, but what was a third year doing having a Protega strong enough to resist him? Lucius was a Merlin be damned charms master. A master, not just an OWL or Newt graduate, he pursued an actual mastery of charms. How is a student blocking him? It wasn't enough Narcissa cut his balls off, now he was feeling metaphorically emasculated by school children. Oh, no more Mr. Nice arcane arts user. Lucius was a charms master, he knew all about what could and could not be blocked. There was no room to dodge, and no way to block an unforgivable. Longbottom had lost his parents to the Cruciatus curse, using pain to literally break his parents while the Lestranges and Barty Crouch Jr. tried to tour the truth of what happened to Dark One out of them. How will the brat react when his date lies broken and screaming before him? Lucius put all his hatred, rage, and humiliation into the most powerful, Crucio he could cast, and the beam of scarlet malice was a spear made to shatter wills, bodies, and lives. It could not be blocked, and there was no room to dodge. The bolt shot at Susan Bones. Like some twisted mockery of Cupid's arrows as pictured in the paintings of Madame Twining's tea house. Neville Longbottom yanked Susan Bones behind him and thrust himself forward into the path of the beam. The curse that had broken his parents hit his chest, punching right into his heart. His jaw clenched, but he did not cry out. His body fell to the floor, arching in painful spasm as the strong trained muscles of his body attempted to rip themselves apart as nerves fired endlessly in signals of pain far beyond any damage a human body could survive. Neville writhed in pain, but his face was a snarling mask of a badger with his teeth in its prey and unwilling to let go. Neville, Susan Bones cried out, fumbling for her wand and aiming at Lucius. She cast a knockback jinx at him with all her force. But as a charms master his protega sloughed it off easily. He struck a pose and prepared his villain speech, intending to monologue before killing the girl, leaving a broken Longbottom to remember being helpless to defend her. And forever ready to hunt Sirius Black down. For revenge. It was a decent plan, were it not for the fact that a room full of die-hard romantics had just watched T. He epitome of young love act out the finest romantic tragedy in front of them. Now each one of those witches and wizards were given the option to strike a blow for love, and neither the wards nor walls of Madame Twining's tea house were up to stopping it. Sadie for Lucius, even Dark One at his best would have struggled to stand against the spellfire that tore his finest shields to bits and blasted him through the front wall. Missing the softer door by about a foot, he transformed to smoke halfway through, thus avoiding the impaling silver spears, stone balls, and one fist made of living flame that tried to blot him from existence. It took 20 minutes for him to cast enough healing spells to be able to make a final attempt at getting Sirius his public murder, and at the very least, recover Lucius' heir for reprogramming. That 20 minutes saw Susan Bones stroking Neville Longbottom's hair and mopping his manly brow as he used her lap as a pillow and scores of romance fanatic arcane RTS user and wizards inscribed the events of this little school-age romance drama into what would be the leading story in Arcane Arts User Weekly in the next week. Outside, the cries of the witches and wizards for the Dementors to come and kiss that monster Sirius Black grew louder and louder. Interlude. Longbottom Manor, days later. To say Longbottom Manor and its great Lady Augusta was surprise. At the veritable cloud of owls descending on her was putting it mildly. Hundreds of letters from witches from Neville's age to beyond Lady Augusta's pouring out their admiration, adoration, and some rather frankly stated descriptions of affections and attendant actions, no less than 4 offers of marriage, was almost more than Lady Augusta could take. Her Neville was a sex symbol, or at least romantic idol. Neville, Lady Augusta switched from tea to whiskey before the last owl came in from Amelia Bones, suggesting a meeting between the heads of House Bones and House Longbottom on matters pertaining to the growing closeness of their heirs. Augusta choked on her whiskey. Her Frank had been the ideal son, the picture of everything a mother could hope for, brave, bold, and manly in every way Arcane Arts user could want. Still, it was Neville that ignited a firestorm of witchly affection across the face of Britain, France, Germany, Italy, and from one of the letters, Sweden. It was possible she was getting too old for this. The shocks were a bit much for Arcane Arts user of her years. I mean, she had a release form here for Arcane Arts user weekly wanting to use his picture for their next cover. Neville, her little timid Neville, what had she missed? All those years she couldn't see him lost in the shadow of his famous and fallen father. 3 Broomsticks Pub, Hogsmeade Weekend. Narcissa Black, the great black grim known as Sir Humpsalot, Millicent Bulstrode and a pair of matching Weasleys sat behind a table in the private room of the 3 Broomsticks watching young Draco Malfoy and Luna Lovegood enjoy their first official date at Hogsmeade. Fred finally nerved himself up enough to speak. "Don't you think spying," Fred began, "on your son's first date," continued George, "is a little creepy?" They concluded in stereo. Narcissa sniffed. "Gryffindors. You can't really educate them, although it seems you were at least housebreaking these ones," Narcissa said, giving a mildly approving nod to Millicent. "Listen boys, I love my son Draco, and I used to know him. Recently, I am seeing signs that I may not know this new Draco, and that beyond loving my son, there may be actual grounds to both like him. And dare I say, be proud of him." Narcissa smiled. There are 7 of you little ginger beasts running around at last count. I am willing to bet that enough time has passed since the first of you left home that whoever they think they meet when they see you is somewhere beyond a memory and a fantasy, far from a fact. I would hazard what you think you know about younger siblings is at least as wrong. Narcissa's face went cold. Lived hang on the decisions we make about our family. I cannot afford to be wrong. Slytherin cunning isn't about plotting, no matter what my dear Lucius liked to think. It is about learning things you don't know, and working even harder to find out the things you used to know that are no longer true. Draco was being a perfect gentleman to a bemused little blonde with radishes hanging off her ears instead of jewelry. She had her wand tucked behind one ear, but she stared at Draco dreamily. Honestly, Narcissa didn't know what to make of the girl. She was either a seer or a madwoman. The Zabini woman was a seer, and probably serial killer, so it was possible to be both. Draco had missed a bit of icing that stuck to his nose. Narcissa frowned. She trained him better than that. Luna leaned forward and kissed it off his nose, ending with a flirty lick. Narcissa hissed. This was not done. The 2 ginger idiots were applauding madly, and even the Bulstrode girl was nodding as Draco blushed, and the 2 of them just stared deeply into each other's eyes. It was like something out of those romance novels that so many witches obsessed over. How common. Narcissa sighed. Fine. This was not the Draco she had trained, nor was it a little imitation Lucius, ready to toady to the Dark Lord and his father, shaming his black blood with every breath. But honestly just about living down to the Malfoy name. Malfoy does mean bad faith. After all, he may have gone a touch, Narcissa shuddered to think it, Hufflepuff, but being in with his actual feelings may have brought out the dragon that slept in his blood, rather than the toady his father had cultivated. Lucius Malfoy in the guise of Sirius Black watched through the pub window as his son and heir conducted a ridiculous display of public affection like some Hufflepuff in love, or some Gryffindor in mating season. With a Lovegood of all things. Sure, technically they were pure bloods. And they were not Weasley poor by any means, but they didn't care about their social position or their money. They were middle class and okay with that. Honestly, if there was anything that drove a Slytherin insane, it was middle class complacency. Rule or die. Sacrifice everything for the tiniest advance, lie, cheat, and kill for even the smallest promotion. This was the way. There was no such thing as enough. No son of his was being corrupted like that. Not while a little murder, and public framing of Sirius Black, could put Draco back on the slithery and narrow path of treachery. Lucius bust through the doors and blasted the table between Draco and Luna with a shouted, "Reducto!" Draco showed a seeker's reflexes as he dodged. Luna simply waved and pulled her wand out from behind her ear. I am Sirius Black, and I won't let a blood traitor Lovegood pollute a line that bears even a touch of the sacred black blood. Lucius said, striking a dramatic pose and beginning to chant. Avada Cad was as far as he got before Luna pointed her wand and shouted. Ridiculous. The spell called upon the power of the unreal to turn terror into laughter, fear into frivolity. On paper, it should not work on real targets. The use of Polyjuice Potion blended the unreal into the very flesh of Lucius Malfoy, as he drew chaos into himself to bear the flesh of another. The runes woven into Luna Lovegood sparkled, and the cup-shaped rune per throw, the rune of chaos shone with rainbow light. The rainbow shot from Luna's wand and yanked down the 2 tight trousers of Lucius Malfoy, or Sirius Black. Depending on if you counted soul or flesh. Draco Malfoy was a trained duelist, and as he spun out of his seat from the Redacto, he had covered his eyes from the splinters even as he drew his wand. The first casting of Expelliarmus was reflexive. Its interaction with Ridiculous was unexpected. With his trousers around his knees, Lucius's Sirius discovered leather pants around your knees make dodging impossible. The disarm spell hit him while he still sparkled in the rainbow arcane arts of Ridiculous. He gripped his wand with both hands, determined to hold it. For this reason, he missed the ripping of his underwear and the cucumber and avocado pear that soared through the air to be caught by Luna Lovegood. Pretty people vegetables, Luna cried happily, waving the anatome. Ickily suggestive cucumber and dangling avocado pear above her head in triumph. Lucius shrieked as his junkless state was revealed to the world. Virtually simultaneously a number of things happened. Lucius Malfoy's dignity died, his ego suffered a crippling blow, and his focus on the current strategic objectives suffered. The waitress who had ducked for cover under the table found herself facing the naked and rather less than rumored impressive crotch of the renegade Sirius Black. She shouted without thought, "Sirius Black is wandless. Lord Black has neither twig nor berries." She shrieked. Colin Creevey, who could not bear to be without his camera, showed the reflexes of a future reporter, probably not a long-lived one, as he brought his magical camera to bear. Draco Malfoy, desperate to get his training to work in a real-life or death fight, tried his spell again. "Expelliarmus!" Draco shouted, hearing Sirius Black cry out as his wand leapt from his hand to slap into Draco's. Meanwhile, in the back room, the real Sirius Black transformed back into a man, still with the golden Sir Humpsalot collar on, and was being restrained by a frantic Millicent Bulstrode and two Weasley twins as he tried to simultaneously charge the door and undo his own leather breeches. Narcissa cast her best muffling charms, feeling a serious Gryffindor headache coming on. "Sirius Black has a wand, and the biggest pair of plums you will ever see," Sirius screamed as he tried to leave the warded secret room and get himself arrested alongside the imposter, just to prove his junk was both real and respectable. In the Three Broomsticks, Lucius saw the flash of a Khmer go off, and his quick wandless Protega failed to protect his dignity from a picture showing his disarmament in both senses of the word. Draco Malfoy looked at the familiar wand in his hand. This was his father's wand. He looked at a very young and fit Sirius Black, a Sirius Black who seemed to have been gelded. Draco Malfoy's blood began to boil. Sirius looked old, like older than father old. He had gray hairs and wrinkles, but he had seen the man change. He had junk, more than he should, and even in his dog form it was a little hard to ignore. Father, on the other hand, had been gelded by mother when she tried to widow herself, and settled for divorce at one point. Lucius Malfoy had just tried to murder Draco's first date. He admitted the Hufflepuff Hermione's insistence that each of them wear a potions belt was a little paranoid, but a hidden advantage wasn't something a Slytherin would ever turn down. When Harry Potter offered a vial of Thief's Downfall, the fact it was a creature potion no arcane arts user could buy was enough to make his Slytherin avarice demand he accept it. You couldn't buy it, beg it, or blackmail your way to having it. It was creature exclusive, and Draco could just casually pat his belt and know it was there. Of such things are Slytherin smiles born. Draco never dreamed he would actually use it. He drew the vial and threw it at the so-called Sirius Black, and watched the vial shatter on the Protega shield. Thief's Downfall potion spattered Lucius Malfoy, and the Gringotts potion designed to strip away glamours, Polyjuice transformations, and even interrupt Imperius ripped through Lucius Malfoy. Pants around his knees, his junkless state for all to see, Lucius Malfoy in his full blonde aristocratic greatness was displayed for the Three Broomsticks. Draco Malfoy realized his father had attacked him, and Draco had defeated him in arcane arts. He, the heir of Malfoy, had been challenged in fact if not in intent by Lord Malfoy, and Lord Malfoy had lost. Draco held up his father's wand and shouted at him, "Father, you have dared to raise a wand against me in open combat. You have striven to murder my date. And you have exposed yourself in public. You are not fit to lead the House of Malfoy. By manifest right of conquest, I claim the lordship." Draco shouted. He brought the two wands, his own and his father's together, his own on top, and Lucius gave a strangled cry as arcane arts heard Draco's challenge, and deemed it just. The family arcane arts of the Malfoys was cold and opportunistic. It hated failure and loved success, it desired power and greatness. It flared into life, and Lucius' hand flashed forward as the House Malfoy Lord's ring soared through the air towards Draco. Colin Creevey's camera flashed again. The picture of Draco Malfoy looking regal and cold, the two wands crossed in his hands as he spoke the words of judgment, clashed with Lucius Malfoy, Lord of the Wizigamot, head of the Academy Board of Governors, with his pants around his ankles, his gelded state on display, and his lord's ring immortalized sailing gently from his hand to his son's. In the Three Broomsticks, Lucius Malfoy, no longer lord of anything, was wrestled to the ground and bound for oars by two waitresses and a Ravenclaw prefect who didn't like his own date being interrupted either. In the back room, Millicent restored to summoning her beater bat and clobbering Lord Sirius Orion Black, who had gotten one hand free and his belt undone. Keep your pants on, you furry pervert, there are minors present. Millicent roared. Plus, Lucius just got arrested for impersonating you. If you rush out there you will get arrested too, and he might be able to bribe enough people. To think you were bad guy in whatever other nonsense he has been up to while polyjuiced. Millicent said, punctuating each point with another blow to the head. Give it a rest, woman. You are going to kill me if you keep this up. Sirius shouted, ducking from the blows and stopping trying to reveal his manhood to a disbelieving public. Pants on, pervert, and sit down. Millicent said coldly, and Sirius obeyed. He eyed the two Gryffindor beaters with sullen anger. Honestly, two good Gryffindor boys like you, honest Weasleys, how can you put up with this? Sirius' self-preservation kicked in, or his linguistic skills failed him as he failed to come up with a descriptor for Millicent Bulstrode. Fred smiled happily. Public nudity. George beamed. Chains, canings. Then together, all on the first date. They high-fived and Millicent began to pound her head slowly into the table. I feel a Gryffindor headache coming on. How do you treat those? Millicent said, turning her pleading eyes on Narcissa Black, a Slytherin alumni and Sirius' cousin. Without a word, Narcissa poured the underage girl 3 fingers of whiskey and slid it across. They clinked glasses, sipped their whiskey, and observed the goings-on outside. Flourish and Blott's auction house, the aftermath. Since reports of Sirius Black activity all over Hogsmeade had been flooding Auror stations, teams with Dementors had been searching frantically. Too many Dementors too far from their controlling agents had the expected results. The Dementors broke free of control. They could feel young Harry, a target their collective concio. USNESS had been given in the past by Lucius Malfoy, a target that had caused them actual suffering. They gathered howling in rage and hunger, and descended on Hogsmeade. Harry and Hermione were coming out of the auction, both pleased with their purchases. Nothing happier than a bookworm with fresh books, or a creature with an acquisition at far below appraised value, when the Dementors spotted them. Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE, felt the Dementors before she saw them. With the reactions of a veteran, she had her wand up in her Patronus flared to life. The Silver Grim charged the dozens of Dementors who were swarming, and 2 of them fled at its coming. She swore, survived the war, died on my day off without even getting to read the book I bought. Amelia thought that was Bones' luck for you, consistent and always bad. Just then the gathering dark caused by the Dementors was hurled back as a phoenix burst from the wand of young Hermione Granger. The phoenix was so bright it was hard to look at, and a dozen Dementors fled as the phoenix Patronus took to the sky. Amelia had to avert her eyes from the phoenix, so bright was its flaming silver form, so she was looking right at young Harry. No more. I have let these things terrify and harass my people for too long. No more. Do you hear me, vermin? The sky split with lightning as bolts of jagged lightning ripped through the dark sky and flayed the Dementors. Even as the wind began to howl and swirl as a cyclone formed out of nowhere, Harry's Sallow rune, the jagged lightning bolt scar in his forehead, blazed in the reflected lightning. And the creature silver of it seemed to catch flame. Expecto Patronum. Young Harry, the boy who lived, was supposed to be the savior of Wizarding Britain. Elder Wizard promised that under his guidance, the boy would somehow destroy he who must not be named. Amelia Bones had put no trust in that, nor the rumored prophecy everyone whispered of, but no one knew the details of. This day, she believed. From Harry's wand a basilisk extended, it grew to an easy 70 feet and swam through the air like it was water. Kill them, rend them, flay them, tear them from my sky. Harry hissed, and power poured from his wand in a never-ending stream, twisting and curling like a living serpent as the basilisk grew another 60 feet until it dominated the sky. The eyes of the basilisk Patronus opened, and a golden light blasted from those eyes like the blast wave of collapsing wards on a Gringotts vault or government super-secure facility. A Muggle might wonder if a nuclear weapon had been used. Where the light struck the Dementors, they fell from the sky. Dozens of them fell, and the rest broke to flee. The basilisk hissed its fury and gave chase, the flaming silver phoenix diving into rake with burning claws again and again, each strike causing another Dementor to fall from the sky. Amelia Bones jumped as a Dementor hit the ground beside her, unmoving. Dementors were less than half physical. The idea of a Dementor's body landing on the ground beside her was impossible to process. They were almost unkillable, that is why the Ministry made a devil's bargain with them all those years ago. They would never be able to fight the Dementors of Azkaban without losing most of the Auror Corps at the time. That was when the Auror Corps had been strong, well-trained, and vital. The sick joke post-war budget cuts and constant Malfoy-led accommodations had turned her Auror Corps into. She used her own Patronus to summon the ready reaction force from headquarters. Then she sent another for Alistair Moody. Sure, Mad Eye wasn't what you would call reasonable, and should never be allowed around the press, but there was nothing about facing dark creatures or arcane arts he didn't know, even if he shouldn't. Hours later, DMLE inspection of the Dementor attack. "This is dark arcane arts, Amelia," said Elder Wizard. "There is no living creature, not even a basilisk, that can petrify a Dementor." Mad Eye was poking one with his battle staff and laughing happily. "Bollocks, Elder Wizard. You know Phoenix can kill them, unicorns can kill them, Kirin can kill them. The fact that dragons kill them is why there is a government-sponsored sanctuary that eats half the magical creature department budget that just so happens to be at the closest point of contact between the Hebrides Islands and Azkaban." Elder Wizard looked down his nose at Mad Eye Moody. "The Phoenix is a creature of light, as is the unicorn. Their touch is destruction for something that is made of darkness, hatred and hunger." Moody nodded. "And the dragon is just arcane arts' answer to kill them all, and let's see what grows back next cycle. They are wild Albus, not dark, not light. They are wild Akka, nay arts' answer to anything witches or wizards get stupid enough to create and not be able to stop." Elder Wizard frowned, knowing the text Alistair got that from, and remembering he had it banned, and he swore, burned to the last copy. The people had to turn to the light for hope against the darkness, not the untamed power of wild arcane arts. The dark was too tempting, its gifts were too sweet and poison. People needed to know only the light could save them. "Alistair, my old friend, this was no dragon. This was a basilisk, a creature of the dark, of evil," Elder Wizard said in his best grandfatherly voice. "Up her ass, Elder Wizard. I have minute in magical creatures and you didn't even owl in them. A basilisk is a great bloody magical snake. It isn't dark, it isn't light, it is freaking dangerous. But gets hungry only every few years, so is honestly less likely to kill you than drinking and apparating, or telling Augusta Longbottom what you think of her hat." Moody made a very rude gesture with his fingers in case Elder Wizard was unclear what Moody had meant by the hole up the spout quip, grinning as Elder Wizard's grandfatherly smile died and the old man flicked his wand out. Amelia Bones intervened before her two experts could start shooting at each other. "Whatever opinions you may have about Basilisk, or Phoenix for that matter, these were no more creatures than my own Grim is. They were Patronus. Patronus are symbols of hope, of trust, of joy, are pure expressions of abstract love for arcane arts and the world. They are not creatures. They do not get the powers of the thing whose shape they mimic. They are just a blob of spiritual power, a bit of esoteric arcane arts powered by joy and love that drives back the dark. They don't petrify unreal demons of despair." Amelia objected firmly. Alistair poked the petrified Dementor, then kicked it with his fake leg. "This one did. Ruddy love to know if he can teach that." Mad Eye chuckled again, leaning on his staff, letting the defensive runes on it blaze in silent warning that Elder Wizard's earlier challenge had not been forgotten. Elder Wizard shook his head. "We cannot tell the people that a dark creature saved them from the Dementors." Amelia finally snapped at her old teacher, and chief warlock of the Wizigamut. "We don't have to tell them anything, Albus, they bloody saw it. I am, for once, just going to report the truth. The boy who lived summoned his Patronus and drove off the better part of 100 Dementors who were running wild and attacking Hogsmeade." As Albus began to object, she held up her hand and stopped him. "I will tell you what I told Minister Fudge. I will lie under orders about what the public does not need to know, like the petrified Dementors. I disagree, but I will obey. I will not try to tell the people of Hogsmeade that the Dementors didn't attack them, and a great sparkly basilisk Patronus saved us all. They saw, and they are already sharing pictures of it. I will lie if I have to. But I will not make a fool out of myself telling people in a rainstorm that it's a sunny day. At some point, I have a duty to the DMLE to keep some scraps of credibility. Elder Wizard sighed. She was right. It was too late. Things were slipping farther and farther from his control. DMLE Headquarters, Ministry of Arcane Arts. Here is your wand, Lucius. I don't know how you thought that was going to go. But from where I am looking you had best run, because your name, your money, and even your title aren't worth a muggle's chances in Azkaban. Walden McNair said, standing over the body of the Auror he had just cut down. You had best run back to the Dark Lord and beg his forgiveness. Your position was what made you valuable to his return, nothing else. Now you don't even have that. Take your lumps, scream for a little while, beg at his feet until he gets bored, and he might raise you up again. McNair advised, unaware how far the Dark Lord had fallen at the moment. Lucius snarled, I will not. I haven't lost yet. I do not need the Dark Lord to beat a group of teenage brats not even past their owls. McNair shrugged, checking he got the nick out of his executioner's axe. Well, so far it's brought many Death Eaters nil, so you had best correct that before you face the Dark Lord and he asks why people are laughing at his chosen acolytes. Walden McNair walked to the ministry floor and departed. Lucius followed, before word of his escape could force the ministry to lock down the building. There would be another day. Noodle and Neville show. Secrets of Snake Sex Cult at the Academy revealed. Rita Skeeter reveals shocking truth. The headlines of the Daily Prophet were always sensational, while the Ministry of Arcane Arts wielded its control over the free press. With the subtlety of a beater's bat at a pickup game, the paper itself remained the single most popular news source because it not only gave the best news coverage over every varied field of interest in the magical world. It provided more gossip than a coven of former school witches 3 bottles of wine into catching up. Rita Skeeter was a cynic. She had been used more often than not to create heroes for the ministry, or from ancient and noble houses that were trying to create some sensation over some useless sprog they were launching into politics. The one thing shared between all of THO's heroes is that they had feet of clay, unless it was some other dark brown substance you could also step in. When young Neville Longbottom became the darling of Arcane Arts User Weekly overnight, a tiny bit of digging linked him to some improbable stories coming out of the academy. She could smell a put-up job. Linked to the boy who lived, son of hero parents, but whispers of darkest murder in the ministry. All off the record of course, but the whispers were in too many ears not to have some official truth to them. Rumors of him and any number of girls from Hufflepuff were obviously fake. Rita had been at the academy. First-year girls thought romance was holding hands in the hallways and eating together in the Great Hall. Besides, Neville Longbottom's reputation in the Longbottom family was timid fat little squib. Rita looked at his photos from the Hufflepuff Post, an in-house quarterly magazine put out by current Puffs for Puff alumni about their Quidditch team, and had to admit the boy had filled all the way out, and a shy soft smile attached to a slab of young but clearly developing nicely beef was not hard to sell as a teen girl romance target. Obviously, this was either Longbottom House tossing ridiculous amounts of gold to create a stir to launch Neville as some sort of celebrity as part of that house's reclaiming of its former place, or a ministry-backed cover-up. A shiny distraction to cover facts that could not bear scrutiny. Rita Skeeter had done what any good reporter did before picking an angle. She spied on people who had every reason to think they were alone. Honestly, when she found out her animagus form was a bug, she had cried for days. She wanted a unicorn, an otter, or wolf, something beautiful, majestic, or at least able to defend itself. She got a bug, not a wasp to be harmful, or a butterfly to be beautiful. She got a stag beetle, not a fast flyer, not dangerous,